I never met Sam Marcy, the founder of the Workers' World Party. I never met him. He died in 1998 when I was like 11 years old. I never met him, but because I was in the Workers' World Party for 8 years, from the time I was 19 to the time I was about 27, I feel like I absorbed, maybe secondhand or third hand, a lot of Sam Marcy's teachings. One story, or not even really story, but quotation or anecdote that Sam Marcy, the founder of the Workers' World Party, would tell his followers about and used in many, many different speeches and lectures, was repeated to me on many, many occasions. So that Sam Marcy would talk about at the big anti-war protests. Back in the 1960s, there would be these big protests against the Vietnam War. Hundreds of thousands of people would march against the Vietnam War. All the communist groups would bring out their people. There would be, marching bands and all kinds of things. And there was one group of people that were at every big anti-war protest. Every big anti-war protest, you would see these puppets. These big puppets that people would make. And they were very big and elaborate. And they'd be puppets of Richard Nixon, the greedy capitalists sending people to war. They'd be puppets of Lyndon Johnson. They'd be, puppets of the heroic Vietnamese people fighting for their liberation from imperialism. They'd be, they did these kind of well-made giant art projects, I guess you could call them. And it would take a lot of people to operate these puppets. These puppets were not small endeavors. But these people that were against the Vietnam War, for whatever reason, they would get together and they would decide what puppets they were going to make. And they would, as a group, make these puppets, as a group, come to the anti-war protest with these very elaborate puppets that they made, and marched through the streets with their puppets. And that's what they did. And these people, again, they were not in any communist organization. They were not putting out a specific interpretation of leftist ideology. They were against the Vietnam War for whatever reason. They were particularly artistic, creative people. They wanted to make a contribution. They wanted to make a contribution of some kind. And because they wanted to make a contribution, and because of the fact that that they were artistically inclined, they would make these puppets. And it was like a little community that existed, and there were different puppets. There were different communities of people that would do this. And there were people that, they fell in love and got married to people who they made puppets with. There were people that they were single at the time that they started making puppets, and 3 or 4 years later, they were making puppets with their little infant baby that they had just had. And it was just this whole subculture of people that had made it their commitment, in opposition to the Vietnam War, they were going to make these puppets that would be displayed at anti-war protests. That was it. And from what I heard, again, the way this story was told back to me, Sam Marcy, the founder of the Workers' World Party, would always talk about these puppet-making people. And he would talk about how valuable that was. That these people, who were not communists, they were movement people, right? They were part of the movement, and they built a community, and they had found a task that they could take on to advance the struggle for justice, to make the puppets for the anti-war protests. It was a form of artistic expression. It was a form of community. And they came together and they made these puppets, and they were friends with each other, and they had relationships. And I'm sure there were arguments about these puppets. There were rivalries, where one puppet group was against another puppet group. These things happened. But they found a task. They took on a task. They made a community around it. And that was valuable. And in a way, Every one of these puppet-making people is 1,000 times more valuable than some teenage kid who thinks he's Lenin, than some, know-it-all, Marxist guy who thinks he's the next Lenin, who thinks he's the great leader. He knows and he understands all the Marxism and he can out-debate you and all of that. Because those guys who think they understand Marxism and no one can teach them anything, they know it all and all of that, they're gone after a year or two. After a year or two, they get bored. They find a new hobby. They realize they're not going to, fulfill their dictator fantasy and become the next great leader of the revolution. And they move on. However, those puppet people, they're still there. They're still there, those puppet-making people. Because for them, it's not a fantasy. It's not an intellectual exercise. It's not a word game. It's about the fact that they, one, believe in stopping the war. Two, they have found a way to do something, to make their actual contribution to stopping the war. And number three, they've built real relationships and friendships around making that contribution. They have people that they can rely on, that they can trust, that they like to work with. And because of that, they continue to make the puppets. And that is very, very valuable. And so when people talk about a movement, that's a movement. That's a movement. A movement is a group of people working together to achieve something because they believe in something. That is a movement. Now, I don't particularly, if you look at what people do now, this commodified identity where you're really by yourself, you're showing off on social media that you went to the protest, you're consuming, basically, you're consuming certain social media content, you're consuming certain books, you're making statuses, but you're not really connecting with anybody. You're not really building something. You might go to the protest and break shit every so often, but you're not really building anything. That's not a movement. The building blocks of what they called the movement was communities. And the communist groups were a big part of that, no doubt. The Workers' World Party, the Communist Party, the Socialist Workers' Party, the Revolutionary Union, the October League, these groups were a big part of it. Yes, they were a big part of it, but it was the communities and the networks of people who trusted each other, who knew each other, who relied on each other. That was what made the movement. Ideas are great, but the reason that the Center for Political Innovation exists is to put on events like this, to give a platform to ideas we don't widely hear in the United States, to educate people about anti-imperialism and socialism. And that is why it is really an honor tonight to bring forward our guest of honor, a real hero, someone who deserves to be heard from the heavens. Everyone should hear what this man has to say. Scott Ritter is here. Scott Ritter is here. We are proud that Scott Ritter is here. This is a hero. This is a hero right here. We love you, Scott. We love you. Go ahead and give us some words. Thank you.
Thanks, man. Yeah. Thank you. Well, thank you very much. To be honest, I thought I was just coming here to a reception to say hi to people, and speaking is, hopefully it's a bonus. Listening, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me, Caleb. It's an honor and a privilege to be here, and I want to thank everybody here for coming out. I know some people traveled a long way to come to this rally, and great journeys begin one step at a time, and we're on a great journey, and today was the first step. And the people that didn't come here, they're one step behind us. And when you take the next step, they're two steps behind us. So you guys are the winners, and they got issues. And I applaud you. So again, thanks for coming out. Now, they say some of the best journeys, you bring about some of the most interesting travel companions. And I have to say right now, listening to your talk and everything, you guys are some interesting traveling companions. fact is, I couldn't think of any more interesting travel companions than you for somebody like me. You know, when I grew up, my father was a career Air Force officer, and I call myself a child of the Cold War. And back then, terms like kill a commie for mommy were real. Better dead than red was real. It was part of my life, 24/7, because that's the life we lived. We were on the front lines of the Cold War. Across the frontier was the Soviet enemy, and we were ready to go to war. Not just any war, ladies and gentlemen, a war that would bring about the end of all mankind, because that war would include nuclear weapons. That was the harsh reality of my youth. And sadly, I was ready and willing to go on the same journey that my father did. I enlisted in the Army out of high school. I ended up getting a commission in the United States Marine Corps. And my focus of studies in college was Russian area studies. Why? To know your enemy. Why? To kill my enemy. I'm just being straight up honest with you. I joined the Marine Corps to kill commies. I joined the Marine Corps to kill Soviets. That's all I wanted to do, because I believed that was the mission given to me by my country, by my heritage, by my legacy, to defend America, freedom, our way of life against an evil scourge that I didn't understand, but I feared. So I was willing to kill them. And I did a hell of a job preparing for this operation. 2.5 years in 29 Palms, California, with a field artillery battalion whose job was to put steel on target. And I trained hard, and we were ready. If the balloon went up, we would have acquitted ourselves well. Thank goodness the balloon didn't go up. Instead, they sent me on a different journey. They sent me to the Soviet Union. A guy who was training to kill Soviets suddenly was sent to the Soviet Union not to kill them, but to cooperate with them. On what? Eliminating the most dangerous weapons in the world. In December of 1987, Ronald Reagan sat down with Mikhail Gorbachev and signed the Intermediate Nuclear Forces Treaty. Intermediate nuclear forces are basically missiles with nuclear warheads of a given range. In this case, the range, 500 to 5,000 kilometers, I believe, could be miles, but I think it's kilometers, meant that if the weapon was stationed in West Germany, it could strike Moscow 5 minutes after launch.
My name is Caleb, and I'm a student, a former student and a worker here in New York City. And I want to begin by giving a shout out to all the youth who couldn't come today because they're locked in the prisons, in a prison industrial complex where profits are made from jailing people away. Youth who are being picked up and jailed for things that are not criminal, things that shouldn't be jailed for. I also want to give a shout out to all the youth who, because of economic conditions, have been forced to join the U.S. military and are abroad used as cannon fodder for these profiteers and these bankers. They couldn't be here today. Now, if you look up at these buildings all around us, before these buildings were constructed, what did the people who built them have? They had a blueprint. They had a blueprint and a plan. And then they went to engineers, and they went to construction workers, and they constructed the building. Well, right now, Wall Street and the banker class, the people who actually run this country, they have a blueprint. And it's written in all of their Ayn Rand and Milton Friedman textbooks. Their blueprint is the destruction of the future of this generation. Their blueprint is the end of free public education. Their blueprint is the end of decent schools. Their blueprint is low wages. Their blueprint is massive unemployment. Their blueprint is massive home foreclosures. Their blueprint is massive destruction of the future and the end of the social programs that keep people alive. That's their blueprint, and they're mobilizing around it. They've got their Tea Party thugs mobilizing around it. They've got their police mobilizing around it to repress us and cage us in pins for speaking out. They've got their Democrats and their Republicans mobilizing around it. And if we're going to resist their program, we have to learn from the generations in the past who've done it before. In the 1930s, not far from here in Union Square, there was a demonstration of 10,000 people. And they gathered, and their slogan was "Fight or Starve." And they gathered in Union Square by the hundreds of thousands. And when the police told them they couldn't march, they said no. And they said, "This is our street, and we're going to march." And you know they had a banner at that march. And you know what the slogan that was on the front banner of that march back in 1932? You know what the slogan was? Remember it. Remember it. Take it with you. If you remember a phrase, remember it. The slogan was class against class. And that's what we're talking about. Class against class. Say it with me. Class against class. Class against class. It's not about Democrat versus Republican. It's not about a liberal program or a conservative program. It's about the banker program versus the people's program. That's what's going on. If we're going to resist, we need a blueprint of our own. We need to design our own blueprint, and we need to start implementing it in the streets. Whether we need to coordinate all of the resistance together so we can build a strong, united program of resisting the bankers' agenda of shutting us down and destroying us. We need a program that says equal rights for immigrant workers. We need a program that says end police brutality. We need a program that says stop the cuts in food stamps. We need a program that says hands off our schools and universities. We need a program that includes health care for all, jobs for all, education for all. And we need to step back and think about the real possibility that there could be a time when people like us could actually own and operate the banks and the factories, and there would be no boss class or banker class running society. People like you and I could actually have a say and run society. That would require one thing very simply, and it would require us to abolish capitalism. The capitalist system is the ruthless, evil system of the bankers, and I say if we're going to resist their program and their blueprint for destruction, we're going to have to abolish their system. So let's organize, let's be out there, and let's fight. Thank you.
So I was trying to figure out how to start my speech for tonight, and I had in my head that a good way to start a speech was with a joke. So I was looking for a joke to tell, and I found the perfect joke, so I thought. And I told it to my wife, and she said, "Oh, everyone knows that joke already, Caleb. It's all over Spanish TikTok." And I said, "Really?" And she said, "Yes, it's all over Spanish TikTok. Everyone knows this joke." And I said, "Well, I can't find a better joke, so I'm just going to tell this joke anyway. So forgive me if you've already heard the joke or a version of it, but I'll tell the version of the joke that I know, that I heard." The joke goes like this. There's a very, very wealthy man, and he's got like a palace, and outside of his palace, there's a very, very poor homeless boy. And this wealthy man is not the nicest person. And every time one of his wealthy friends comes over to his mansion, he tells them, "You know, that poor kid out in front of our house, he's the stupidest kid ever. Let me go show you." And he goes to the kid, and he holds out his hand, and he says, "Do you want a $5 bill or 4 quarters?" And every time, the kid takes the 4 quarters. And he says, "Look how stupid he is. I'm offering him a $5 bill or 4 quarters," and he takes the 4 quarters. And he does this over and over and over again. Over and over and over again, he does this. Day after day, year after year, until finally one of his rich friends says, "I want to know what's going on with this." And so when the rich man's not around, he sneaks around and says to the kid, he says, "Why do you keep taking the 4 quarters rather than the $5 bill?" And the kid smiles at him. And he says, "Because the day I take the $5 bill, that'll be the last time this rich bastard gives me some money." And that's a point about how things are not always as they appear. And it reminds me of a story that Vladimir Lenin liked to frequently refer to. And the story was that there were 2 people walking through the countryside. They're walking, there's fields all around them, and they see a hill. And up on the hill, they see a peasant man, and he's waving his arms around crazy, and he's just waving his arms around. And they think, is this man having an epileptic fit? Is he losing his mind? And they get closer, and this man is just waving his arms around crazy, and they think, what in the world is going on? But as they get up to that hill, they see that what he's doing is he's sharpening a knife. He's got a knife, and he's sharpening it on a stone. And what they thought looked like crazy, erratic behavior was actually very precise and calculated and necessary. It was sharpening a knife. And Lenin would use that analogy for the Bolshevik Party in the lead up to the Russian Revolution, because they split and they divided and they went this way and they went that way, and it looked completely erratic. But what they were doing was sharpening their knives for the fight ahead. And that's a very important story in the Marxist-Leninist tradition. And I think we can say similar things about the work that we're doing here. This is a very strange time to operate in. All the old political rules don't make any sense. We heard Scott Ritter talk about how he was a Reagan Republican and he's a conservative, and he's nicer to us than anyone on the left practically. Things don't make any sense right now. We are in uncharted waters, and we are pioneers. And the reason things don't make any sense is because the political situation in the United States after the Second World War was largely based on there being this strong economy. And especially since the late 70s into the 80s and the 90s, that strong economy has been eroded and eroded and eroded. And now we're in a period where there's an economic crisis. And that changes absolutely everything. The left used to operate one way, they don't. The right used to operate one way, they don't. Everyone is totally confused because all the old rules through which political discourse in the United States was crafted no longer seem to apply. We are entering a new period. We are entering a period of a capitalist crisis. And it is only with the science of Marxism that we can understand the nature of a capitalist crisis. However, there's something else happening. And that's why this picture is so important. This day, June 30th, 2019, was very important. And it was very important not just because it was the first time that a US head of state ever visited the DPRK, crossed the DMZ. That was certainly important. It was important for other reasons. And it's important because of why it happened. I'm going to read to you what was said by Jim Rogers. Do folks know who Jim Rogers was? Jim Rogers is still alive. He's a legendary investor. He used to be a friend of George Soros. They had a falling out, and he's a legendary investor. He's an American citizen. He lives in Singapore. And at the time that that happened, this is what he said. Once we open the 38th parallel, this is going to be the most exciting country in the world. I would like to invest in North Korea, but I'm not allowed to because I'm an American and it's illegal. You will be a country of 80 million people on the Chinese border, which is a huge market. The transportation and railroads on the East Coast and the West Coast could open up again. You could tie into the Trans-Siberian Railroad, and you could join your country into the Belt and Road. Take away the soldiers, let
So as Congress makes up its mind on whether to take military action against Syria, anti-war groups are getting ready to stage protests in Times Square today. Rosa Flores joining me live now from New York. So Rosa, tell us more about the protests unfolding there in New York.
Yeah, well, those protesters are making their way here to Times Square, and I'm actually here with one of the organizers, Caleb from the International Action Center. And I know that you guys are expecting dozens, if not hundreds, of people here. But first of all, explain to us kind of what is your mission? Why are you guys here?
The last thing we need right now is a new war against Syria. Right now, they're cutting food stamps, hospitals are closing, schools are being shut down. There's a budget crisis in this country. We do not need more money for a new war against Syria. Every one of the cruise missiles they would send would cost over $1 million. That could be teachers that could be hired. That could be hospitals that could be opening. But instead, it's blowing up and killing people in another country, and that's not right.
Now, let me ask you about the support that you're getting, because from what I understand, lots of organizations are coming out of the woodwork and asking to be involved. Tell us a little bit about the involvement of other organizations that perhaps would not be, in this case, participating in something like this.
Well, 89% of the U.S. public is opposed to this war. People in this country overwhelmingly oppose an attack on Syria. But that won't mean anything unless people do something about it. If people aren't in the streets and organizing and demonstrating and making clear to the government that they will not let this war pass, that won't mean anything, because we've seen so many times the government not listen to the people and go to war. I don't believe what's coming out about this chemical weapons attack. I have a lot of questions about it. There are a lot of facts that just aren't adding up. And we've heard about weapons of mass destruction before. There's so many lies to take us into war. We don't need a new war. We need jobs, schools, education, and not a new war against the Syrian people. And these rebels that our government and our tax dollars are paying for, they're not good folks, and they're doing awful things there in Syria, and we should not be supporting these rebels in Syria. Right now in this city, hospitals are closing, schools are closing, all kinds of resources that people in this city use to survive are being shut down. Well, what are they talking about doing? They're talking about a new war against Syria. How much money is every single one of these missiles going to cost? At least $1 million. That could be teachers. That could be nurses. That could be doctors. But instead, it's going to a war. Do we want that? No. And now, you know, there have already been 100,000 people killed in this war in Syria. And they've been killed because our tax dollars are going to fund the Syrian rebels. A lot of these Syrian rebels aren't even from Syria. They're from places like Qatar, places like Jordan, places like Libya, and they've been shipped in. Syria was a peaceful country, and now there's a civil war going on. And the United Nations has reported that these rebels in Syria, funded by our tax dollars, are recruiting children as young as 11 and 12, and they're recruiting them and using them to kill people in Syria. Chemical weapons have been used by the Syrian rebels. They've used them. Carla Del Ponte from the United Nations has confirmed that. They're using sarin gas, and they're killing innocent people in Syria with our tax dollars. Yes. And the reason that they're talking about striking Syria right now, the reason they're talking about striking is because those rebels are losing. Why are they losing? They're losing because the people of Syria don't support them. They don't support foreign importing insurgents trying to tear up their country. And that is why Obama wants to send the missiles to do what the rebels can't do because they don't have support on the ground. We want the people of Syria to run Syria. We want money for jobs and schools and education, not a new war. I'm with FIST, Fight Imperialism, stand together, and you can check us out. Thank you.
And the Center for Political Innovation. And to start the day, we will be hearing a solidarity statement from the Center for Political Innovation. Right on. And yes, who have stood with the Uhuru 3 since the day of the FBI raids on July 29th, 2022. John McCarthy is a longtime activist from the Chicago area, associate of Caleb Maupin, and member of the Center for Political Innovation. He's a fierce advocate for anti-colonial free speech and supportive hands-off Uhuru. Please help me welcome Comrade John McCarthy. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Uhuru. The Center for Political Innovation is deeply grateful to the Uhuru movement for standing up to the FBI, for fighting back, for winning, and for showing the rest of us how it's done. The fact that you stood up to the FBI and won has given hope and courage to a lot of other people. Now here comes the controversial part. The fact that you stood up and fought and won has given courage to a lot of other people, including, it would seem, to the President of the United States. Like Chairman was talking about yesterday, when Trump ran in 2016, he promised to repair relations between the United States and Russia. Then all hell broke loose. The Atlanticists sent their intelligence community and the Democratic Party against him with all this lawfare. And his response was to cave. Yes. His people cut plea deals. They turned on each other. They ratted each other out. Instead of a fight back, they did damage control. This time, though, it seems to be quite different. He's meeting with Putin. He's defending parts of Putin's argument. He's negotiating a ceasefire, and they're restoring the consulates and the embassies that had been shut down or de-staffed. So what's different? The world has changed. What changed the world? The courage of the Uhuru 3 and the fight back of the African People's Socialist Party. Now, this isn't settled. We still may not change direction or stop this war. But what you have done has given us a fighting chance to stop this world-ending war. And the Center for Political Innovation thanks you. We salute you, and we vow not to waste the opportunity that you have won for us. Uhuru.
Uhuru, thank you so much for that solidarity statement. I mean, it really just shows how the party and the chairman is leading this revolution and is influencing the world as he always has been doing. But this is such an incredible time to be a part of the movement. And now I'm excited.
To produce engineers and technicians for the new society, training was expanded. And the communists said women should have equality with men, with equal pay. Ella Shistya was one of a new generation of women.
Когда Ленин сказал, стране нужна электрификация, а коммунизм это советская...
When Lenin said that communism is Soviet power plus electrification, I decided that I should become an electrical engineer, that was my holy duty. And I didn't want to just draw up plans, I wanted to build an electric power station. That was my mission, and I achieved it.
Она давала мне...
The revolution gave me the right to feel equal to any man. It gave me the right to work, to study what I wanted to study.
Она давала мне право трудиться, учиться так, как я хочу.
Yodorova was held up as an example to others.
We live so well. Our hearts are so joyful. In no other country are there such happy young people as us. We're the happiest young people. And on behalf of all young people, I want to thank our party and our dear comrade Stalin for this joy that we have. Stalin set a task. Build this or build that. And thanks to the fact that people trusted him and this enthusiasm of young people, it was possible. Remember, this was a country where people were illiterate, lived in virtual darkness, wore birch bark shoes. Even now, I think it's like something out of a fairy tale. How was it possible at one of the most difficult times to raise these great construction sites? It was only possible through the unity of the people and the love of the people for their idol. Because for us, Stalin was an idol.
Teams of young activists were sent to the country.
We went from house to house in search of illiterate people. We made a note of their names. We then found suitable rooms to hold classes in.
Learning to write would open new doors for those trapped at the bottom of society. One woman who couldn't attend classes because of her child at home was helped by Anastasia Denisova.
Я сказала, что вот тебе учебник, вот будешь заниматься.
I said, here's a textbook for you. I'll come to you so you can learn to read at home. I remember vividly that when the baby cried, she carried on writing with one hand while she rocked him with the other. She was so keen to study. I'll always remember her striving for knowledge and enlightenment. It was immense.
For Valentina Mikova and Mikhail Arkhipov, these were the most fulfilling days of their lives.
На строительстве домен был один экскаватор. И то плохой.
There was one excavator at the blast furnace building site, and it wasn't always reliable. So we dug all the foundations by hand.
Понимаете, копошатся люди.
The trench would be teeming with people.
Землю выбрасывать на этот ярус. Третий
One
на
takes the
второй,
earth,
на
throws it to the level above.
третий на
The second
четвертый.
person throws it to the third to the fourth, up to 5 or 6 levels. That was how we got the earth out of the trench. Then it was taken away in wheelbarrows.
Понимаете, это самое вывозится из этого котлована на тачке.
Well, now another good friend of the Center for Political Innovation is going to come up and give a presentation. And this is Garland Nixon, who is a radio broadcaster, an anti-war voice, longtime friend of mine. Glad to have you here, Garland. Come on up. Good to have you.
Hello, Garland. Thank you, thank you. I'd like to start off, like I do often, I'd like to dedicate my brief discussion to the legacy of the great Paul Robeson, a man who gave up a lot and stood for the people worldwide. And the reason that came to mind first is I remember, a lot of people know me, know my history. When I kind of woke up was when I met Paul Robeson Jr. and started learning politics from him. And right now reminds me of one thing that he said to me. I asked him a question one time, and it's stuck in my mind. I always remembered that. I don't know why, but this particular thing always stuck to my mind. Because as so many people who are activists always ask, when's it going to happen? It just seems like you're always swimming against the tide. It seems like, you're pushing back against the masses and nobody's paying attention and nobody's listening. So I said to him, I asked him that question. I'm like, I have a question. When are things going to change? When are we going to see something happen? You get frustrated, right? And what he said was, basically, to sum it up, when the time is right, and here's what I mean, that it's not about what you do, it's about when. It's about the time being right. That you can just keep doing what you're doing over and over again, and nobody will hear you, and nobody will listen to you, nobody will pay attention to you, and then times will change, and the environment will be right. And when that happens, your work will blossom, right? It's, if you go into the woods right now and throw a match, it's just gonna go out. A few months from now, few months out, when it hasn't rained in months and it's dry, you throw that same match, everything goes aflame, right? Right now, the time is right. Unfortunately, but it's reality. Why? Because the system is in crisis. Because people are starting to ask the right questions. Well, wait a minute. I voted for George W. Bush and things just got worse. And then Obama came and it was hope and change, and I voted for him and I just knew this time things are going to work out. And of course, later on we find out, well, what do you know? Citibank sent this guy a list of people to put in his cabinet, and he put them in his cabinet. Then along comes Trump. I remember I was doing a radio show and a guy called in when Donald Trump was running in 2016. I was one of the few people that said, Donald Trump's going to win. I knew he was going to win from the very beginning. And the guy called and he says, I'm going to support Trump, I'm voting for Trump. And I said, why? And he said, well, I've been lied to so much, blah, 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 and, I just want to give somebody else a chance. And I said, well, if you think Donald Trump's the guy that's going to tell you the truth, best of luck with that. I said, but I understand. I understood. He'd been had so many times, it was desperation. He was reaching for anything. That's why I say the time is right. There are people that are desperate. Now in comes Joe Biden. Now, with the same thing, oh my gosh, geez, I thought Joe Biden, he's going to pull us out of it. We had Trump and he was terrible, and now Joe Biden, wait a minute. It's the same thing.
Вечная слава героям, павшим в боях за свободу и независимость нашей Родины. Да здравствует победоносная Красная Армия и военно-морской флот!
победы, как он был от нас далек, как в костре потухшем таял уголек. Были версты, обгорелые в пыли, этот день мы приближали, как могли. Этот день победы порохом пропах. Это праздник с сединою на висках. Это радость со слезами на глазах. День победы, день победы, день победы.
Of time wherein you guys just sort of have a free-flowing, open exchange. I guess my duty as moderator is to try and keep you guys away from personal insults and keep you guys on topic and try to make sure we're, going with one point at a time to try and keep this productive. So I guess if we can try to stay away from all of that stuff, that would be great. There is a 1 hour time limit for this debate, but besides that, I think that's all. So I guess I'll just let you guys talk. I guess which one of you guys wants to go first?
I can go first if you want.
I'm cool with going first as well. Who wants it more?
You can do it, Bosch. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. This will be pretty short, I think. Okay, wait. First of all, I want to say, for shout-out purposes, the person who's moderating this, named Mouthy Infidel, is actually a very competent debater and a person who I respect quite a bit, in spite of the fact that he probably thinks that I am a rad lib. So thank you for moderating. Short notice, I know. Okay.
No problem. Thanks for inviting me to moderate.
No problem. So with that being said, but again, we're not like friends, okay? No bias. With that being said, I'm a socialist. Broadly a libertarian socialist. I value things like freedom and democracy and I guess respecting the rights of the individual. And I think that sort of syncretically we can arrive from those positions to a broader socialist society. With that being said, I guess the reason why we're here right now is because you called me out on Twitter a little while ago at the beginning of May, Caleb Maupin. You said a lot of really weird stuff and it made me feel like we had some pretty substantial disagreements. Stuff like you kept saying like shame, like saying that I say all tankies are fascists or what have you, claiming that like I'm spitting on the legacy of the Black Panther Party or of other people who were revolutionary socialists in their time, telling me like shame. You said shame quite a bit, which felt like I was kind of being like scolded by like a school teacher or something. But yeah, I guess I was a little bit confused by your intentionality there. I'd be interested in seeing if we could arrive at an amicable resolution. Also, if I do at any point seem tired or out of it, it is not because I'm disinterested in this conversation. It's because I just suffered critical brain damage following an earlier debate today. But hopefully that will not affect me. I am a strong man, and I will try my best. Okay, that's all I have to say.
All right. Shall I go ahead?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Bosch, we may not agree on a lot, but one thing I think we can agree on is that Fox News is no good. And you'll notice that whenever they have a Muslim on Fox News, one of the tactics they will use is they'll say to the Muslim guest, they'll say, do you denounce Hamas? And of course, the Muslim guest will say, I denounce terrorism. I'll oppose that. That's not enough. You must denounce Hamas. When they have an anti-racist activist or an activist against police brutality on Fox News, they'll say, do you denounce Black Lives Matter? Do you denounce the radicals and the Black Panthers? And they'll respond, of course we denounce violence. Of course we denounce law-breaking. No, that's not good enough. Somebody in the Black movement said something radical. We want you to denounce them. This tactic of demanding that people denounce other people in their movements is a tactic that the right wing has used against progressive forces and consistently uses. And the way it manifests it among socialists and against those who advocate building a socialist society is the demand, sure, you can believe in socialism, but you must denounce as loud as possible every country around the world trying to build socialism. You must repeat State Department propaganda against them. And if you don't do that, you are somehow the equivalent of a Holocaust denier or a Nazi. And that is very, very dangerous. It's a big problem in our movement. Now, Vosh, I know that you and I have very, very different definitions of socialism. I'm not going to change your mind, but I'm going to tell you the definition of socialism that I understand. It comes from Frederick Engels, from his book, which is one of the most important books in the history of Marxism, Socialism, Utopian and Scientific, where he says that socialism is when, quote, the proletariat seizes public power and by means of this transforms the socialized means of production, shipping them from the hands of the bourgeoisie into public property. Socialized production upon a predetermined plan becomes henceforth possible, and anarchy in social production vanishes. And I think that there are societies around the world that have done that have seized the means of production. There have been mass anti-imperialist and socialist working class peasant movements that have risen up, seized control of the means of production. And yes, they've done bad things. Yes, human rights have been violated. Yes, crimes have been committed, and no one is here to defend those bad things. But I think as those of us who want to build socialism in the United States, I think we can learn from those struggles. And I think that portraying tankies as if they are fascists or as if they are the equivalent of white supremacists is a big blunder. And this kind of tanky baiting has been a threat to the entire progressive movement. The war on organized labor began in the 1950s when they pushed some of the most revolutionary labor leaders like Harry Bridges and William Z. Foster out of the labor movement with this anti-Stalinism, this anti-tankyism. And a lot of Trotskyites and social democrats went along with it, and it hurt the entire labor movement. Bernie Sanders' campaign, he was tanky baited because he said that Cuba's healthcare system has been good. 60 Minutes did a hit piece on him. That became the whole focus. Bernie Sanders won't denounce existing socialism loudly enough. This hurts the entire progressive movement. It's not helpful. And I hope that your audience, they may not agree with me about China or the former Soviet Union or that, but I hope that they will understand that trying to divide the movement, painting, people in the movement who are anti-racist and anti-fascist as if they are somehow the equivalent of the far right, which is very dangerous and rising and pushing hate, that I hope people in your audience will rethink that and try to build unity among progressive forces as we struggle against the prison industrial complex, the economic crisis, the rising police state, and try to get to a better world. That's where I'm at, Vosh. Let's talk.
Yeah, okay, so there are a number of points here that I think are maybe a mischaracterization of some of the things that I believe in. First of all, with regards to, so your ultimate argument is one against gatekeeping, effectively, that there's ultimate harm done to the movement when you engage in any action to distinguish the broader, the right-left from the parts of it that you want to excise. Unfortunately, excising undesirables from your movement is, I think you as a fan of the USSR would probably know, basically a necessary part of any revolutionary activity. With regards to the tankies that are referred to, for example, I'm not referring to people who, for example, are at any point not as critical of the USSR as I am, or people who see value in some of the revolutionary movements in the developing world. I think these are perfectly fine things. I'm talking about people who aggressively engage in optics, which are antithetical to the things that I believe in. I'm not denouncing them because Fox News is telling me to. I'm denouncing them because they are my enemy and because they make us look bad. So, for example, while these people are by no means the majority, there are tankies who defend Stalin. Anybody who is in any way, shape, or form in favor of either of the two components of socialism that you laid out, whether that be worker control of the means of production or the destruction of the commodity form, should despise Stalin. He was not a good man. And he did not do good for the movement. He just isn't a good person to hinge public representation on. And I wonder, then, how you would feel about the odds of Bernie Sanders succeeding in the United States of America, not if he refrained from denouncing the healthcare in Cuba or whatever, but if somebody had asked him, do you like Stalin? And Bernie had failed to answer in the negative. My issue here is that I think we're blurring the lines between people who have minor ideological differences but a shared goal and people who do not share a goal with me. Because there are people who defend bad things. When I hear people who are unironically defending, it's off the hands, like the Holdomer denials, like, oh, it was necessary, the kulaks were hoarding grain, there was nothing they could have done, they diverted grain. Like, this is abhorrent to me. Not only because it's morally impermissible, as far as I'm concerned, to defend, the actions which led to a genocide, but also because it's materially wrong, and also because it makes us look really bad. Whether we like it or not, Socialism and its development in the United States of America is going to be predicated on our ability to relate to the average person with things we know they care about, whether that stuff be healthcare or ending foreign war or bringing about a reconciliation between those who have wealth divides between them. I don't think we can achieve this by allowing people who adopt the aesthetics, optics, and rhetoric of authoritarians to run rampant within our movement.
All right. May I respond?
Yes, please.
I think you're making... So we just loaded up the banner and the PVC pipes, and we're headed up to Central Park. Let's see how this goes.
Away, 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 away.
We have the banner out, and now we're getting the zip ties on. How's it going, guys?
All right.
All right. 1, 2, 3. Beautiful. Nope, it's not gonna hold. So now we want to cut some poles and cut the other pole in half. All right, so we're here at Trump Tower. Noah and I made it. We seem to have lost track of Phil along the way. He stopped to buy some water. Hopefully he's with us soon, but mission is accomplished. We got the banner to Trump Tower. Only peace can make America great again.
This is the man that we want Donald Trump to be. Here on this banner, you will see the greatest thing that Donald Trump did in his entire presidency. He went and became the first president to ever visit the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, North Korea. This is a country that's been technically at war with the United States since the 1950s.
Donald Trump shaking hands with oligarchs told you we're our enemies. They told you these people are horrible. They told you these people are terrible, that they will never do anything good for us. There's a reason for that. It's called money. It's called power. They want to weaken you mentally. They want to capture your spirit, stomp you out, and tell you, why bother? Why get out of bed in the morning? Why do anything worthwhile? No. Understand, peace is possible, but you must give it a chance. Giving peace a chance is giving yourself a chance.
We are here to say that only peace can make America great again. And that what Donald Trump did on North Korea, that was awesome. And we want that to continue. We want more peace negotiation. We want more trade. We want more diplomacy.
The real America is not with the bankers, it's not the criminals on Wall Street.
We don't control our government anymore. And our republic is being run by powerful forces that are very much unelected or subverting our democracy.
Rebuild America. Rebuild our country instead of bombing countries around the world. We need Donald Trump to stand up to the military-industrial complex. We need Donald Trump to stand up to the war lobby.
We want to put America first and not the criminals who are lining their pockets on Wall Street with American taxpayer money to go bomb children overseas. Believe the oligarchs at your own peril. Believe them and sleep under a bridge. Believe them and not have a job. Believe them and understand you'll never have health care. Believe them and see what you get. Let's believe in one another. Let's believe that peace is possible.
It's going good. I mean, people have been reacting well. Small crowds will form when we have the bullhorn out, and then we'll take a break for a little bit and they'll disperse. Earlier, the Secret Service came by. I thought that was interesting. I think we're making an impact.
Russia's not our enemy. China's not our enemy. North Korea is not our enemy. Our enemy is the war lobby. Our enemy is the military-industrial complex. And if we really love America, we should demand that they take all the money they spend on bombs and tanks and weapons and rebuild this country.
Only peace will make America great again. We need to go back to this moment when Donald Trump, the President of the United States of America, went to a country that we have technically been at war with since 1952 and said, let's give peace a chance. We want Trump to be a peace candidate. Every poll says that the American people want peace.
We're out here doing amazing work today, speaking out loud and proud about what we should be doing about making the world a better place. I'm really excited about it. Everyone has been amazing. Our message is getting through to people. I heard people actually talking as I walked by, saying, give peace a chance.
We need jobs and schools and healthcare and education in this country, not wars around the world, not death, destruction, and militarism. Only peace can make America great again. Why is it that people in North Carolina are left stranded while the National Guard is in the Middle East? America's working families have been left behind while our leaders focus on wars in other countries. America first means working families first. It means no more wars. It means offering a hand of friendship and cooperation to countries around the world.
We are out here in front of Trump Tower today to say we deserve that and we do not want World War III.
That's right. They want to weaken you mentally. They want to capture your spirit, stomp you out, and tell you, why bother? Why get out of bed in the morning? Why do anything worthwhile? No!
Americans don't want their tax dollars to be dumped into a hole, funding wars around the world so that bankers on Wall Street can play a game of dominating the economies of the world, while Americans are starving in ditches all across this country, while there are homeless people sitting 3 blocks from the White House. In the richest country on the face of the earth, so-called, you have homeless people on every block, on every street, on every city. Why is that? Only peace can make America great again. Only peace can make America great again. Only peace can make America great again. If Donald Trump wants to get back in the White House, he's saying that he needs to do what the American people want him to do, and that is to make peace around the world.
Let's stand up for each other. Let's believe in one another. Let's believe that peace is possible.
Only peace can make America great again, and this is the man that you want Donald Trump to be. This brought tears to my eyes. I was so moved when it happened. To see the President of the United States and the President of North Korea shaking hands. This is what the new world could be. This is who we want Donald Trump to be. We want him to be a peace president. We want him to be a peace candidate in this election.
I'm hungry. I'm really, really hungry. I mean, it was hard work walking it over here. It was like, what, like a 2-mile walk?
Yeah.
Felt like it. And it's the wind. It's like a big sail.
Challenging but rewarding.
Yeah.
You know, we actually had fun.
We're the Center for Political Innovation, and we are out here saying only peace can make America great again.
Hey friends, how you doing today? I'm letting you know, the Center for Political Innovation, we are about to do, on July 12th, the biggest event that we have ever done. It will be our national gathering in Chicago on July 12th. And it's going to be really, really special. We are talking with a number of important anti-imperialist voices, a lot of different communities. There's going to be musical performances, dance performances, there's going to be great speeches, and it's going to be a whole day gathering dedicated to anti-imperialism. I am committed, and CPI has always been committed to building an in real life network of people. And we carry out real operations. We were at the inauguration of Trump with our Trump and Kim banner saying only peace can make America great again. We were on the streets of Chicago at the Democratic National Convention with a book exposing what Kamala Harris and who she really is and what she's really about, and it was really, really important. We have 1,000 copies of our book about the Houthis that are being distributed with the poster of the convention on the back to people who would never go looking for this. We are putting door hanger flyers on doors of people, again, that would never go looking for this. We're not performing and trying to make ourselves feel good. We're actually trying to build a network of people that can be anti-imperialists in America. And it's not easy to do. It's very difficult in these times to build a real in-life organization. People have their issues. We live in a very strange time, but we have to do it. And we are committed to continuing this project. This video is basically me telling you we need your support. In order to pull off our convention that includes our 7-day program for our members around the country to come to Chicago, includes our huge convention on July 12th, where we're gonna fill up the Midwest Convention Center, in order to have an effective national planning meeting and gathering in Chicago the day after on July 13th. In order to do what we need to do, we need to fill up that auditorium and we need money. And there's really no way around that. We need you to donate to the Center for Political Innovation. We have set up a GoFundMe, and a lot of people have already contributed. We already raised a couple $1,000, but it's not enough. In order to really pull off our July activities and really have a win for anti-imperialism, we need your support. We need you to go to the GoFundMe right now and donate $5 or $20. We need you to go to the donate button on the CPI website and send us $100 or $50, whatever you can do. If we're gonna do what we need to do in July and build the organization and have the mega anti-imperialist rally that needs to happen on July 12th and solidify the network that we're building to continue to carry out the great operations that we do, we need you to help us out. Every cent that we raise goes into building this group. I'm lucky I have a paycheck with everything that's going on. I'm surviving, and I have consistently put a huge amount of the money that I have, my own resources, my own funds, into CPI because I believe in it, because it needs to happen, because this organization is necessary. I'm looking at what I've got and my own resources and my own bills and all of that, and I'm looking at what's already been paid for, and it's not enough. I mean, it's just not enough. I can't just pay for everything myself. We have membership dues and other things, but we need a special gift. We need a special gift to make July happen. We need you to give us a special contribution so that we can make sure the July events go smoothly, that the housing for the people coming in out of town is covered, that the speakers that are being flown in, their airfare is properly covered. We need you to make a special one-time gift to make this July gathering, this anti-imperialist summit that we are organizing. We need you to help us make it happen and help us make it a success. Small gift, big gift, whatever you can do. We need you to help us with it. But you know what? I'll just say this. If it's a matter of send us a gift or come, we'd rather you come. We'd rather you be there. It's much more important that you be there on July 12th. If you can't afford to give us a gift, but you can afford to come to town, if there's one event that you come to this year, make it July 12th. CPI, Center for Political Innovation, we're doing something that nobody else is doing, and we're doing it right. We're not doing it in a way that we're trying to win the internet. We're not doing it in a way that we're trying to make ourselves feel special or act like we're cool. We're building what needs to be built. We are building the real connections. And if you can understand why what we're doing is so important, if you can understand why anti-imperialism is the future, but we have to break out of the narrow niche circles and internet culture and get to the masses of people with real outreach. If you can understand that, please give us a gift. We're trying to build an actual movement to win new people to anti-imperialism and continue to carry out operations to change the conversation in America so that we have a country where there's a mass movement demanding justice for working families and an end to these wars, that we're saying no to World War III, we're saying no to the emerging low-wage police state. That's what we urgently need. So if you can help us in any way, send us a gift. If you can be there on July 12th, be there. This is the biggest endeavor CPI has ever done, and it's going to lead to even bigger things. We don't back down. We don't go away. If we were going to back down, we would have done it a long time ago. And if we were one of their plants or one of these fake anti-imperialists, they would be making it a lot easier for us. We have been facing a lot of challenges, but we continue to achieve great victories. So we need your support. Please send us a contribution. Please be there on July 12th at the Midwest Convention Center in the Chicago area. It's right near the O'Hare Airport. It's going to be awesome. We need you there. Thank you. A does not equal A. A does not equal A. Okay. Now what does that mean? It means that there is no possible way that this first A could be the same as this second A. There's no possible way. No matter how much and how similar this A is to this second A, there's going to be some kind of difference, because nothing in the universe is the same as anything else. The world is constantly in a state of change. Nothing in the universe is the same. All that exists in the universe is matter, but that matter is constantly in motion. Heraclitus, who was a famous philosopher of ancient Greece, he said, "You never step into the same river twice." The world is constantly in a state of change, constantly in motion. And since our inception as a species, human beings have been constantly struggling to make sense and survive and grow and change within this world that is constantly in motion. And I would say that we've done a pretty good job. We've taken dirt and rocks and we've turned it into iPhones and space travel and huge skyscraper buildings. We've engaged in expanding our life expectancy by decades. If you look at how long human beings live compared to how long they lived thousands of years ago, it's a pretty massive difference. We've multiplied our population exponentially. No other species has accomplished anything near what human beings have accomplished. And you cannot simply dismiss human beings as simply another animal. Friedrich Engels, who was a close collaborator of Karl Marx, he differentiated human beings from other species this way. He said, "All the planned action of animals has never succeeded in impressing the stamp of their will upon the earth. That was left for man. In short, the animal merely uses its environment and brings about changes in it simply by its presence. But man makes his changes by making it serve his ends. He masters it. And this is the essential distinction between man and other animals. And once again, it is labor that brings about this distinction." That's Friedrich Engels. And it's the roots of our intelligence and creativity. This is what gives us the ability to force the environment to serve us and to do what other species cannot do. And for the majority of human history, we were hunter-gatherers. But unlike sheep that go around eating whatever grass is in front of them, we became expert hunter-gatherers. And our ability to be hunter-gatherers greatly expanded. We became able to detect patterns and figure out patterns in vegetation growth. We even developed spears and rocks, early technology in which to slay animals and become expert hunters. We were so good at hunting and gathering. We were so good at it that there was a scarcity, right? There was not enough fruits and nuts for us to gather. There were not enough animals for us to kill. And so it was our excellence and our ability to perfect hunting and gathering that laid the basis for the first big social revolution and the creation of agriculture. We started growing our own food, domesticating animals. Instead of wandering around, we stayed in one place. People took little pieces of land for themselves as property. Governments and states emerged in order to enforce and secure ownership of property. Human beings began owning other people. We had ancient Egypt, Mesopotamia, Greece, and Rome. And these empires and city-states emerged based on an economic system called slavery, right? Where people own other people. You have private property and land. You have those who own the land. You have people owning other people. But there's a big problem with slavery. Slavery is a rather inefficient system. What motivation does a slave have to work? Not much, right? The slave owner says, work or I will beat you, work or I'll deprive you of food. And on a small scale, slavery can be somewhat efficient because the slave is still a member of the household. So for the household's wealth to expand, the slave has some motivation. But when you start having huge mines and huge plantations, slavery becomes extremely inefficient. Hundreds of slaves, it's impossible for a slave master to be on top of every slave to make them keep working. So pretty soon you're going to have a slave whose job it is to tell the other slaves to keep working. And he's going to be Mr. Popular and just loved by everybody, because that's his job. And so pretty soon you're going to have a slave whose job it is to tell the slaves who tell the other slaves what to do. And you can see how the bigger slavery gets, the bigger the slave plantations become, the bigger the mines become that are extracting minerals and creating the basis of metals, you can see how inefficient slavery becomes. And the slave societies were eventually defeated by feudalism. And feudalism is a different system than slavery. And feudalism is much more efficient. Why? In feudalism, instead of having, simply slaves who work because they're owned by somebody else, in feudalism, every peasant or serf has their little tract of land. And they have to pay their rent or their surplus or their what they owe to the landowner. They have to pay to the landowner, but whatever's left over, they get to keep for themselves. So it's much more efficient, right? They want to produce as much as they can, so that what's left over for themselves, they get to keep. And it was after the fall of Rome that we saw the rise of feudalism in Europe. And the feudal system existed for quite a long time, and it was backed up by the Roman Catholic Church, right? You had, your feudal landowner, your noble, and they owned a tract of land. There were a group of people who worked it. They paid their tributes, and then the nobles were kept in line by a king, and the king derived his power from the Roman Catholic Church, and that was the feudal system. But it had problems. The feudal system had some big problems because every so often there would be a famine or a food shortage. And all of a sudden, these peasants might refuse to pay what they owed to their landowner and rise up in revolt. The other thing was that the population started to expand. And as the population started to expand, the feudal system wasn't producing enough food for that population. So you had things like the Crusades. Are folks familiar with the Crusades? Where the Pope calls for all these Christians in Europe to go and invade Jerusalem, to retake Jerusalem. He has a whole story about the Holy Grail, and it's this big noble mission. And thousands of Christians are being mobilized to go to the Muslim world, to Jerusalem, to re-seize it, to retake the Holy Grail, this great mission to re-seize Jerusalem. Thousands of people died, multiple crusades. And you'll notice, though, that during the Crusades, they created an order called the Knights Templar. They were monks, they couldn't get married, but they were warrior monks, right? They had the red cross on their chest. So they were going to Jerusalem and fighting. But while they were going there, they were getting some of the knowledge from the Muslim world. At that time, the Muslim world was having the Islamic Enlightenment, they call it. And at that point, they were making all kinds of breakthroughs in science and astronomy. And so, as the Knights Templar came back from their crusades, they were bringing with them some of that science and some of that knowledge. And that's why the Pope eventually burned the Knights Templar at the stake, because they were passing on some of that scientific knowledge that was a threat to the feudal order in Europe. You can also talk about Marco Polo. Marco Polo was going to China, and he established trade routes, and the Silk Road eventually grew, where people were importing products. You had the rise of a new class. In feudalism, everyone's either a landowner or a noble, or they're a peasant. But you had the merchants that emerged that were bringing in products from around the world, and they were neither peasants nor nobles. They were a new class that was being established. You also had the printing press, right? The printing press was first developed on the Korean peninsula. It was commonly used in China. But you had Johannes Gutenberg start using the printing press in Europe. And all of this eventually culminated in a big social explosion. There's a concept that comes from Hegel. They call quality into quantity. So this is a book. It's my book, actually, City Builders and Vandals in Our Age. But it's a book, right? If I started ripping pages out of this book, it would be a book that's missing a few pages. If I kept ripping pages out, it would be a book that's missing a few pages. Not much is really changing, except the book is missing a few pages. But if we just kept ripping pages out, eventually we'd get down to there was a single page left. And one page is not a book. So we've gone from minor quality changes, whereas we're just changing the nature of the book, reducing the number of pages, to once we had a book and we don't have a book anymore, right? And that concept, that understanding that minor changes gradually add up to big dramatic changes. And that's quality into quantity. It's a key concept from Hegel. Marx used it as well. And the explosion that happened in Europe in the 1700s, where we saw the overthrow of feudalism, was one of the greatest explosions in global history. We saw the feudal commons being broken up. We saw that mercantile class that was neither a peasant nor a landowner seizing power. And it was a dramatic social explosion. And it launched the beginning of a period that you can call primitive accumulation. And the period of primitive accumulation was when the feudal system was being ripped apart and the mercantile class was taking power. And it was a quite violent period. We know about the French Revolution, right? Liberty, equality, fraternity, the reign of terror, mass executions. In Britain, for example, King Henry VIII very famously started executing homeless people, vagrants, vagabonds. They were being executed, and they made it a crime to be homeless. All these people who were peasants who had a place on the land, all of a sudden were being kicked off the land as the land's being turned into the private property of a capitalist or an owner. So thousands of people suddenly had no place in society. So they started killing them in mass. There was an uprising in Scotland, the Jacobite uprising. And in the aftermath of that uprising, there was genocide committed against the Scottish Highlanders. And in big numbers, they started slaughtering and exterminating the Scottish Highlanders. And capitalism was created in a very violent way. The transnational slave trade, right, where people were being taken from Africa to the United States and to the Caribbean, millions dying in the process, horrendous, right? We know about the killing of the Native Americans in South, Central, and North America. It was a horrendous process. The establishment of capitalism, primitive accumulation, laying the basis of the capitalist system, turning the feudal commons and estates into private property was very violent. It was mass theft. You know, you get this, that defenders of capitalism will say, well, socialism is theft, right? Well, the capitalists all just work hard, right, to create what they have, and these socialists just want to take it away. Well, capitalism began with primitive accumulation, mass theft and killing on a massive scale. And that was the first period of capitalism you can call primitive accumulation. But eventually, we know that these merchants, with their trade routes, laid the basis for factory owners and industry. And we started to see the beginning of the second period of capitalism, the period of industrialization. Right? We saw the factory system coming into being. And that was the second period of capitalism. We saw the beginning of industrialization. So we have a factory owner. Maybe it's a loom, maybe it's a textile mill, maybe it's a steel mill. And these workers are working to produce products. And we have the factory owner, the capitalist, who hires the workers to work in his factory, pays them a wage, takes the product that's produced, and sells it to make a profit. And his income comes through owning. Whereas the factory worker sells their labor, and their income comes through working and renting themselves out to a boss. Right? This is the two classes, the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, coming into existence. And the factory owner has a contrary interest with the factory worker. Right? The factory owner wants to pay the worker as little as possible. The worker wants to get paid as much as possible. They have a contradiction of interests. And then that leads to a problem in the way factory production is carried out. So, let's say that you're producing a product, right? Let's say that the product you're making is this pen, right? So in order to have this pen, first you have to hire workers to assemble it. So that's your labor costs, A. And then you're going to need the materials to make the pen, B, right? And then on top of that, you're going to need to ship the pens to where they're being sold, so that's C, right? And the total cost of the pen is D. But here's the problem, right? The labor costs can never be equal to the total cost of the pen, right? Or else you wouldn't be able to pay for everything else, or else the capitalists wouldn't be able to make any profits. So A cannot equal D. And the problem is, those labor costs, those workers are also consumers. And the worker can never buy back the product he produces. And this is the basis of the boom-bust cycle, where you have pretty soon the market being glutted with products that can't be sold. And this is what makes capitalism a naturally unstable system, is that the worker can never buy back the product he produces. And on top of that, the capitalist is constantly trying to advance technology to make production as efficient as possible. But at the same time, the worker can't buy back the product. So the capitalist is driving to fill the market with as many products as possible, but pay the worker as little as possible in order to buy the products, and it leads to that boom-bust cycle. And we talk about the Federal Reserve System. We talk about all kinds of mechanisms that have been invented by governments, you know, the invention of the corporation and stock ownership. All kinds of things have been done to try and resolve this basic contradiction. But as long as you have capitalist production, you're still going to have this problem, right? And During the period of industrialization, we saw huge achievements taking place, right? We saw, all kinds of inventions invented for the purpose of making production more efficient. Electric lights, radios, all kinds of inventions and achievements taking place, but we saw frequent panics and collapses, and it was very, very unstable, right? They talk about the sweatshops that existed. They talk about, the textile mills and people suffering. This was all happening in Europe. But eventually, this gave way to the next stage of capitalist development. Which is imperialism. So, imperialism began with the factory owners and the captains of industry being replaced by bankers and finance capitalists and lenders. And there's a fundamental difference between a banker and a factory owner. Because a banker makes money through lending money. A factory owner makes money through selling products. So a factory owner, he wants to pay his workers as little as possible, right? At the same time, he wants to sell as many products as possible. But a factory owner generally wants society to become wealthier, because the more prosperous people are, the more products he can sell. But a banker is very different. A banker simply wants to continue making money through lending money. And with imperialism and the rise of finance capital, we saw a dominance and the emergence of international cartels, huge multinational corporations, going across the world and essentially carving out spheres of influence. Talk about the Opium Wars in China, where they forced China to accept the importation of narcotics, forced them to accept products from Britain, not allow any tariffs, beat down the economy. The USA seized the Philippines, right? We know about the Spanish-American War, but not much is written about the Philippine-American War, which was hundreds of thousands of people killed in the Philippines, forcing the Philippines to be a captive market. And what's different between imperialism and industrialization is that during industrialization, that was the capitalists trying to raise the living standards in their home country, trying to expand the apparatus of production. But imperialism was the emergence of huge multinational cartels that were actively trying to stop development in the third world. In Asia and Africa and Latin America, they're going there and they're trying to hold back economic development, keep these countries poor, captive markets, make them dependent on international corporations. For example, when the British went to India, they very famously burned down all the textile mills. India had a huge textile loom apparatus. They burned it all down and forced them to import their cloth from Britain. Right? That's imperialism. And in the time of imperialism, we saw the standard of living in the first world increasing at the expense of beating down any industrialization in the third world. And in the first world, you had the emergence of what you could call the labor aristocracy. And these were workers that were working class people, worked in a factory, worked in manufacturing, but they were well paid enough that they identified with the bosses and aligned with their own big corporations against the people in the developing world. And while the USA was bombing Korea and bombing Vietnam and destroying countries in mass, you had very prosperous manufacturing jobs in the home country, right? You had this aristocracy of labor that was necessary in order to have the unity in the first world, in order to continue underdeveloping and beating down and halting development in the third world. And that was imperialism. And Lenin's book, Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism, describes this period in which banks dominate over corporations, in which they're carving out spheres of influence in the developing world, in which you have an aristocracy of labor that develops in the home country. He describes it very accurately. But then, imperialism gives way to the stage that we're in now, which is called accumulation through destruction. A friend of mine actually coined the phrase accumulation through destruction. During the period of imperialism, at that point, you had an effort to beat down development in the developing world, but to develop and raise living standards in the first world. You had this labor aristocracy of good-paying industrial jobs that laid the basis for a prosperous economy in the first world at the expense of the third world. But what's happening now is essentially we're seeing the elimination of the labor aristocracy, and this method through which capitalists are starting to make money off of society further impoverishing. In a socialist society, self-driving cars would be a good thing. It would mean less work, and those who make their living driving cars could do something more rewarding. They could, it would be great. It would be great. That'd be less work for everybody because the cars can drive themselves. But under capitalism, it means mass unemployment. It means the elimination of millions of jobs. We know about the military-industrial complex, which is a big aspect of the period of imperialism. But now we have a prison-industrial complex. Fine, people are more unemployed, people don't have jobs. Well, we can make money by locking them in jail. You know, capitalists are enriching themselves. You know about the opioid epidemic. Millions of Americans are getting addicted to opioids. And so now, you know, it's a way to make money. You talk about, you know, the oil prices shooting up very dramatically during the Bush years because Iraq, an oil-producing country, was blown to bits, blown off the market. A country's destroyed. And then that makes the oil in the hands of American corporations tied in with Saudi Arabia far more valuable. You see Libya, an oil-producing country, blown to bits and destroyed. And that makes the oil in the Western countries more and more valuable. This is essentially the period we're in where instead of trying to hold back development in the third world and trying to develop the first world, the capitalists have gotten to the point that they are now underdeveloping the first world in a global race to the bottom. And we see an unfolding low-wage police state in the United States with civil liberties being stripped away. We see roads that are not being properly paved. We see bridges that are not secure. We see drinking water that is not being purified. Basically, what the imperialists were doing to the developing world, they're now doing to the first world as a process of capitalism's development from imperialism, its third stage, up into its fourth stage of accumulation through destruction. And that's capitalism. This is a continuation of capitalism. Capitalism is a system where the means of production only function as preliminary transformation into capital. Mao Zedong said capitalism is a system where profits are in command. And that is the natural conclusion of it. We've got huge multinational corporations getting wealthier, while the entire world is getting poorer and poorer. We have technology eliminating labor, and millions of people no longer having a place at the assembly line, while huge multinational corporations and banks based in Western countries become wealthier and wealthier. This is the reality of capitalism, and that is my first section, which I called What is Capitalism? And that's my explanation of what capitalism is.
A little bit of a mistake. Now, there are two fronts I want to respond on. I can respond regarding myself, and I can respond regarding tankies in general. In regards to myself, I have no interest in defending Stalin's personality and convincing anybody that Stalin was a good guy. I'm interested in defending socialism, not personalities. But you have to admit, the way socialism is presented in the United States, the argument generally is that it's failed everywhere it's ever been tried. It's created nothing but gulags and death and misery. And the response you generally get from socialists is, oh, that's all true, but I'm just so smart that I'll do it better. And that's a ridiculous argument. You look like a fool when you make that argument. You have to be able to deal with the history of the 20th century and point out that everything isn't completely black and white, that mistakes were made, but big achievements were made as well, like defeating the Nazis, like electrifying and industrializing an entire country. And that's the conversation I'm interested in having. I'm not interested in having conversations about Holodomor or the Moscow trials or anything like that. That's regarding me. However, when you characterize people who do question the historical narrative about the Soviet Union in this way, you need to recognize that you're talking about not just guys on the internet who might be obnoxious. Nelson Mandela was a tankie. I will read you what Nelson Mandela said in 1986. Quote, "The Soviet Union is the torchbearer for all the hopes and aspirations. In the Soviet Russia, genuine people have been transformed from genuine people's power, has been transformed from dreams into reality. The land of Soviets is a genuine friend and ally of all peoples fighting against the dark forces of world reaction." That's Nelson Mandela in 1986. So by saying that people that glorify the Soviet Union should be kicked out of your movement, you're disassociating from the African National Congress. Albert Einstein, one of the greatest scientists who ever lived, he gave a speech in 1942 called What Russia Means to Us, where he spoke glowingly about the Soviet Union, how it protected national minorities like Jews. He himself was Jewish, and he saw how important the Soviet Union was in fighting anti-Semitism around the world. He talked about their achievements in science and how the Soviet state made a big point of subsidizing scientific research and development. And Christopher Hitchens denounced Albert Einstein, saying that his greatest flaw was his defense of the Stalinist regime in the Soviet Union. Helen Keller, read her autobiography and the glowing things that she says about Lenin and the Bolsheviks at the same time they were suppressing the anarchists and all of that. To write off people that associate themselves with the USSR and its achievements, or with China, or with Vietnam, or with Cuba, or North Korea. Yes, I said North Korea. You know, the Black Panthers sent delegations to North Korea. The Black Panthers studied Juche ideology. The Black Panthers waved Mao's Little Red Book. You should read Huey Newton's autobiography. and see what he said about his time in China and how glowingly he speaks about Mao Zedong. Recognizing the achievements of existing socialism doesn't make you a lunatic, doesn't make you a wingnut. It makes you somebody who is open to understanding what's beyond capitalism. Now, my attitude toward these leaders is that we should study all of them and study both their failures and their achievements and blindly adhere and follow none of them. But as we move toward building socialism in the United States, we need to recognize the socialism here will be unique. We're not going to have Chinese socialism here. We're not going to have Russian socialism here. We're not going to have Venezuelan or Cuban socialism. When we have socialism in the United States, it will be a continuation of the progressive tradition. It will be the ideals of Frederick Douglass and John Brown and the suffragists and the labor movement. It will be that radical, anti-imperialist, anti-racist tradition of struggle in U.S. history taking power. But if you look at that history of struggle, some of the greatest voices
We've
in
got
it
a lot
have
to go
been
over so
tanking.
far.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think that there's two main strands here to deal with. There's the point of how we should engage with historical attempts at socialism, and there's also the question.
Oh, you
regarding Caleb's charges. About
Right, I've got
Holocaust.
I've got I think an addressal of that written down, if I may, because I feel like
I
there
was
was a
just gonna say,
fair bit to
if
bite
you
into.
wanted. Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, if you wanted to, because I remember you said earlier that you wanted to stick with like one thing at a time. If you wanted to go over each of these main strands individually, we could do that unless you don't want to.
I'll broadly address this, and I think we can get into the nitty gritty afterwards. I'm sure we can find plenty to disagree with there. So this is the problem that I have with when I talk with everyone who believes stuff like what you believe in. None of what you just said actually addressed my points, because I've never said it makes you a tanky to acknowledge the benefits or the successes of countries that call themselves socialist. What's more, the material conditions around the time of Albert Einstein or of Helen Keller or of Nelson Mandela were extremely different to those today, and their individual opinions on the extent to which the
people come and go their own selves or with their capital and expertise and anything else. Kim Jong-un is making dramatic changes. The kid has been trying to make a deal with America for 3 years, and Obama cut it back. The bureaucrats in Washington cut it back when he was trying to. He wanted to sign a peace treaty. Now, when you have a billionaire talking about how excited he is to be able to do business with the most communist country in the world, and the reason he gives is because he sees that it could tie in to something called the Trans-Siberian Railroad, and something else called the One Belt, One Road Initiative. That's because at the same time that our Western capitalist economy is crashing and burning, there is an alternative economy. And many of the other speakers who spoke today very articulately explained it. There is this other alternative economy that is emerging. And so I'm going to explain what needs to be explained, what used to be considered Marxism 101, about why it is that our Western capitalist economy is crashing and burning. And in order to do that, I'm going to have to do some math. And I hate math. Do you know why I hate math? Because I grew up in America. I went to public school in the United States of America, and I have spoken with people who've taught math in other countries. The way we teach our kids math here is wrong. It's memorization. It's not effective. You're not training people to actually do mathematics effectively. But you need mathematics in this world. Sometimes you have to measure things that are objective rather than subjective. You have to get a clear calculation. So I am going to, at risk of embarrassing myself, because math was never my best subject, I am going to do some mathematics here on the board for you to explain the problem. You're a factory owner, you're making a product. You are going to need the material through which that product is purchased, or is made, the manufacturing materials. So that'll be A. And you're probably going to need to transport the product to where it's sold. That's B. And you're also going to have to pay your labor costs. Labor costs are represented by C. And then when consumers purchase the product, they're going to pay a final price. And that final price is D. However, there's a problem with that, which is what? Which is that there's no way for the capitalist to make a profit. He can't change how much A costs. He can't change how much B costs.
So the profit of the capitalist can only be extracted from the value put into it by the worker. And this is the basis of Marxism, the understanding of surplus value. So C, the labor value, is divided. You have C1, which is what the worker actually gets paid. And then you have C2, which is the profit that the capitalist makes. And it all adds up to D, which is the final cost of the product. Now, the way people in the United States who talk about Marxism generally talk about this is they say, well, this is unfair. They say the worker is not getting paid the full value of his labor. And that's true, and that's an important part of Marxism. But they're missing one of the most important points, which is not just that it's unfair and then people argue, well, what about the employer? He put up the money, doesn't he deserve to be? That's all a distraction. Because the important thing to understand is this. C1 is always going to be less than D. The wages paid out to the worker are never enough to buy back the product that he produces. There is always more products created than there are wages paid out to the worker. And this is the built-in problem of capitalism, the problem of overproduction. And it is always there in the capitalist economy. It never goes away. And they have invented all kinds of crazy mechanisms to try and deal with the problem of overproduction. Part of the reason that there is such financialization now is to deal with this problem. Part of the reason that the US government has purchased billions and billions of dollars worth of cheese only to bury it in a cave in Springfield, Missouri, is to deal with this problem. It is an ongoing present problem, and it's a problem acknowledged by most capitalist economists. John Maynard Keynes said the problem was underconsumption rather than overproduction, but he was pointing to the same problem. The military-industrial complex in the United States is an effort to deal with this problem, to keep spending going. There's all kinds of mechanisms that they've dealt with and invented to try and resolve this problem, but they still don't resolve it. But it gets worse. It gets worse.
USSR has brought hope to the world has nothing to do with the material reality of how we should advocate for socialism today. What's more, nothing that any of these people said fundamentally disagrees with my ideology. There were great successes committed by all of these societies, but ultimately, like, if you back up, like, what you essentially just did to me was a massive appeal to authority. I criticized authoritarianism in the in the first, like, chunk that I got, or I said, like, these are the values which are antithetical to mine, and then you responded like, well, here are a bunch of people, here are a fuck ton of people who have ever agreed with these. I've read Huey Newton's autobiography. I'm very familiar with the ideology of the Black Panther Party, the group which initially got me into leftism. I know the fact that they're Maoists. I know that they had some ideas which contradicted with my own, and many which do not. But the fact remains, at the end of all of it, that when we are talking today about what we want to advocate for, I do not think there is any room for people who glorify or defend authoritarianism or historical revisionism. You said earlier in that response, challenging the narrative. I'm very suspicious of that term, challenging the historical narrative, because I've heard it from people who, and I know you don't want me to draw any comparisons here, would probably be reasonably called Nazis by both of us. At the end of the day, we have to accept the fact that we do live in a highly biased socioeconomic point in time. But when we're making arguments in favor of moving forward, we can't refer to the imagined successes of these societies we defend because they weren't successes, not in the eyes of the average American. Now, you can maybe make slim arguments for Cuba. I think you can, because Cuba's done pretty phenomenally, all things considered. And if you want to go for, like, niche examples, Rojava has had a good, like, project going on its own. But if we're talking about advocating the interests of the average American, any attempt whatsoever to defend the historical legacy of these societies, which have been denigrated by history, is going to come off making us look like wingnuts. And I know that in large part because people who advocate the way Bernie Sanders does are infinitely more effective at drawing people towards leftism than people who go by hardline Marxist, like, here's the historical reality, here's the theory you should read, here are the people we should stand. I guess just this old world tendency towards advocacy is very, very counterproductive in my mind, especially since I know for a fact a lot of the more active tanky communities are not only in disagreement with me on some historical issues, but are also morally reprehensible. Like, for instance, when it comes to like stuff like radical gender ideology. Many of them are transphobes, at least in my experience engaging with some of these communities. Many of them are class reductionists, which I think is very funny for people who would like stand the ideology of the Black Panther Party. These are things like, and I feel like I can't call them out because if I do, I just get called like a radlib, you know?
Okay, so I'll respond to that. First of all, according to your definition, then I'm not a tankie. I know that a lot of bad things happened in the Soviet Union, and I would say that probably the political repression in the Soviet Union, the lack of free speech and open debate weakened the Soviet Union. The fact that people who disagreed with the government were disappeared, that basically made them so their arguments were never answered, right? It made it look like the government had something to hide, and they should have been politically educating the population and engaging them in debate and discourse, which in Cuba, you'll look at what they've done is they've mobilized the population to argue with anti-communist elements, and similar things have been done in China.
May I ask one question to clarify? Do you consider the modern-day state of China to be a proletarian state?
Yes, yes, I do.
Okay.
And I think it has a lot of problems, and I think that there are many things about it that are corrupt, but the fact that they have maintained, an economy where the means of production are organized by the state and raised 800 million people out of poverty, I think is a positive thing. But before we go on, before we pivot away from this, I want to answer one point. You talked about transphobia and such. The first transgender activist in modern U.S. history was Leslie Feinberg, who was a tankie, a leader of the Workers' World Party. The first gay rights activist in the modern U.S. history was Harry Hay, who was a member of the Communist Party USA. The first Broadway play to defend gay rights was by Lillian Hellman, and she was a tankie if there ever was one. She was a very vehement defender of Stalin. So
how do you feel about
you're
trans
generalizing
people?
when you try to yes, there is definitely there was a big problem of homophobia and banning of gay people from communist parties historically, no doubt about it. But I believe that's a little bit of an oversimplification.
How do you feel about transgender people, if I might ask?
I think the way that they're treated is awful. Bullying, hate crimes, it's despicable. The way people, have been separated from their families, kicked out of their households. I feel nothing but empathy for people that are transgender and face all the hate. And
y'all still talking about help Ukraine. And we got people that American, I can take you right around the corner. They're homeless veterans that can't get no help.
That's right.
But we got money for Ukraine. And then they gonna talk about when you say help Americans first, this is Russian propaganda. When you start talking about put Americans first is Russian propaganda. I mean, what more are we gonna do for Ukraine? That let them account for the money that they don't know. What about the billions of dollars that's missing that they can't account for? And you still want more. I mean, come on, man. And yet Americans are suffering. Stay, don't come over here, okay?
Inside the White House, Volodymyr Zelensky is getting a scolding from the President of the United States and the Vice President. Quite heated words. He's been accused of playing with the lives of millions. They've criticized him for not being grateful for all the support that the United States has offered to Ukraine. It is getting quite heated inside the meeting as the new administration does not seem to share the kind of blind admiration that Zelensky got from the previous administration in the White House. It's getting rather heated as J.D. Vance called out Zelensky for campaigning for his opponent in the election. This is quite an exciting moment where we're seeing a real shift in how the Ukrainian leader is treated inside the U.S. government and in the halls of power.
I'm talking about the kind of diplomacy that's going to end the destruction of your country.
Yes, but if you are
Mr.
not
President,
strong...
Mr. President, with respect, I think it's disrespectful for you to come into the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media. Right now, you guys are going around and forcing conscripts to the front lines because you have manpower problems. You should be thanking the President for trying to bring an end to this conflict.
Have you ever been to Ukraine that you say what problems we have?
I have been to.
Come once.
I've actually watched and seen the stories, and I know what happens is you bring them on a propaganda tour, Mr. President. Do you disagree that you've had problems bringing people into your military?
We have
and
problems.
do you think that it's
I will
respectful
answer.
to come to the Oval Office
I
of the
will
United
answer.
States of America and attack the administration that is trying to prevent the destruction of your country?
A lot of questions. Let's start from the beginning.
Sure.
First of all, during the war, everybody has problems. Even you, but you have nice ocean and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future. God bless.
You don't know that.
God bless.
You don't know
God
that.
bless. You
Don't-
will not have
gotta-
a war.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
I'm not telling you.
Because
I'm
you're in no
answering on
position
this
to
question.
dictate that.
That's
Remember
exactly
this.
what I'm not
You're
dictating.
in no position to dictate what we're going to feel.
You
We're
will-
going to feel very
you will
good.
feel influenced.
We're going to feel very
I'm
good and
telling
very
you,
strong.
You will feel influence.
You're right now not in a very good position. You've allowed
From the
yourself
very-
to be in a
from
very
the
bad
very
position,
beginning
and he
of the
happens
war.
to be right about
From
it.
the very beginning of the war.
You're not
Mr.
in a
Brown,
good position.
I
You
was
don't have
in
the cards right now. With us, you start
I'm
having
not
cards.
playing
But
cards.
right now, you
I'm
don't.
very
Yeah, you're playing
serious,
cards.
Mr. President.
You're
I'm
playing
very
cards.
serious.
You're
I'm
gambling
the
with the
president
lives
in
of
war.
millions of people.
You think-
You're gambling with World War
What do you-
III.
what do you
You're
think about?
gambling with
What do you
World
think
War
about?
III. And
You-
what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country, this country. That's
with
back
all
to you.
respect to your
Far
country.
more than a lot of people said
very
they
respect.
should have.
Have you said thank you once?
A lot
entire
of
meeting?
times.
No, in this
Even
entire meeting,
today.
have you said thank
Even
you.
today.
You went to Pennsylvania and campaigned for the opposition in October. Offer some words of appreciation for
what-
the United
what
States
are
of
you
America
speaking about?
and the president who's trying to save your country.
So, as you can see behind me, the Ukrainian propaganda networks are gathering the crowd around them to make it look like they have a big crowd of supporters out here. They don't actually have a huge crowd of supporters, but Ukrainian television is just basically propaganda. They're huddling a bunch of people around the camera to give the impression there's a bunch of Ukrainians out here. There's not. In fact, there's a man here who disagrees with them, who's giving them the business. It's kind of amazing. The Ukrainian television is just blatantly propaganda. I mean, they're just huddled around the reporter. It's completely fake.
Then too, how come you ain't over there in Ukraine? But you over here where it's safe. See, you won't go over there and do that, talk all that talk, but you'll come to America and do that. So why don't you go over to Ukraine and make it better? You're scared to do that. Man, hey dude, take that energy somewhere else. This is America, man. You can't tell me what to do. I live here. How you think you're gonna tell me what to do? How long you been here? Nobody I want to hear it. I got the right to say it, whether you want to hear it or not. Okay, so go on, man. Go ahead on, dude. You barking up the right tree. I'm not barking. You barking up the right tree. You barking up the right tree. I got to tell. I can protest. I'm protesting against you, because I think it's time to put America first. That's what I think. I think all this money we sending to Ukraine, we need to put that to some of the needs of Americans.
Yep.
That's what we need to do. Because we done gave them over $200 billion. How much more do they need?
Yeah.
I mean, seriously. Over $200 billion, and a lot of that ain't even accounted for. How much more can we give Ukraine? Okay? I mean, seriously. So you know, y'all coming out here talking about stand with America.
That's right.
All right? Give the police officers and the teachers a raise.
That's right.
Okay? Help the people down there from Hurricane Helene in North Carolina that's still suffering. Why don't you send some money to them? You know, you got Ukrainians getting Social Security. We paying pensions in Ukraine. We paying Social Security benefits to Ukrainians that they didn't even earn. And Americans are suffering. Something wrong with that picture, man.
Donald Trump ran for office on a platform that he would end the Ukraine war, and he didn't care about who won, but rather he would bring the killing to an end. And now we are seeing a historic moment inside the White House. J.D. Vance and President Donald Trump are laying the law down to Zelensky, calling out his ungrateful behavior. Donald Trump accused him with playing with the lives of millions of people and escalating toward World War III. This is really unprecedented. We are seeing a dramatic shift. Zelensky could do no wrong as far as Biden and the Democrats were concerned. He was welcomed to Congress. They rolled out the red carpet for him. But now it looks like the Ukraine scam is coming to an end. Billions and billions of American taxpayer dollars have been pumped into prolonging this war that never should have happened. And it looks like that is changing with the new administration. This is a very, very big day. I am really glad to be outside in front of the White House as this is happening. I did not expect this.
So Kautsky's theory of ultra-imperialism, that was in the lead up to World War I. Karl Kautsky argued that inter-imperialist rivalries no longer existed, and that all the imperialists of the West, Germany, Britain, France, the United States, were all united, and that they were all kind of in agreement about colonizing the Third World. They were all in the same team. Obviously that was not the case. World War I and then World War II broke out pretty dramatically. And what Kautsky was arguing was not correct. And Lenin argued that there were inter-imperialist rivalries between the countries. And the biggest rivalry was Germany, which was a very late-coming imperialist country, was at odds with Britain, France, and the United States, and they were competing for colonies, and that eventually broke out into World War I, in which Germany was stripped of its colonies, and then Germany tried to re-seize its colonies in the Second World War, and that was the Second World War, and Kautsky was clearly wrong about that, and a number of other things he was wrong about. But as far as what defines accumulation through destruction, it's the deindustrialization of the First World, I think, is the definitive aspect. And what laid the basis for it? It's the computer revolution more than anything. But it's also, I would say, the rise of socialism, which I'll get into as well. I think the emerging alternative on the global economy has also helped lay the basis for that. The fact that there's the new Silk Road, and there's an alternative, that people around the developing world no longer have to only buy things from the West, that there is this alternative, that has also laid the basis for some of it. And there are a number of factors that play into it, but the computer revolution is probably the main thing. That's what I would say. And as far as base and superstructure, there has been a dramatic shift in the ideology of the First World since the 1960s and 70s, really since the 50s, right? And that in a lot of ways, some of the social conservatism and hangovers of feudalism that were existing in the West were almost stripped away. And you see the West kind of presenting itself almost as a champion of social liberalism, which I think is interesting. It's been a big ideological shift in the West. And I think that has laid the basis. In some ways, you can call that an ideological shift that is laying the basis for accumulation through destruction, which I think is interesting.
All right, everyone, welcome. I'm really excited for this. We've got Caleb Maupin here. He is a journalist, a reporter for Russia Today. Are those titles right? Journalist, reporter?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. And I think, we've got Stefan Molyneux, who is a narco-capitalist who runs Free Domain Radio, the largest philosophy channel in the world, I believe, right now. So, without any further ado, our topic today is, was the fall of the Soviet Union a good thing? So what we're going to do here is we're going to have a 5-minute introduction to arguments and thoughts on this from each side. And then it's going to be a back and forth dialogue between the two of them. We're scheduled for 90 minutes on this. And I was thinking that, Caleb, it would be best if you go first. Does that sound good to you?
Sure.
All right.
Well, I'm glad you put this debate together. I want to thank the Blue Politics channel for putting this together. I want to say I've been debating a lot of people about these kind of topics lately. And it's refreshing because I expect that Mr. Molyneux will take this seriously. This won't de-escalate into some kind of insult comedy or something. He's a professional, I'm a professional, and we both want to get to what the truth actually is. So I'm glad to be here, and I just want to jump into it. Was the fall of the Soviet Union a good thing? That's the topic of this debate. And it might not seem very relevant to what's going on in the world right now, but it's quite relevant, because I believe that what's happened in the Soviet Union during the early 90s, which is widely understood to have been a humanitarian and economic disaster, is very similar to what's happening to the United States and much of the Western world at this time. Extreme free market policies are leading to mass poverty and suffering and death. So let's just go over the facts. Now, everyone knows the Soviet Union needed reform during the 1980s. They needed to update their system. China was undergoing very, very successful reforms during that time. The Soviet Union, however, because of the way their political system had developed, they weren't able to bend, so they broke. They didn't get reform. Instead, what they got was collapse. And what resulted was the overthrow of the Communist Party and the moving in of free marketeers, right? With the help of George Soros, we saw Jeffrey Sachs of Columbia University. We saw the policies of the Chicago School of Economics, free market libertarianism imposed on the former Soviet Union. And the results are widely understood to be a disaster. 70,000 factories shut their doors. 80% of the farms in Russia closed. There was 20 to 30% unemployment. There was a 900% increase in drug addiction, and the suicide rate also dramatically increased. From 1989 to 1994, the average Russian life expectancy decreased by 3 years. At that point, 74 million Russians were living in poverty, and 37 million were living in conditions described as desperately poor. Between 1992 and 2006, the Russian population decreased by roughly 10%. That's people either dying or leaving the country. And in fact, U.S. economist, who's a free marketeer, not a leftist, not a socialist, Anders Gunter Frank, he actually described it as, quote, economic genocide. Basically, the country was being auctioned off to the highest bidder. Free market libertarian policies were being put into effect, and it had disastrous results. In 1994, we saw many cities in Ukraine, or a few cities in Ukraine, to be fair, that had electricity and running water for only a few hours a day. Studies showed that during that time, many parts of the USSR were living on par with parts of Africa that are deeply underdeveloped. It was a nightmare. Huge increase in organized crime, huge increase in sex trafficking. It was a society collapsing and Western companies coming in and looting the place economically. And it was a nightmare. And it was fixed. Putin came in and fixed it. And how did he fix it? He fixed it by reasserting government control. If you look at Putin's economic policies, he wrote an academic dissertation about the strategic planning and the exploitation of natural resources in order to centralize the economy. He utilized Gazprom and Rosneft, two giant state-controlled energy corporations, and recentered the economy around the state, built up state-controlled enterprises, and Russia has been much better off since then. The fall of the Soviet Union was essentially free marketeers turning Russia into a laboratory and putting into effect the policies that my opponent largely advocates. Privatization, greed is good, get the government off our backs. It was a disaster. But we really shouldn't be surprised by that, because everywhere we've seen British Empire economics put into practice, that has been the result. In fact, communism, fascism, neither of those ideologies would have arisen if it weren't for the dramatic failure of Adam Smith free trade economics around the world. If you can go all across the planet, when countries are economically demolished, when they're basically forced to surrender, when big corporations like the Dutch East India Company back in the 1800s, or I guess more recently British Petroleum, which was one of the corporations that was looting Russia, when they get control and economically demolish countries, when they strip the government and push the government out of the economy, when the state asserts no control and the market is allowed to run rampant, the result is a disaster. Now, I expect that we're going to hear all kinds of anti-Soviet, anti-communist cliches. We're going to hear every Solzhenitsyn horror story, every allegation, true or false, about Soviet crimes. And I believe one of the catchphrases Mr. Molyneux has liked to popularize is not an argument, because that is not an argument. We're not here arguing the Soviet Union was heaven on earth. We're not even necessarily arguing the Soviet Union was good. I think the Soviet Union had its successes despite its flaws. But that's really not an argument because, I'm not a big fan of American capitalism. I don't want the United States to be economically demolished. I don't want millions of American women to be sold into sex trafficking. I don't want there to be mass poverty and mass unemployment in the United States. The fall of the Soviet Union is widely understood by economists to be a disaster. And I'm actually quite curious to see. I kind of pity Mr. Molyneux to be in a position to argue that the events of the early 90s were somehow a good thing. I'm really curious to hear what he has to say. So please go ahead.
Well, I appreciate the feisty introduction, and we are going to get out of our heads and into our hearts, I guess, as best we can, and go through the blood count murder factory that was the Soviet Union. Estimates range extraordinarily wildly, but about 61, 62 million people, of which over 54 million were citizens, were murdered by the Communist Party, by the government of the Soviet Union. Why were they killed? Does it really matter? They were killed because they were bourgeoisie, or because they were landowners, or they were aristocrats, or they were called kulaks. Some people were from the wrong nation, or they were the wrong race. Black Sea Greeks, Kalmyks, Volga Germans, Ukrainians. Some of them just happened to join the wrong political faction. Trotskyites, Mensheviks, social revolutionaries. Others were sons, daughters, wives, husbands, mothers, fathers. Some were just those who came to the police to ask what had happened to their relatives, who were dragged in, sent to gulags, and murdered. Some of the victims were those who were occupied by the Red Army, Balts, Germans, Poles, Hungarians, Romanians. Some were just in the way of what Marxists call social progress, the masses of peasants, people who were religious. Some were just eliminated because they were potential opposition, the writers, intellectuals, teachers, churchmen, of course the military high command prior to the Second World War, high and low Communist Party members themselves. And this wholesale murder went on decade after decade from every area, end, and reach of the Soviet Empire. It was hundreds of thousands of Don Cossacks in 1919. Of course, it was the Romanovs in 1917. There was the intentional starving, as there was in China under Mao, of about 5 million Ukrainian peasants, 1932 to 1933. The deportation to mass death of 50 to 60,000 Estonians in 1949. About 6.5 million kulaks, the better off peasants, the more competent peasants, or those resisting collectivization during a 7-year period from 1930 to 1937. 1937 to 1938, when Stalin was eliminating all opposition of perhaps 1 million party members of the Great Terror, the massacre of all Trotskyites in the forced labor camps. And why? There were hundreds of thousands of people slaughtered because there were government quotas for the killings. Vladimir Petrov, who in 1954 defected while a spy chief in Australia, and whose credibility and subsequent revelations were verified by a Royal Australian Commission on Espionage, about his work during the years 1936 to 1938, said, "I handled hundreds of signals to all parts of the Soviet Union which were couched in the following terms. 2. NKVD Frunz, you are charged with the task of exterminating 10,000 enemies of the people. Report results by signal." And in due course, the reply would come back. In reply to yours of such and such a date, the following enemies of the Soviet people have been shot. Solzhenitsyn makes these quotas basic to the Great Terror of 36 to 38. When he wrote the real law underlying the arrests of those years was the assignment of quotas. The norms set the planned allocations. Every city, every district, every military unit was assigned a specific quota of arrests to be carried out by a stipulated time. From then on, everything else depended on the ingenuity of the security operations personnel. Of course, you had to continually invent plots, invent counter-revolutionary measures, and it simply escalated in various ways to over 60 million people. 60 million, that's 10 Holocausts, of course, right? This is a prudent, most probable tally. There's a low figure of 28.3 million, which is 4.2 million followers. There's an unlikely high of 126 million. This is a range of uncertainty of the murders within the Communist Party in the Soviet Union, committed by the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. The error range is almost 98 million human beings. That's larger than the population of 96% of the world's nations. If France, Belgium, the Netherlands, Norway, Sweden, Finland, Denmark, and Switzerland were all nuked and irradiated and blasted clean of all human life, the human toll would be less than just this range of the murders in the Soviet communist system. The range, not even the total murdered. The most probable estimate of almost 62 million murdered is over 4 times the battle dead 15 million for all nations in the Second World War. 62 million murders exceeds the total deaths, 35,700,000 from all this century's and last century's international civil, guerrilla, and liberation wars, including the Russian Civil War itself. The Soviet Union was not a country, it was a murder prison. It was a slaughterhouse. It was a place where sadists got to roam free and fulfill all of their unholy bloodletting lusts upon all of their real and imagined enemies. It was a place with almost no rule of law. It was a place of mass execution. It was a place where the dead were buried in mountains. It was worse than a prison. It was a torture chamber that extended the length and breadth of almost an entire continent, that swallowed up Eastern Europe after the Second World War. It was a brutal factory where human beings were disassembled, not even for profit, but for fun. In one instance, where slave labor was used, and of course slave labor was used in many places throughout the Soviet Union, in one instance, in one canal that was being built, 20% of the workforce died after being forced on low rations to build, in crippling temperatures, an entire canal largely by hand. This was not productive, this was not healthy, this was not positive. It was simply a place where sadists could ply their unholy trade. And the comment about afterwards things were a mess, well, for God's sakes, of course they were. When you torture an entire continent from end to end, and you slaughter tens of millions of its inhabitants, and you terrorize hundreds of millions more, of course it's a dysfunctional society that comes out of that. That's like saying, well, this woman was kidnapped and tortured for 10 years, and you know, afterwards she was a mess. By God, she just wasn't that healthy. And of course, at the end of 1991, when the Soviet Union formally disintegrated, the state assets, the assets really built on the blood of the people, was carved up and handed out by a bunch of oligarchs, most of whom had emerged out of the Communist Party itself. So this was not a free market operation. They were sold to robber barons, literal robber barons, not free market people, not through free market operations. The state apparatus was carved, sliced up, and handed out to favorites and apparatchiks from the Communist Party, far below cost. The profits did not go to the people. So even the disassembly of the murder machine was itself murderous, and the suffering of that terrible century lasts in Russia to this day. But to blame the free market for the actions and the after effects and the hangovers and the post-traumatic stress disorder of communism is an injustice that truly staggers the imagination.
Okay, so shall we just jump into things then? Shall we go ahead?
It's your debate.
Alrighty. Sounds like you agree with me. You're telling me the fall of the Soviet Union was a bad thing. You just disagree with me about the reasons why it was a bad thing, but you agree it was a bad thing. But I just want to throw out a question.
What you got out of what I said.
Yes, you said that it was a mess. You said that the way that you said that the fall of the Soviet Union, the results of what went on in the 1990s were bad. That's what I'm arguing. So we agree, the fall of the Soviet Union was a bad thing. It should have been a good thing, right? It should have been a good thing if you believe free market logic. They adopted your system. They adopted profits in command. They adopted markets, and it should have been a glorious moment. You're saying it wasn't because of the hangover and the post-traumatic stress. So the fall of the Soviet Union was not a good thing. I mean, it seems like we're on the same page about what went on in the early 90s, are we not?
Are you saying...
When was the last time that Tehran put your mom into a hospital and would not allow her to get out of it because you do not have enough money to pay for her health care? I don't know about you folks, but it is Washington that has imposed that on me. It is Washington that has imposed that on American families for decades. So no, our enemies are not in Tehran. Our enemies are not in Beijing. Our enemies are not in Moscow. Our enemies are not anywhere else on the planet except for sitting right here in Washington, D.C., sitting in the White House.
Because of something else. Right? So we talked about this is the supplies, A. We talked about how this is the shipping, B. C is the labor cost. What is the capitalist always trying to do? He wants to maximize the amount of profit he makes. And one of the main ways they do that is with what's called labor-saving technology. Get rid of workers and replace workers with machines. So essentially, they're reducing the percentage that C is into the overall cost. As they eliminate workers from the process of production, as there's fewer and fewer workers involved, as machines take the place of workers, the role of C in production decreases. However, there's a little bit of a problem with that. As C goes down, C2 also goes down, right? As C decreases, C2 also decreases. And as the role of the worker in production is reduced, the rate of profit that the capitalist makes goes down. And this is called the tendency of the falling rate of profit. Only human labor creates value. And this is something that Adam Smith acknowledged. This is something some of the popes even acknowledge. Human labor creates all value. And so when you reduce the role of human labor in production, the amount of value created decreases, and the ability of the capitalist to extract surplus value also decreases. So this causes the capitalist to have to churn out even more products, because he's making less and less of a profit in the overall product. He's making less and less of a percentage, so he has to churn them out. So this problem of the worker never being able to buy back what he produces and more products being created than are necessary, this problem becomes exacerbated. And this points to what is understood to be the deeply irrational nature of the capitalist system. In a rational society, self-driving cars would be a great thing, because this job, this labor that human beings engage in, called driving, would not be necessary anymore. With artificial intelligence and sensors, we'd be able to have all the people involved in driving, Uber drivers, traffic courts, truck drivers, they would all be able to do something else. And labor could be expended elsewhere, we'd have a wealthier society. But under capitalism, self-driving cars would lead to riots in the streets. And this is the problem with capitalism. This is Marxism. This is what Karl Marx wrote. I'm going to read you from the Communist Manifesto. In these crises, there breaks out an epidemic that in all earlier epochs would have seemed an absurdity, the epidemic of overproduction. Society suddenly finds itself put back into a state of momentary barbarism. And why? Because there's too much civilization, too much means of subsistence, too much industry, and too much commerce. And how does the bourgeoisie get over these crises? On the one hand, by enforced destruction of the mass of productive forces, and on the other, by the conquest of new markets, and by the thorough and more thorough exploitation of the old ones. That is to say, by paving the way for more extensive and more destructive crises, and diminishing the means whereby the crises are prevented. Now, that particular passage is very important. When you have a crisis of overproduction, when the worker cannot buy back what they produce, when the role of the worker in production is being reduced, when people are hungry and starving because there's too much food, when people are homeless because there are too many houses, when people are hungry because too much food is being produced, what do? Well, first, you engage in destruction of the productive forces. And on top of that, you conquer new markets. And you engage in more thorough exploitation. So what is he talking about? The enforced destruction of productive forces. That's called degrowth. That's what that's called. And what is the conquest of new markets? That's called war. And what is more thorough exploitation of the old ones? Driving down our living standards, reducing consumption, grinding people into poverty, austerity. And that is what we are living in this time. We are living in a capitalist crisis. And the only way out under capitalism is to move toward fascism and war and impoverishment to save their system. This is Marxism, what I'm preaching here. What I'm explaining right here is just basic Marxism. If you go read R. Palm Dutt, you go read William Z. Foster, this was pretty basic stuff. Pretty basic stuff. However, while the capitalist system doesn't offer a solution to the crisis, Marxists have a solution. And what does the Communist Manifesto say the solution is? We have seen above that the first step in the revolution by the working class is to raise the proletariat to the position of the ruling class and win the battle for democracy. The proletariat will use its supremacy to wrest by degree all capital from the bourgeoisie and centralize all elements of production into the hands of the state, and to increase the total productive forces as rapidly as possible, meaning that the banks and the factories and the major industries and the centers of economic power become the property of the people, and we then organize them to raise everyone up out of poverty. We get rid of the irrationality of profits in command. We organize the economy so that we can all become wealthier. Frederick Engels: the proletariat seizes the public power, and by means of this transforms the socialized means of production, slipping from the hands of the bourgeoisie into public property. And by this act, the proletariat frees the means of production from the character of capital they have thus far borne, and gives their socialized character freedom to work itself out. Socialized production upon a predetermined plan becomes henceforth possible. And that's what socialism is: socialized production upon a predetermined plan. We abolish the anarchy of production, the chaos of the market. We put human reason and rational planning in control of the centers of economic power, and that then results in society becoming a lot wealthier. This is Marxism. It's not the Marxism you get on YouTube, but that's Marxism. And what is the ultimate goal of Marxism? The ultimate goal is to build a world with so much wealth and so much abundance that the need for a government itself can fade away. We can have prosperity, and this is how Marx describes that ultimate stage. This is from the Critique of the Goethe Program. He writes, "Right can never be higher than the economic structure of society and its cultural development."
everybody. It feels good to win. And that's why I'm proud to say that the year of 2024 has been a year of victory for the Center for Political Innovation. I said last year when I gave my annual report that in 2023 we did more than any other year in our existence. And this year I can say the same thing because the activity of the Center for Political Innovation has more than doubled in the year of 2024. Let me just go over some of the highlights of what we accomplished this year. January 7th, the Center for Political Innovation held a National Day of Action to stand in solidarity with Yemen. Protests were held in Portland, in Humboldt County, California, Chicago, and in New York. January 26th, we published a book, Who Are the Houthis and What Are They Fighting For? This book provided a history of the Ansar Allah movement and its origins. On February 15th, we convened an official press conference at the United Nations, announcing the American delegation of the World Youth Festival. At our press conference, we highlighted the Uhuru 3 and expressed our concerns about facing similar retaliation for attending an international gathering in Russia. We took questions from the UN Press Corps, and the event created a splash in international media. February 29th to March 7th, CPI led the United States delegation to the World Youth Festival in Sochi, Russia. 3 of our members participated in the festival, and 2 of us spoke directly with Russian President Vladimir Putin during the last day at a special session. Our remarks focused on how we could work to improve relations and integrate the United States into the new alternative economy emerging around the world as the Western financial system declines. March 15th to 17th, we acted as official observers of the Russian election. During that election, we gave eyewitness to the massive public support that the government has as the war in Ukraine continued and the NATO imperialists have maneuvered against them. April 26th through 29th, 30 people attended a CPI workshop in Vermont entitled Out of the Movement to the Masses. We published a new textbook for the gathering, reviewing the history of anti-imperialism and exploring how an effective anti-imperialist movement could be created in our time. On May 26th, we were invited as guests to the Libertarian Party's National Convention in Washington, D.C., where U.S. presidential candidate Donald Trump was welcomed as a guest speaker. For the convention, we published 1,000 copies of this pamphlet, Do You Believe in Growth, and distributed them all throughout the convention hall. The pamphlet explains our anti-imperialist perspective, and it's pretty fair to say we reached a lot of people. June 7th, the Center for Political Innovation co-sponsored an event at the Los Angeles Family Church dedicated to the peaceful reunification of the Korean Peninsula. 100 people attended the event, people of diverse backgrounds, all focused on how it was we could improve U.S. relations with the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. On July 22nd, our book, Kamala Harris and the Future of America, was suddenly banned from Amazon.com without any warning. Now, the book had been written 4 years prior, and the censorship occurred just as Kamala Harris became the Democratic Party's presumptive nominee. The sudden ban sparked outrage on social media, leading to an explosion of interest in the book. Over 3,000 copies were sold in the following days, and Amazon did restore the book 7 days later. August 19th to 22nd, the Center for Political Innovation team of volunteers distributed books at the Democrat National Convention. We printed 1,000 new copies of the book Kamala Harris and the Future of America and handed them out, along with 1,000 copies of our pamphlet called Do You Believe in Growth? We made our mark at the event, ensuring that our perspective was heard by protesters, Democratic Party members, and others. September 3rd, CPI members attended the opening of the Uhuru 3 trial in federal court in Tampa. CPI addressed the press before the trial began alongside Jill Stein, Pam Africa, and New York State Assemblyman Charles Barron. On September 28th, CPI co-sponsored the second Rage Against the War Machine rally in Washington, D.C., as we did for the first rally back in February of 2023. This anti-war gathering, organized by the Libertarian Party and the People's Party, was extremely important, and we are very proud that we stepped up to become official sponsors of the event. On October 2nd, we launched our Peace MAGA operation, kicking off at Trump Tower. For the final month of the election, CPI members unfurled a large banner of Donald Trump and Kim Jong-un shaking hands, along with the words, "Only peace can make America great again." We took to the streets of New York City, loudly promoting this message, highlighting hopes for peaceful reunification of the Korean Peninsula and amplifying the best parts of Trump's message. October 12th, CPI held an all-day workshop in Chicago. The event was attended by 25 people and included strategic discussions for the fight ahead. October 27th, CPI's Peace MAGA operation attended Trump's rally at Madison Square Garden. We engaged thousands of Trump supporters outside of the event, and our banner was even noticed by The New Yorker that highlighted Peace MAGA in their coverage. On October 30th, CPI member Penny Arcos confronted U.S. Congresswoman Ilhan Omar.
We would like to know, as American people, why you continue to support sending billions of taxpayer dollars to Nazis in Ukraine to start a nuclear war with Russia. China is not our enemy.
I need you to leave, please, ma'am.
China's not our enemy. Russia's not our enemy.
Walk out, please.
No more money for rich men's wars.
Take your stuff and
No
walk,
more
please.
money for rich men's wars. No more money for rich men's wars.
On November 2nd, the Center for Political Innovation participated in the Black is Back March in Washington, D.C. to support the Uhuru movement. November 23rd, the Center for Political Innovation released our letter to President-elect Donald Trump, urging him to become a peace president who stands against the war makers and the emerging low-wage police state. The video has been viewed by hundreds of thousands of people across various platforms. December 16th, CPI attended the sentencing hearing of the Uhuru 3 in Tampa's federal court. We were overjoyed that after being acquitted of the main charge of acting as foreign agents, the Uhuru defendants did not receive any jail time or fines. They expect to overturn their conviction on appeal soon. Needless to say, this has been a big year for the Center for Political Innovation. We exposed Kamala Harris for what she truly is, a sadistic narcissist who would have been very dangerous if she ever entered the Oval Office. In addition to that, we amplified the pro-peace aspects of Trump's message. Furthermore, we raised the Uhuru 3 case as loudly as we could, not only in the United States, but at the United Nations and in Russia. We won so many victories this year because through our relentless work, we are giving voice to what the overwhelming majority of the American people want: economic justice, freedom, and an end to the wars. Our organization possesses a clear understanding of what stands in the way, and that is the system of globalism, imperialism. And with our clear understanding, we can lead the fight. This year has been a year of very significant changes in our organization. We liquidated the nonprofit for legal reasons. We are now incorporated as an LLC in the U.S. state of Texas. We made the decisive choice to break with leftover Cold War ideology and clarify that our view, known as innovationism, represents an entirely new stage. Additionally, we have begun defining ourselves in opposition to the toxic trend called fandom, which traps people in a negative cycle of social media cynicism rather than building the communities of solidarity and networks of resistance that are urgently needed. So what's next? Well, we're headed to Washington, D.C. for Donald Trump's inauguration. Not to join the protesters, but to engage with MAGA supporters and continue to highlight our message of peaceful reunification of the Korean Peninsula, as well as the need to build the Peace Bridge, connecting Alaska to Russia over the Bering Sea. We have scheduled a big reception for Inauguration Day, January 20th, featuring free food, music, entertainment, speeches, and much more. Our event will take place just a few blocks from the White House. Please join us in Washington, D.C. If you can't make it, please donate to our inauguration fund to help us cover the costs of this big event. We are also excited to announce that on July 12, 2025, we will hold our national convention in Chicago, Illinois. The event, titled Working Families First, Defeat the Deep State, Embrace a New World of Peace and Innovation, will take place near Chicago O'Hare Airport in an auditorium where we expect to gather no fewer than 400 people. This will be the flagship anti-imperialist and anti-globalist event of the year, sending a message of patriotism, solidarity with countries that are under attack, opposition to the emerging low-wage police state, demands for a new growth-oriented economy, and a celebration of the love and passion that holds our movement together. We need you in Chicago, July 12th, 2025. We want to thank everyone who has donated to the Center for Political Innovation. Rest assured that your contributions have been put to good use. If you have not yet rejoined since our incorporation, we encourage you to sign up on the website and once again start paying dues. If you're not yet a member, please register today. Upon signing up, you'll receive invitations to our weekly online membership meetings, and you can connect with other local members in your area. There is much to do in the coming months. If Trump fulfills his promise to take on the FBI and promote peace around the world, we must support these efforts. This is not about offering blind allegiance. It is about building a grassroots movement to back up and encourage any positive action from above. We are prepared to support Tulsi Gabbard as a key anti-war voice as Trump brings her in as intelligence director.
She also has some connections to the Center for Political Innovation, which is a very pro-Russian outfit run by a man called Caleb Maupin.
We stand ready to support Donald Trump and his efforts to restrain the FBI, to improve relations with North Korea, and to negotiate an end to the war in Ukraine. The danger of war against Iran remains a primary concern, as many voices within the upcoming administration hold troubling perspectives on the Middle East. We will continue to stand with Palestine and oppose U.S. aid to Israel. For us, America first does not mean Israel first. U.S. funding of Israel's continued crimes against the Palestinians must cease immediately. We also plan to launch mass distributions of our book, Who Are the Houthis and What Are They Fighting For?, at Palestine protests around the country. We want to educate people about the origins of the Ansar Allah movement and put them in touch with our anti-imperialist, pro-American, and pro-working class perspective, a populist view that is rarely heard in left-wing circles. We are proud to say that our organization played a very significant role in ensuring that the Uhuru Three, Penny Hess, Jesse Neville, and Omali Yeshitela, did not go to prison. From the start, we recognized how dangerous their prosecution as foreign agents for their anti-imperialist activism and development in the black community really was. While the majority of the online left abandoned the Uhuru Three, we stood with them. We have principles, and we will never stand by while the state targets anti-imperialist voices.
Did I say anything about the Center for Political Innovation? I want to, because these comrades were some of the first out of the gate. When this attack happened, they were first out of the gate. They didn't ask any questions or anything like that. They were the first out of the gate, and not only in words. They began to take actions everywhere they were located. We can see the actions they were involved in, defending the Uhuru Three and opposed to what the FBI was doing to us, trying to do to us. And they understood the relationship that it had to the whole question of free speech for everybody.
The Center for Political Innovation is completely unique. We are focused on solidarity, optimism, and comradeship in a time of pervasive cynicism, pessimism, and nihilism. Our work is essential. We offer a light in the darkness and a hope in a time of widely engineered hopelessness. We need you to join our ranks and become a member, to donate and support our work, to promote our work online and attend our in real life events and gatherings. If one thing is clear, it's that we will not surrender. No matter what obstacles we face, we will not back down. Our mantra remains, dare to struggle, dare to win. And one thing is clear, if you look back at all we've accomplished this year, and if you look ahead to all the exciting plans we have coming up in the year of 2025, it's pretty clear that we are winning. Happy New Year.
Conditioned thereby. In a higher phase of communist society, after the enslaving subordination of the individual to the division of labor, and therewith the antithesis between mental and physical labor has vanished, after labor has become not only a means of life, but life's prime want, after the productive forces have increased the all-around development of the individual, and all the springs of cooperative wealth flow more abundantly, only then can the narrow horizon of bourgeois right be crossed in its entirety, and society inscribe on its banners, from each according to his own ability, to each according to his needs. Meaning the goal is we want to create a world where labor becomes life's prime want, not a means of subsistence, meaning people only have to work because they feel like it, because they don't want to be bored. They don't have to. We want to create a society where the springs of cooperative wealth have flowed so abundantly that people can just kind of take what they need and do what they feel like doing, from each according to his own ability, to each according to his needs. And the road to doing that is abolishing the chaos of the market, getting rid of a system where profits are in command and people get poorer, and getting rid of all of that. Engels writes, it is the compelling force of anarchy and production of society at large that more and more completely turns the great majority into proletarians. And it is the masses of the proletarian who, again, will finally put an end to the anarchy of production. That is Marxism. Now, you all heard what I just said, and this was common sense Marxism back in the 30s, and this is common sense Marxism in Venezuela, and this is common sense Marxism in China. But if you listen to the people in the United States who currently call themselves left, they are preaching something completely different. Something that is so different from what I just espoused there, I don't even need to get into detail about what it is. But we should talk about where it came from, because there's a reason that Marxists don't talk this way. There's a reason that the forces that call themselves left in the United States are putting out a very different message. And we have done a lot of groundbreaking work in CPI. We're talking about why that is, documenting why that is, and explaining why they put out something different. We want to raise the level of productivity as high as possible. They want to degrow and grind everyone into poverty. We want to empower the proletariat and weaken the power of the bourgeois state. They support the FBI, and they support the tech monopolies and censoring people. They want things that are very different than what we want. Why is this? Well, when we talk about the synthetic left, we're talking about a process. There are two different types of people who become revolutionaries. Anywhere you go in the world, you're going to find what they call a revolutionary intelligentsia. You're going to find middle-class people, usually students, younger folks. Some people do it their whole life. But anywhere you go in the world, socialist countries, capitalist countries, developing world, first world, you're going to find intellectuals who are mad at the world, who are aware of the injustices that exist and are looking to live an important life and, do dramatic things and feel heroic. And that's not inherently bad. That's a good thing to want to change the world. That's a good thing to be outraged about injustice. But that section of society, that revolutionary intelligentsia, is always a small minority. It's never more than 10% of the population. Rarely is it even 5% of the population. It exists, right? We've all seen the Broadway musical Les Miserables. Do you hear the people sing? Those kids in the pubs talking about how they're going to storm the barricades. That always exists. Revolutions are not made by those folks. Revolutions are made by the broad masses of people. And what the broad masses of people want in a revolutionary situation is very different from the fantasies and ideals that that revolutionary intelligentsia wants. What the broad masses of people want is stability. When a revolutionary crisis comes, it's because capitalism and the system has made their life unlivable. And they want order to come out of the chaos. They want to be able to feed their kids. Look at the slogans. What was the slogan of the Russian Revolution? Peace, land, and bread. Not tear it down, burn it down, but it was going to end this war. We're going to feed you. We're going to redistribute the land. You look at the slogans that the Communist Party used back in the 1930s. William Z. Foster, the slogan of his 1932 campaign was the revolutionary way out of the crisis. The message was, you're hungry, you're starving, they're setting up a fascist state, and we offer the way out. And if you look at the Soviet Union, they're industrializing rapidly and raising millions of people out of poverty. We could have a Soviet America and do the same thing. That's what the Communist Party said. And in 1940, when they ran their campaign with Earl Browder for president, they made it shorter. They made it 3 words, the way out. The way out, because they were understanding that, yeah, they had the revolutionary intelligentsia, they had the middle class elements there, but their goal was to organize the broad masses of people who were suffering, and their goal is for stability, not chaos. And that is the understanding. And the brilliance of Bolshevism was that Lenin got a group of revolutionary intellectuals to operate in a way that they could harness the energy of the broad masses of people. He got them out of isolation and into a situation where they could harness the broad energy that was there in order to take power. And you could argue that there were almost 2 layers of the Bolshevik Party. You had the middle class intellectuals, and then you had the labor unions and then the mass organizations of peasants, of workers. Some people argue that Stalin kind of represented the linchpin between the 2 of them. He was from Georgia, from a rural background. We'll talk more about him later. But he was also educated. He'd been to seminary school. He was a very good writer and speaker. And so he was kind of the linchpin between the broad mass organizations. He was involved in strikes, but he was also able to communicate and compete in the intellectual circles. He was like the linchpin at the center of that. But after the Bolshevik Revolution, we know that Lenin died, and there was a split between Stalin and Trotsky. Trotsky very much wanted to hold on to the revolutionary intelligentsia and their mindset. He put forward the theory of permanent revolution. And the theory of permanent revolution was that the only good the Soviet Union had was that it could eventually march communism into where it actually matters, which is the West. He basically said the West is the best. That's what he said, and that the Soviet Union should just be kind of a military state, a holdout, so we can march communism to where it matters. The New York City, he said, was the foundry where the fate of mankind will be forged, and many people look at Trotsky and say this was very much a self-hating Russian. This is a guy who spent most of his life in exile. He was in awe of London and Paris and the United States, and he didn't much care for the Russian folks. He was probably treated very badly, a victim of anti-Semitic persecution and such. And Trotsky held on to this desire for chaos and death and destruction, the theory of permanent revolution. However, if you read Stalin's writings and his critique of Trotsky, he's saying this isn't going to work. We got to have socialism in one country. You read Stalin's critique of Trotsky on the military question. Trotsky's saying, oh, we're going to draft all the workers into the military and their military service will be working in the factory. That's what Trotsky's saying. And Stalin says, you can't do that. You can't do that. That's not going to work. The population is tired of this military stuff. We need to focus on raising the living standards. And if that means we have to assign
that if a woman is kidnapped and tortured, that she should not be freed because it's going to be very difficult for her afterwards. Of course, the Soviet Union, to end it, was to close down the largest murder factory the world has ever seen. And the fact that there's a hangover and a problem, and that the carving up of the body politic is handed out according to Soviet political or Russian political pressure points rather than the free market, you can't blame the free market for the fact that Soviet
Okay, so we disagree about the reason.
Like candy to the highest bidders and the most politically connected.
Yes,
and
we disagree about the reason. We disagree about the reason, but we agree that the aftermath of the Soviet Union, when markets were imposed, created a disaster. You're just saying it's communism's fault. Now, I want to ask you a question. I would really like to ask a question because I've argued with libertarians a lot. And one thing that has always shocked me, you're a smart man, Stefan Molyneux. You're very smart. You're very well educated. Why do libertarians always lie and say that communism had no economic successes? I've heard this my whole life from libertarians. Never has communism ever achieved anything.
Okay,
it always made life worse.
Stop. Hey,
no. I mean, I want to know.
Hey, shut up for a second. Okay?
Oh, boy.
Don't insult me.
I'm not.
Don't call
I'm
me a liar,
I'm
and
not.
don't put
I'm.
words in my
You
mouth,
haven't. I'm
because
talking
I
about
never said
libertarians.
there
I'm
were
not talking about
economic
yourself.
successes under communism.
Okay. Are we gonna?
So if
Is
you
he just
wanna
gonna
deal
keep
with
interrupting
me
me here?
as a human
I mean, is
being
this? I mean,
face-to-face,
is the moderator gonna moderate
But don't
here?
start calling me a
Okay.
liar.
I'm
Don't
not
put me
calling
in
you
the
a liar. I'm
category of
talking. I
liars,
would
and
like
don't
to make my
straw man
point,
something
please.
I've never
All right.
said.
Am I going to be
Let's have a
continued? Is there a
civilized
moderator
discussion
here?
about the
Is there a
facts, okay?
moderator here who's going to step in?
So deal with my arguments. I don't want to hear about
I did.
libertarians and
I
liars
did just.
and things I've never
I
said.
did
okay?
deal with your
Deal
argument.
With my arguments
I did
if you
deal with
can.
your argument. I did deal with your argument. We're arguing about, was the fall of the Soviet Union a good thing? You've admitted it was a bad thing, and you
put me in the
disagree
camp
with
of
me about the
people who lie.
reasons. I've already won the debate. I've already won.
You went straight to ad hominem and
No,
straw man. That's
no.
not winning a debate, my friend.
No, yeah, you conceded that the fall of the Soviet Union was a bad thing. You just blamed the
No, I
communists
did
for
not.
it. Yes, you did. You said it's like a woman being traumatized. You blamed it on post-communist traumatic stress or whatever. But I would like to move on to another point
bet
that I'm
you
sure
do.
is a big disagreement between us, which is this claim that I frequently hear that is completely false, that the Soviet Union had no economic successes. Is that your position or not?
Wait, are you saying that I've made the case that there was no
I'm saying
economic
I've frequently heard it
successes
from
under
libertarians.
communism?
I'm asking you, is that your position?
I don't know what you mean by the phrase. What do you mean by economic success?
Raising GDP, lifting people out of poverty, industrialization, transforming desperately poor countries into industrial superpowers, wiping out illiteracy, cultural achievements. Did any of this happen, or is that all just communist propaganda? What's your position?
Well, we're going to have to take these one at a time because you're just casting such a wide net. I don't even know exactly what we're talking about.
Well, no, I mean, I frequently hear from libertarians that communism
Okay,
only
don't
made
talk to
life
me
worse.
about
I want to
things
know
you've
if
heard
you
from
think
other
that or
people.
not.
Just let's you and I have a conversation without pulling in all of the ghosts of Mordor of people you've imagined in the past.
Okay, I'm asking you what your position
Let's
is.
talk about GDP. Are you going to say that the Soviet Union raised GDP? You mean relative to, say, the serf era, the Tsarist era that came before?
Did it?
Of course.
Okay. Did the Soviet Union not industrialize the entire country?
What do you mean by industrialized? Did it build factories? Did it build canals? Sure. Were they all economically valuable? Were they worth the mountains of bodies and blood they were built on? No. I mean, China is building cities in the middle of nowhere that nobody lives. That raises the GDP. Is that an economically effective use of resources? Of course not.
So your argument is that because of the atrocities committed by the Soviet state, none of these economic achievements count. Is that your argument?
Are you going to strawman everything I'm saying?
No, I'm asking you. So that's not your argument. That's not your argument.
Interpreting everything I'm saying.
No,
which is
I'm
not
asking you
saying.
what your argument is. So your argument is not that the Soviet Union's economic achievements didn't count. That's not what you're saying. You're saying.
I don't even know what the phrase "didn't count" means. I have no idea what you're talking about, and I don't think you do either. But give it a shot.
Give what a shot?
What does it mean to say "doesn't count"? I don't even know what that means.
No, I mean, you said, as we were going over the fact that the Soviet Union's planned economy electrified parts of the country, most of the country. It wiped out illiteracy. It built the world's largest steel industry.
We're going to do these one at a time because we're going to slice and dice this. Okay.
Well, okay. So
let me ask,
do you not acknowledge that or no? Or I mean, do you acknowledge the economic achievements or not?
I don't know what you mean by achievements.
Okay, so
did they build?
You
things?
said they
Sure.
raised GDP.
Absolutely. Let me ask you this: was building concentration camps in Nazi Germany, did that add to Nazi Germany's GDP?
So you're equating the Soviet Union's economic achievements.
Building concentration camps.
Building anything raises GDP.
Add to Nazi Germany's GDP.
And so, do you equate the Soviet Union transforming a backward country into an industrialized country with Nazi concentration camps?
Don't pretend I didn't ask you a question.
I said building anything increases GDP. Yes, of course. The Soviet Union.
The building of concentration camps in Nazi Germany add to Germany's GDP?
Of course. And so did building the Autobahns like the Nazi did. Yeah, the Nazi state in many ways increased GDP. That's a fact as well. So I'm wondering why many libertarians obscure that and pretend that socialism has never raised anyone out of poverty, has never had economic achievements. I hear this all the time. Now, you don't agree with that. That's what you're telling me, and I'm refreshed to hear that. I'm refreshed to hear a libertarian who will admit things like Libya under Gaddafi had the highest life expectancy on the African continent, and when it was forced to adopt your free trade system with NATO bombs, ever since then it's been a disaster, and people have been fleeing in the Mediterranean trying to get out of the nightmare that was imposed on it. When I'm glad you will admit that. I'm glad you will admit that Cuba has a higher life expectancy and better living conditions than people in Haiti, where they're part of the free trade, global capitalist system, and people are starving and suffering. I'm glad you'll admit that Cuba has better conditions than the Dominican Republic and some of the countries throughout Latin America that are part of your system. I'm glad you will admit that socialism has had economic achievements. I often don't hear libertarians make that acknowledgement, so thank you for that.
Okay, I'm waiting to be part of this debate. You're debating with some imaginary Steph in your head who somehow...
No, I'm thanking you for acknowledging what libertarians and free marketeers frequently will not acknowledge, that socialism has had economic achievements.
Hey friends, how you doing today? I'm letting you know, the Center for Political Innovation, we are about to do, on July 12th, the biggest event that we have ever done. It will be our national gathering in Chicago on July 12th. And it's gonna be really, really special. We are talking with a number of important anti-imperialist voices, a lot of different communities. There's gonna be musical performances, dance performances, there's gonna be great speeches, and it's gonna be a whole day gathering dedicated to anti-imperialism. I am committed, and CPI has always been committed to building an in real life network of people. And we carry out real operations. We were at the inauguration of Trump with our Trump and Kim banner saying only peace can make America great again. We were on the streets of Chicago at the Democratic National Convention with a book exposing what Kamala Harris and who she really is and what she's really about, and it was really, really important. We have 1,000 copies of our book about the Houthis that are being distributed with the poster of the convention on the back to people who would never go looking for this. We are putting door hanger flyers on doors of people, again, that would never go looking for this. We're not performing and trying to make ourselves feel good. We're actually trying to build a network of people that can be anti-imperialists in America. And it's not easy to do. It's very difficult in these times to build a real in-life organization. People have their issues. We live in a very strange time, but we have to do it. And we are committed to continuing this project. This video is basically me telling you we need your support. In order to pull off our convention that includes our 7-day program for our members around the country to come to Chicago, includes our huge convention on July 12th, where we're gonna fill up the Midwest Convention Center, in order to have an effective national planning meeting and gathering in Chicago the day after on July 13th. In order to do what we need to do, we need to fill up that auditorium and we need money. And there's really no way around that. We need you to donate to the Center for Political Innovation. We have set up a GoFundMe, and a lot of people have already contributed. We already raised a couple $1,000, but it's not enough. In order to really pull off our July activities and really have a win for anti-imperialism, we need your support. We need you to go to the GoFundMe right now and donate $5 or $20. We need you to go to the donate button on the CPI website and send us $100 or $50, whatever you can do. If we're gonna do what we need to do in July and build the organization and have the mega anti-imperialist rally that needs to happen on July 12th and solidify the network that we're building to continue to carry out the great operations that we do, we need you to help us out. Every cent that we raise goes into building this group. I'm lucky I have a paycheck with everything that's going on. I'm surviving, and I have consistently put a huge amount of the money that I have, my own resources, my own funds, into CPI because I believe in it, because it needs to happen, because this organization is necessary. I'm looking at what I've got and my own resources and my own bills and all of that, and I'm looking at what's already been paid for, and it's not enough. I mean, it's just not enough. I can't just pay for everything myself. We have membership dues and other things, but we need a special gift. We need a special gift to make July happen. We need you to give us a special contribution so that we can make sure the July events go smoothly, that the housing for the people coming in out of town is covered, that the speakers that are being flown in, their airfare is properly covered. We need you to make a special one-time gift to make this July gathering, this anti-imperialist summit that we are organizing. We need you to help us make it happen and help us make it a success. Small gift, big gift, whatever you can do. We need you to help us with it. But you know what? I'll just say this. If it's a matter of send us a gift or come, we'd rather you come. We'd rather you be there. It's much more important that you be there on July 12th. If you can't afford to give us a gift, but you can afford to come to town, if there's one event that you come to this year, make it July 12th. CPI, Center for Political Innovation, we're doing something that nobody else is doing, and we're doing it right. We're not doing it in a way that we're trying to win the internet. We're not doing it in a way that we're trying to make ourselves feel special or act like we're cool. We're building what needs to be built. We are building the real connections. And if you can understand why what we're doing is so important, if you can understand why anti-imperialism is the future, but we have to break out of the narrow niche circles and internet culture and get to the masses of people with real outreach. If you can understand that, please give us a gift. We're trying to build an actual movement to win new people to anti-imperialism and continue to carry out operations to change the conversation in America so that we have a country where there's a mass movement demanding justice for working families and an end to these wars, that we're saying no to World War III, we're saying no to the emerging low-wage police state. That's what we urgently need. So if you can help us in any way, send us a gift. If you can be there on July 12th, be there. This is the biggest endeavor CPI has ever done, and it's going to lead to even bigger things. We don't back down. We don't go away. If we were going to back down, we would have done it a long time ago. And if we were one of their plants or one of these fake anti-imperialists, they would be making it a lot easier for us. We have been facing a lot of challenges, but we continue to achieve great victories. So we need your support. Please send us a contribution. Please be there on July 12th at the Midwest Convention Center in the Chicago area. It's right near the O'Hare Airport. It's going to be awesome. We need you there. Thank you.
Why is that important? Well, because that's the amount of time then the Soviets have to decide what to do. The second the weapon is detected, 5 minutes later, if it's the real deal, Moscow disappears. Now, normally speaking, with intercontinental ballistic missiles, you have 30 to 40 minutes. Now, why is this important? Because in the past, the treaty was signed in 1987. In 1983, there were several instances where there were false alarms. And fortunately, the time that was saved by that 30 to 40 minute window allowed people to make the right decision to assume that this wasn't a real attack, but a false alarm, and they didn't launch the missiles. But with the new intermediate range missiles, if the alarm went off, you didn't have 30 to 40 minutes, you had 5 minutes, which means fire now, boom, and we're all dead. We're all dead. Now, I don't like to say this too often, and I appreciate people shaking my hand coming up here. Don't shake my hand for anything I am doing today or tomorrow. Shake my hand for what I did in 1988, 1989, 1990. Want to know why? Because if it wasn't for people like me on the American side and my Soviet counterparts, none of us would be here today.
You're an American hero.
Because without the treaty, there would have been a mistake. And if that mistake, we wouldn't have had time. decisions would have been made. And I'll give you an example from life. June 1995, a missile was fired from Norway. It was an atmospheric test missile. And when it went up, Soviet or Russian radar picked it up and determined that it was a Trident submarine-launched ballistic missile coming in on a trajectory designed to fire an electromagnetic pulse, so basically a nuclear bomb in the air to blind Russian radar for the first strike coming in. This was taken so seriously that the Russian authorities brought the nuclear briefcase to Boris Yeltsin, opened it up and said, put in the launch codes now, boss, right now. We have to make a decision right now. Fortunately, because of the Intermediate Nuclear Forces Treaty, Yeltsin had more than 5 minutes to make that decision. And eventually he said, I don't think this is the attack, we're going to stand down. Had the treaty not been signed, we would have had a completely different outcome. So when I say we all would have died, it's not hypothetical, ladies and gentlemen. We all would have died. None of us would be here today. That's an amazing thing. But you know, perhaps the most important thing about the Intermediate Nuclear Forces Treaty for me wasn't the journey of disarmament. It's very important, life or death, literally, boom. It was a journey of discovery. How do you take somebody who was conditioned to hate a people he knew nothing about to such an extent that he wanted to kill them? And not just kill them theoretically, in close quarter combat, close with and destroy the enemy through firepower maneuver. Look them in the eyes while you take their life. That's the kind of hate I had in my soul for the Soviets. And yet they transformed me. You say, I went over there, and instead of trying to kill them, I started working with them. It was an amazing journey to see these people as humans, human beings. You know, initially our work was professional, purely professional. We worked together to build, you know, this monitoring facility. We worked on developing procedures, et cetera. But you can't be around people 24/7 without beginning to see little things about them. That guy's pretty funny.
Now, the tariff that Donald Trump has just slapped onto China is no joke. Around the world, it's being called a trade war. And Donald Trump says he's doing it to bring jobs in manufacturing back to America. But what about the consumer and the small business owner who's being hit with the bill? Now, we are here in New York City, in Chinatown. We decided to speak with some local business owners about how the neighborhood's being affected and what this tariff could mean not just for them, but for the whole country.
The Chinese stuff is increase the price, everything. The people asking is too expensive. People nothing buy.
And do you think is it going to hurt the whole neighborhood?
Yeah, all neighborhood.
Yeah, we get a lot of our frames from China, so a lot of our manufacturers are there, our factories are there. So to be seen. We have some cases coming in, and they don't know what, like in 2 months. So we'll see what will happen. I mean, we don't. Yeah.
Specifically glasses, because this.
Yeah. Okay. So a lot of our glasses are made there. So, you know, we'll see what our suppliers say. Yeah. We probably negotiate them with them. They take half, we take half. We need to increase some costs. Yeah, so.
I'm also curious about, do you think the neighborhood overall is going to be affected by the tariff?
I believe so too, yeah. A lot of people are grocery stores, dry goods, all import their stuff from China, bubble tea. I could see a lot of effects on that.
Yeah. Now, what about the country overall? Do you think Chinatowns around the country are going to be affected, or it's the whole country's economy? Like, what do you think?
I think they'll be affected. Yeah, definitely. Like it's 145% now. I'm not sure. It's hard to follow, keep in track of that. But again, I think there'll be negotiations and yet to be seen. We'll see. I think in 2 months is when our shipments comes, and that might change from today.
Okay. And why do you think President Trump is doing this? What is he trying to accomplish?
What I think he's trying to accomplish is to bring a lot more manufacturing back to the U.S. But it was very hard, I think. It's especially for fashion, clothing items, that would be very difficult. Yeah, he's trying to bring some more manufacturing, and also maybe box out China because the geostrategic enemy competitors. So that's two strategies. One is to bring manufacturing back to U.S., and one is to try to curtail this geopolitical adversary.
Okay, and if you could say anything to President Trump, what would you say?
No comment there.
Tell me, what products?
all Chinese product, all not only Chinese product, Bangladeshi, Indian, all product.
Like what, shirts or, I mean, just which?
Clothing item, or the souvenir item, all.
And what about, the neighborhood? Do you think the neighborhood could be affected?
All item. Everybody say, no, we are increased 20%, 15%, 10%, like this.
Now let me ask you, how do you think, this will affect the country overall?
Actually, I can't explain to you. I suffer, so...
Why do you think President Trump is doing it? What is he trying to accomplish?
Maybe he's the president. He maybe want to do good things. And this is some affected to us. Like,
what would you say to him if you had a chance to talk to him?
Actually, I don't want to say like this.
Okay. Yeah. But it's not good for your business.
Yeah, not for good for me. Good for business. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, great. All right.
Yeah.
How's it affected you?
The expense gonna be very high. We have to spend a lot of money to buy the sauce or the specific the ingredients we have to purchase from China. So we have to spend a lot of money on it.
Yeah, which products specifically? You said the sauce. What other things?
Yeah, like the soy sauce and then the sesame oil, and because we are still kind of like a chain store, we have to buy a lot of things from China. Mm-hmm.
Now, is it affecting your neighbors here in Chinatown as well?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know but except some store they might purchase America goods, but most people they prefer the Chinese goods.
It's the same around the country?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, and why do you think President Trump is doing this? What is he trying to achieve?
I don't know. He's trying to make America great again, I guess.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What would you say to President Trump if you had an opportunity to talk to him about it?
Cancel the traffic, please.
Yeah.
Give us a service space.
Hey, how are you? Great. So we're curious, is this tariff on China affecting your business?
Yes, it does. Because of the tariff, it's so high right now. So everything, the cost has been gone up for a lot.
What products specifically have been affected?
Like the teas, like any of the loose tea from China. So we have a lot of products like this kind. So they're from China. So
the price, so it's $45 now. Is it going to go up?
It's going to go up.
To what?
For sure. I have no idea yet, but it's going to be a lot. Yeah.
And is it the same for your neighbors here?
I think so.
Yeah. And let me ask, is it the same around the country, at different Chinatowns around the country?
Yes, I think so.
What do you think Trump is trying to accomplish? Why is he doing this?
I have no idea. Maybe he always says it's good for the American, but now it's damaging all the small business.
Yeah. If you could say anything to President Trump, what would you say?
I wish him to think about it again and again before he makes decisions like this.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of politicians talk about small businesses. They're like the lifeblood of the economy, but it seems like small businesses are suffering.
Yes, we are. Yeah. We are suffering right now, badly.
Thank you. How are you? Hey, I know Trump just put this huge tariff on China. Is that affecting your business?
Right now, I'm not really in charge, so I can't really say for sure. But I've seen prices have gone up a little bit for some products right now.
Yeah. What about your neighbors? Is it affecting them?
I'm not too sure about that too. We haven't really interacted that much. So maybe prices have gone up, but I heard there's a pause right now, so maybe the prices will steadily go back down, but I'm not too sure. What do you think
Trump is trying to accomplish?
Maybe, I'm not too sure about that, honestly. I wasn't really into the news about that, so I can't really say.
And what about, do you think it's the same around the country?
The country?
Yeah, different Chinatowns around the country, are they affected the same way?
I can't really say about that too, because I've only been in Manhattan. I haven't really traveled to the other Chinatown market, so I can't tell you.
Okay, and if you could say anything to President Trump, what would you say?
I'm not too sure. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
All right, thanks. No, we appreciate it. Hello.
Everything is like inflation. I mean, like every taxes and everything. So we trying to make like the products. I mean, like if I can buy the materials here, we buy here. You know? Yeah.
Yeah. What would you say to Donald Trump if you had a chance to talk to him?
I don't know. I'm not sure about that, but yeah, try to lower the taxes and everything. You know, like otherwise we can't survive. The wages, the paychecks not increasing, but you know.
The tariff, you know, on imports from China?
China is very hard for business now.
Yeah, well, tell me, is it affecting
Yes.
your business?
Yeah, of course effective, sir.
Okay, what products are being affected?
Yes, the all products they charge the tax and it's the terrible now for the business. Chinatown never is now no problem, but everybody's problem for the tax and price going up. The people no give the like the high price. People only same the different price the last price, but every merchandise price going up. But people no understand. Oh no, I buy before this. You give me this whatever I know buy. So now we lose the customer, we lose the business both.
Mm-hmm. What would you say to Trump?
Trump is okay. He's the president.
Okay.
Always, yeah.
Would you want him to know about how the tariffs affect you?
Because he's the policy. He think this is good, this is good. He's the president. I respect him, but he think this is bad, this is bad. What we are suffering now is very problem.
Yeah, and I mean, what do you think of China?
China, I don't know what they are affecting the USA. I have no idea about this.
A lot of your products here come from China?
Yes, sir.
And are you going to not be able to import them? Are they going to cost a lot more? Like what's?
Sir.
Tell me more.
Yeah, we are the afford the like the high price. Problem is here we buy high price. We are not try to sell high price. The customer no buy the high price. That's why we are business. We are spend money. We are no earn the money, and also business we are lose now.
Starting a small business is very much the American dream. It's the very thing that has lured people to these shores from across the planet. However, Donald Trump, in the name of making America great again, seems to be putting the brakes on the hopes and aspirations of a lot of small business owners. That's what we heard here in Chinatown, and around the country, Trump's tariffs don't seem to be getting a very positive reception. But it ain't over till it's over. We're going to have to see how this trade war and these dramatic economic moves play out in the long run. Caleb Maupin, New York. Their message. And it comes out of the split in Trotskyism, it comes out of CIA interventions. And at first, it was a way to manipulate the revolutionary intelligentsia. At first, it was about making sure there was distance between these revolutionary intellectuals and the Soviet Union. It was about expanding the gap between the Soviet Union and the revolutionary intelligentsia. However, in the 1970s and 80s, it started turning into something more sinister. We know who George Soros was. We know who Zbigniew Brzezinski was. And the color revolutions that brought down the Soviet Union and the Eastern Bloc were largely carried out with this kind of politics. It was about manipulating intellectuals, tapping into the desire of really the most privileged people in these countries. These were the children of the party elite largely, the academics, the people at the universities. The broad masses of people in the Soviet Union and the Eastern Bloc voted to keep socialism. They supported the communist parties, but it was the university students, it was the filmmakers, and those folks, their grievances, some of which were justified against the Soviet Union, were intentionally manipulated in the name of this kind of fake leftist politics. And it was enabled to create chaos and bring down the socialist countries. And you'll recall, if you read the history, that in the Prague Spring of 1968 and the events of 1989, most of the people that were manipulated into setting the stage for Wall Street to sink its fangs into these countries, they didn't think that they were marching for capitalism. They thought they were marching for socialism with a human face, democratic socialism, more freedom. They thought they were going to keep their guaranteed job, keep their guaranteed health care, but also be able to wear blue jeans and listen to Beatles music and shop at Walmart. It was a con, and it was a manipulation, and it was very effective. And it was a continuation of this manipulation of leftist politics. And now, as we enter a long-term capitalist crisis rooted in the problem of overproduction, this movement that they first developed to manipulate leftism and then utilized against the socialist countries is now being weaponized as the new form of fascism.
And it's what is really the ruling ideology of the United States at this very moment. This is what we are living under. Wokeism is a result of this manipulation. They have brought the color revolution machine home to the United States in an effort to try and save capitalism. That's what's happened. And to those of us who've been to the socialist countries, and those of us who know what Marxism is actually about, it is nothing but the most outrageous and infuriating thing. And that is why we are screaming about it from the heavens. You know, I went to West Virginia after Trump got elected, and I interviewed a steel worker. And he had been a lifelong Democrat, but he voted for Trump, he said, because the Democrats don't care about the working class anymore. Now they're just a bunch of socialists. It's a tragic statement. You know, and you listen to people, you know, if I thought Joe Biden was a socialist, if I thought Joe Biden was a communist, I would probably hate communism and socialism too. And this vile anti-working class movement that is about controlling the broad masses of people, grinding them into poverty, setting about chaos in the country so that the ultra-rich can secure their grip on society as we degrow and melt down amid a capitalist crisis. It's very frightening, and many working people want to get together and protect their communities and their families from this insanity. And those of us who understand what Marxism really is should understand we're on their side. We're not with the woke synthetic left. If it really gets down to it, what the woke stuff is, when you talk about the identity politics or the oppression theory, it's very similar to anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism is an interesting thing. If you look at anti-Semitism from a Marxist perspective, the phenomenon of hating Jewish people in Europe, often what it really was the ruling class racializing and weaponizing the resentment of the working class against the middle class, right? The stereotype of Jews is that they are middle class, and the working class generally does not see the bourgeoisie. Rockefeller doesn't walk through our neighborhoods. The Carnegies and the DuPont don't walk through our neighborhoods. But if you're a factory worker, the lawyer who lives down the street, or the shopkeeper who owns a store in your neighborhood, you see them. And working class people and middle class people often have a different perspective on things. For example, what's one of the anti-Semitic stereotypes about Jews is that they're cheap with money. That's one of the stereotypes that's perpetuated. Well, one thing that is a difference between working class life and middle class life is that a working class person, they probably have less money than a middle class person, but they get a wage. They get a paycheck every 2 weeks. So when they have money, they can spend it. Whereas a middle class person might have more money, but it all goes back into their business. So even though they have more money, they're going to be tighter with it because they own their own business. And so a working class person might look.
Ukraine tried to kill Donald Trump. This is obvious. Look at it. They arrested Ryan Roth back in September, and we all saw that he was a guy who volunteered to fight in Ukraine, and then he came back to the United States after spending a bunch of time in Ukraine and tried to kill then presidential candidate Trump. And now we find out that before he left, he went and tried to get a rocket launcher from the Ukrainian government. And he said he was getting the rocket launcher to try and kill President Trump. Ukraine tried to kill Donald Trump. This is so obvious. Ukraine tried to kill Donald Trump. Let's just say it. Ukraine tried to kill Donald Trump. A nutty Ukrainiac, one of these fanatical anti-Russian nut jobs, tried to kill Donald Trump. This is a fact. Mainstream media needs to just say this. Stop trying to convince us that Iran tried to kill Trump. Stop trying to convince us of all kinds of crazy conspiracy theories. It's right there in front of our eyes. Ukraine tried to kill Trump.
Do people actually deny that Yuri Gagarin was the first man in space and he was sent up there by the Soviets? I don't understand what that means.
Well,
of course he did.
Okay, so now the argument is not that socialism didn't have economic achievements. The argument is now that it was just a violator of human rights. It resulted in mass death, like you spent your entire opening statement saying. Is that what we're arguing about now?
Dude, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You're
Well,
all
that's
over
what
the map here. I don't
Yeah,
know.
you
It's
spent
so
your opening
scattered.
statement going over allegations about human rights violations, mass murder, etc. in the Soviet Union. That's what
do
you want to
mean
argue about.
allegations? These are very well
Sure,
documented,
sure.
and these are even
Okay.
relying upon Soviet figures. You can't say,
Okay.
well, the Soviet figures are totally valid for GDP, but they're not valid for the murder mills of the gulags.
Okay.
So you can have your GDP. I think the GDP in the Soviet Union was largely bullshit.
Okay.
Of course, right? I mean,
okay. So they weren't raised out of poverty. It was bullshit, right? They didn't have the biggest steel industry in the world. They didn't electrify the country. They didn't wipe out illiteracy. They didn't invent space travel. They didn't industrialize whole countries. They didn't build they didn't electrify Egypt and build huge power plants there. They didn't electrify Syria and build huge power plants there. They didn't build all kinds of infrastructure, not just in their homeland, but all over the world. None of that counts. That's all fake. Are you saying that's fake? You said that the GDP was bullshit. I mean, economic growth happened because of socialism. That's an indisputable fact. You've admitted it before. Now you're trying to go back on it or say it's fudged.
No, see, dude, you gotta calm your tits a little here, man, and go a little slower because you're just all over the map. And I'll tell you what.
No, I'm not. I mean, I want to know where our disagreement is. First, I want to know where our disagreement is. Where is our disagreement? Where is our disagreement? Where is our disagreement?
Okay, you finish your points, and then I'll make my points, because the moment I start talking, you just talk in my ear, okay? So you finish your
that's
points
why I was hoping
like
we'd have a moderator, so you could speak and I could speak. So, I mean, are we going to take turns here? You talk, I talk, you talk, and we do that?
That's what I'm trying to do.
That would be a civil debate. Okay, so why don't you go, and then I'll go, okay? Or do you want to do it the other way around? I don't care.
No, I'll go. So, yes, there's no question that the Soviet Union built stuff. There's no question that the ancient Egyptians built pyramids using slave labor. So yes, I guess their GDP went up as well. There's no doubt that the National Socialists in Germany controlled the hyperinflation of the Weimar Republic and put a lot of people back to work by arming them for a massive world war. There's no doubt that the murder factories of the Nazi concentration camps increased their GDP and gave people reliable income in horrible manners. So the fact that people get paid, the fact that stuff gets built, is not a measure of the virtue of a society. The measure of a virtue of a society is whether or not the initiation of the use of force is used to build those things. Sure, they sent a man into space and they built giant factories, happened to be horribly polluted and horribly polluting, and they built Chernobyl, and they built a whole other load of massively dangerous and almost Europe-destroying nuclear reactors without basic safety features. So yeah, they built a whole lot of stuff. There's no question. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say the Soviet Union was exactly the same in 1991 as it was in 1917. Yeah, they built a lot of stuff. They stole a lot of stuff. There's a great book called East minus West equals zero, which means like it goes into how much the Soviet Union stole from the West in order to build. But yeah, they built a whole bunch of stuff. They sure did. Slave labor can build you a whole bunch of stuff. Labor that you point machine guns at and shoot people who don't do what you want, you can build a whole bunch of stuff. What is the value of that in the long run? Not that much. And you can't even tell what the value is because there's no price system, there's no price mechanism, because there's no free market, there's no stock market to tell you what things are worth. So if we're sitting here in the squalid grade 2 massive, did the Soviets build stuff? Yeah, they built stuff. And so did the ancient Egyptians, and so did the Nazis. So what? The question is the morality of how it was done.
May I respond? Are you going to let me respond without interrupting now? All right, I will proceed. If the question is not whether or not they actually achieved anything economically, but whether or not they violated human rights in order to do it, you're defending a system that is very, very guilty of mass death and killing far, far more than we can imagine. I mean, where has free trade economics been implemented and not resulted in mass death, I would ask you, right? The British Empire imposed free markets at the point of a gun on China with the Opium Wars, right? They forced Britain to join the British Empire free trade system. That's why Hong Kong is now part of or was separate because of the British Empire and such, which you defend. The result was mass famines and death. Stop interrupting me, please.
Okay, but
there was the Chinese famine. I'm sorry, will you stop interrupting me? I didn't interrupt you. Now stop interrupting. All right? You can talk about the mass famine of 1876 to 1879. 9 to 13 million people dead because the British Empire wouldn't let them develop their own economy. You could talk about the mass famine of 1928 to 1930, 3 to 10 million people dead. Why? Because they couldn't have a central government, because the fields that should have been growing food were growing opium poppies. This is the disaster, right? All over the world, we've seen capitalism result in mass death. In India, mass famines created by free trade. 4 to 5 million people dead in 1866 in the Orissa famine. The Indian famines of 1896 to 1879, 2 million dead at the hands of the British Empire, right? You talk about the Great Famine in Ireland, 1845 to 1849, where the Whig Party imposed free market policies on the Irish people at the barrel of a gun, colonialism, and the result was millions of deaths, right? Capitalism has killed millions of people. You know, King Leopold of Belgium, he worked to death 10 to 15 million people in the Congo so he could make rubber profits from their labor. And, you know, I mean, world...
Hey friends, I just got to Minnesota for our workshop. I just wanted to give my analysis of something very quickly. So, you all will have seen that Donald Trump, he just declared a number of drug cartel organizations to be legally designated terrorists under the Anti-Terrorism and Effective Death Penalty Act. Now, I do want to say that I oppose this because I oppose this legislation. I think the Anti-Terrorism and Effective Death Penalty Act that was passed by Bill Clinton is unconstitutional because it enables people to be subject to sanctions without due process. People are declared terrorists just because the president said so. They have no opportunity to defend themselves. On top of that, the definition of material support under that law is so vague that it could be used to persecute free speech or free association. So I'm against Trump taking this move. But I do think it's coming from a good place because you'll notice a number of mainstream outlets and neoconservative voices are opposed to it. Why? It makes it difficult for the U.S. intelligence community to financially support and embed itself with the drug cartels. Everybody knows the drug cartels in Mexico are armed with U.S. military-grade weapons. And everybody knows that one of these particular gangs, one based in Venezuela, has been used by the American government against the Venezuelan socialist government of Nicolas Maduro. They've been using this particular gang to try and overthrow Maduro. So Trump's piece of legislation declaring the drug cartels to be terrorists makes it harder for the intelligence community to covertly give weapons and funding to the drug cartels, to use the drug cartels as proxies against governments like Venezuela or Nicaragua, which has also been targeted by drug cartels that are supported by U.S. intelligence. So overall, what Trump is trying to do is prevent the intelligence agencies from being able to use the drug cartels as proxies. There's a division within the American deep state, and the regime change globalist apparatus sees drug cartels as useful foot soldiers to fight against governments they don't like, as assassins, as hit squads, whereas there's another layer, people that are around Trump and ICE and Kash Patel and Tulsi Gabbard, that say these drug cartels are so dangerous, everything needs to be done to oppose them, and any coddling or support or indirect support for them needs to be cut off. So that's where the division is. That's why Trump gave them this designation. I'm technically against it because I don't support the law that makes it possible, but overall I think it's a good thing that the U.S. intelligence community and the covert efforts to support these drug cartels will at least be more difficult and less likely in the future.
At a middle-class person and say, what a cheap bastard. I get paid every 2 weeks. What is going on here? He's got way more than me, but he's so tight with his money. That's how the anti-Semitic stereotypes were promoted. Working-class people tend to be more socially conservative. Middle-class folks tend to be a little bit more open-minded. And if one looks at, in Asia, in the Pacific Islands, the stereotypes about middle-class folks of ethnic Chinese heritage is very similar to the anti-Semitic stereotypes that proliferated throughout Europe. And it's a similar kind of thing. It is weaponizing working-class resentment against the middle class, which is easy to do because you can see the middle class and you can't see those who really have the power. And what wokeism is very similar. Because wokeism is telling you don't hate the ruling class, don't hate the billionaires, don't hate the monopolies, hate the person who's got it slightly better than you. Hate the person who's got 5% more than you or 10% more than you. And not only that, it's not really offering any solutions. Wokeism isn't about offering solutions. It's just about giving you permission to be angry. Aren't you upset about it? Aren't you angry? And it's about stoking up that rage and that hate and just stoking it up and not offering any real solutions. Just stoking up anger and resentment. And that's what wokeism is. It is an attempt to set the stage for some kind of degrowth fascism by weaponizing people's resentment against people who might have it slightly better and taking the onus off the system itself, and also through spiraling into a cycle of rage and not bringing people together to offer real solutions. That's what the ruling class is doing. Now, that said, recognizing that wokeism is the main danger, that doesn't mean that I'm going to unite with the right on everything or anything, really. If someone comes to me and they say that the Chinese Communist Party and Joe Biden are involved in a secret plot against our precious bodily fluids, I'm going to tell them they're wrong. And if someone comes to me and says, well, the solution to the crisis of mass migration is to terrorize immigrant communities with raids, I'm going to tell them they're wrong. If somebody comes to me and says police brutality is made up, it's a conspiracy against white cops, I'm going to tell them they're wrong. However, if someone says that socialism is just an employee stock ownership program, I'm also going to tell them that they're wrong. And if someone says that anyone who dares oppose the war drive against Russia and China should be equated with the Nazis, I'm going to tell them they're wrong. And if someone tells me that anyone who questions that 5-year-olds should be put on gender hormone therapy, if someone tells me that anyone who questions that is an evil, unforgivable bigot, I'm going to tell them they're wrong. I have no loyalty to the synthetic left. I have no duty to help them protect their system and impose their degrowth on working families. I have no reason to do that. No reason to protect them. They don't want us, we don't want them. Out of the movement to the masses. Yeah. Been there, done that. There's a precedent for what we're seeing now, and that's the lead up to the First World War. The angriest writing one can ever read is Vladimir Lenin's critiques of the Second International and how all the socialist parties sold out, and in the face of World War I, they abandoned the working class and sent the working class off to die. And the Bolsheviks stood alone against World War I. Rosa Luxemburg was with them. Eugene Debs bravely went to prison. But the overwhelming majority of the socialist movement went along with World War I. And I've quoted this to you all many times. But the reason I quote it so much is because it's the basis of what we're doing with CPI. This quote is so important. Lenin wrote, "Neither we nor anyone else can calculate precisely what portion of the proletariat will follow the social chauvinists and opportunists. This will be revealed only by the struggle and decided only by socialist revolution. But we know that the defenders of the fatherland in imperialist war represent only a minority. And it is therefore our duty, if we wish to remain socialists, to go where? Lower and deeper to the real masses. This is the whole meaning of our purport of the struggle against opportunism. By exposing the fact that the opportunists and the social chauvinists are in reality betraying and selling out the interests of the masses, that they are defending the temporary privileges of a minority of workers, that sounds familiar, doesn't it? That they are vehicles of bourgeois ideas and influences, and they're really allies and agents of the bourgeoisie. We teach the masses to appreciate their true political interests and to fight for socialism through all the painful vicissitudes of imperialist wars and imperialist armistices. The only Marxist line in the labor movement is teaching the masses the inevitability and necessity of breaking.
Hey friends, how you doing today? I'm letting you know, the Center for Political Innovation, we are about to do, on July 12th, the biggest event that we have ever done. It will be our national gathering in Chicago on July 12th. And it's going to be really, really special. We are talking with a number of important anti-imperialist voices, a lot of different communities. There's going to be musical performances, dance performances, there's going to be great speeches, and it's going to be a whole day gathering dedicated to anti-imperialism. I am committed And CPI has always been committed to building an in real life network of people. And we carry out real operations. We were at the inauguration of Trump with our Trump and Kim banner saying only peace can make America great again. We were on the streets of Chicago at the Democratic National Convention with a book exposing what Kamala Harris and who she really is and what she's really about, and it was really, really important. We have 1,000 copies of our book about the Houthis that are being distributed with the poster of the convention on the back to people who would never go looking for this. We are putting door hanger flyers on doors of people, again, that would never go looking for this. We're not performing and trying to make ourselves feel good. We're actually trying to build a network of people that can be anti-imperialists in America. And it's not easy to do. It's very difficult in these times to build a real in-life organization. People have their issues. We live in a very strange time, but we have to do it. And we are committed to continuing this project. This video is basically me telling you we need your support. In order to pull off our convention that includes our 7-day program for our members around the country to come to Chicago, includes our huge convention on July 12th, where we're gonna fill up the Midwest Convention Center, in order to have an effective national planning meeting and gathering in Chicago the day after on July 13th. In order to do what we need to do, we need to fill up that auditorium and we need money. And there's really no way around that. We need you to donate to the Center for Political Innovation. We have set up a GoFundMe, and a lot of people have already contributed. We already raised a couple $1,000, but it's not enough. In order to really pull off our July activities and really have a win for anti-imperialism, we need your support. We need you to go to the GoFundMe right now and donate $5 or $20. We need you to go to the donate button on the CPI website and send us $100 or $50, whatever you can do. If we're gonna do what we need to do in July and build the organization and have the mega anti-imperialist rally that needs to happen on July 12th and solidify the network that we're building to continue to carry out the great operations that we do, we need you to help us out. Every cent that we raise goes into building this group. I'm lucky I have a paycheck with everything that's going on. I'm surviving, and I have consistently put a huge amount of the money that I have, my own resources, my own funds, into CPI because I believe in it, because it needs to happen, because this organization is necessary. I'm looking at what I've got and my own resources and my own bills and all of that, and I'm looking at what's already been paid for, and it's not enough. I mean, it's just not enough. I can't just pay for everything myself. We have membership dues and other things, but we need a special gift. We need a special gift to make July happen. We need you to give us a special contribution so that we can make sure the July events go smoothly, that the housing for the people coming in out of town is covered, that the speakers that are being flown in, their airfare is properly covered. We need you to make a special one-time gift to make this July gathering, this anti-imperialist summit that we are organizing. We need you to help us make it happen and help us make it a success. Small gift, big gift, whatever you can do. We need you to help us with it. But you know what? I'll just say this. If it's a matter of send us a gift or come, we'd rather you come. We'd rather you be there. It's much more important that you be there on July 12th. If you can't afford to give us a gift, but you can afford to come to town, if there's one event that you come to this year, make it July 12th. CPI, Center for Political Innovation, we're doing something that nobody else is doing, and we're doing it right. We're not doing it in a way that we're trying to win the internet. We're not doing it in a way that we're trying to make ourselves feel special or act like we're cool. We're building what needs to be built. We are building the real connections. And if you can understand why what we're doing is so important, if you can understand why anti-imperialism is the future, but we have to break out of the narrow niche circles and internet culture and get to the masses of people with real outreach, if you can understand that, please give us a gift. We're trying to build an actual movement to win new people to anti-imperialism and continue to carry out operations to change the conversation in America so that we have a country where there's a mass movement demanding justice for working families and an end to these wars, that we're saying no to World War III, we're saying no to the emerging low-wage police state. That's what we urgently need. So if you can help us in any way, send us a gift. If you can be there on July 12th, be there. This is the biggest endeavor CPI has ever done, and it's going to lead to even bigger things. We don't back down. We don't go away. If we were going to back down, we would have done it a long time ago. And if we were one of their plants or one of these fake anti-imperialists, they would be making it a lot easier for us. We have been facing a lot of challenges, but we continue to achieve great victories. So we need your support. Please send us a contribution. Please be there on July 12th at the Midwest Convention Center in the Chicago area. It's right near the O'Hare Airport. It's going to be awesome. We need you there. Thank you.
Business deal with an American corporation to come and help us set up our car industry or our oil industry, we'll do it because it's about raising the people up. We came to power offering stability and development, and that's what we're going to do. And they did it. And the whole world marveled at what the Soviet Union was achieving during the 5-year economic plans because they were raising people out of poverty. And the Koch brothers, their grandfather, Fred Koch, he was a chemist in the United States who'd invented a new method of turning petroleum into gasoline for your car, and he went to the Soviet Union and he made a lot of money helping set up the Soviet oil industry. And this was a necessary thing to do. And it industrialized the Soviet Union very rapidly and enabled them to win the Second World War, enabled them to invent space travel, enabled them to build some of the largest hydroelectrical power plants, the biggest steel industry in the world. That was going on. Trotskyism was the movement of those who rejected that and held on to the permanent revolution. However, there's another layer to this. 1939, the Soviet Union had gone and tried to form an anti-fascist alliance with every major capitalist country. For a while, France was willing to do it, and then France dropped out of it. The rest of the major capitalist countries wouldn't even consider it. And so as an act of desperation, seeing World War II was on the horizon, 1939, the Soviet Union signed the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. And immediately, a huge amount of condemnation was piled on the Soviet Union, because how dare they make a treaty with the Nazis? It was done out of desperation. It was not an alliance. It was simply a non-aggression pact. But there was a whole public relations campaign because the communists had been leaders of anti-fascist fronts. They were immediately accused of being hypocrites. Time magazine here in the United States started calling the Communist Party USA the communazis. That was the term they used for them. Earl Browder, the leader of the Communist Party, was thrown in prison. There was a whole public relations campaign against the Soviet Union and against the Communist Party for that. And in that atmosphere, there were some Trotskyites who declared that there was nothing revolutionary about the Soviet Union. That most Trotskyites said the Soviet Union was what they called a deformed workers' state or a degenerated workers' state. That they didn't like Stalin, they didn't like the Soviet government, but the economic foundations were still socialist. But in 1939, there was a clique of Trotskyites in New York City called the New York Intellectuals who cut ties with Trotsky over any defense of the Soviet Union. As far as they were concerned, the Soviet Union was absolutely no good. And Trotsky, before his death, had a big fight with these folks. And James Cannon, the leader of the American Trotskyists, also had a fight with these folks. And in that fight, some revealing things were said by the leaders of American Trotskyism. This is what James Cannon, the leader of American Trotskyism, wrote about the New York Intellectuals. He wrote, Trotskyism became more popular in petty bourgeois, intellectual, and half-intellectual circles. And for a time, it even became a fashion. However, with the approach of the war, Trotskyism as a doctrine and as a movement lost its respectability, and many of the intellectuals, sniffing danger, arranged a somewhat hasty and undignified departure. He also wrote, "They mistake their own emotions, their own uncertainties, their fears, and their own egotistical concerns about their personal fate for the sentiments and movements of the great masses. And they measure the world's agony by their own inconsequential aches and pains." He wrote, "Marxists always begin with a program. They rally their supporters around the program and educate them in the process of struggling for the program. But petty bourgeois politics is always a hodgepodge, and it never attains a fully developed, consistent program." And in 1939, the New York intellectuals found their way out of Trotskyism. And then something happened called World War II. And after World War II, the New York intellectuals found their way into something called the Central Intelligence Agency. And this is a well-documented fact. Irving Kristol, who was one of these New York intellectuals, became the founder of the CIA's Congress for Cultural Freedom program. And they began, with CIA money and money from the Ford Foundation and the Rockefeller think tanks, publishing leftist, socialist, Trotskyist magazines, putting out a new interpretation of what Marxism and socialism was all about. Of course, it was very anti-Soviet, but it went further than that. It went a lot further than that. If you read Susan Sontag, you read Hannah Arendt, you read Mary McCarthy, this writing that they were putting out was much more than just a Trotskyist deviation from what the Soviet Union was putting out. It was anti-populism. If you read what they wrote, the people are the enemy. That is the point that they are making. Fascism in their mind is not capitalism in decay. It's not the result of the capitalist system in crisis. Fascism in their mind is whenever ordinary people are getting together and demanding things and threatening the individualism and the sacredness of the great intellectuals. Hannah Arendt's book, Eichmann in Jerusalem. I read that when I was in college. I thought it was a great book. I thought it was about, we need to be nonconformists, don't go along with the crowd. But if you really read what it's saying, the essence of what it's saying that deep down the broad masses of people are a bunch of bloodthirsty Nazis. It's saying that the Soviet Union is just the same as Nazi Germany and that we need to control the working class because if they get together and start to fight for their rights, it'll lead to some horrendous event. Equating the Soviet Union with Nazi Germany, which is now a big part of American war propaganda, and equating both the Soviet Union and Nazi Germany with popular mass movements and people organizing and trying to advance their economic condition. That is the synthetic left. That is the essence of what they are pushing. And if you read Leo Strauss, the founder of neoconservatism, what he was advocating, you read the work of Irving Howe, who is the intellectual father of Democratic Socialists of America, who was one of these New York intellectuals.
So we went out to Minneapolis to do just kind of a routine, small workshop that we do in a number of cities. We've done them before, where we get together, have some classes, get to know different members, different friends. Anyhow, we get out there and we see all these crazy signs posted up all over the neighborhood.
Let's not alert the membership as of yet, right? Because they want a reaction. If they see they're getting a reaction, that'll embolden them, right? We'll just be extra careful with security at the door. But honestly, I don't think we should not do the event. No, I think we should do it. I guess we'll just proceed with our meeting as usual. Okay, so the first thing is that the break time is the most important, right? The break time when we're actually talking to people is the most important time, right? Actually, when I'm speaking and all that, it's not that important. What's important is when we're talking with the people.
On Saturday morning, our main concern was the lack of heat. The Airbnb had not turned the heat on, and it was record low temperatures. It was a very, very cold night, so we're inside the house, and we're figuring we can't really start the workshop until the heat comes on. So then we see them outside.
Burger King! Burger King! Burger King! Burger King! Burger King! Burger King!
It is 8:30 in the morning.
And it's like 20 below zero.
You're gonna wake up the whole neighborhood.
Yeah.
Everyone's in the neighborhood's gonna hate them.
The house across the street looks abandoned or dilapidated. I don't think they're worried about fascism. They're worried about putting food on the table.
We're worried about getting the heat turned on.
Yes,
It's a little cold here. The heat hasn't been turned on in our Airbnb.
And these guys start preemptively gloating that nobody is showing up.
No, we expected you like turning the attendees away. This is amazing.
but no one is coming. Wow.
Not knowing that we literally don't have heat, and we're not gonna start the thing without heat. It was actually like a solid hour after they left before we got the heat, and then we had people start coming. Well, actually, I take that back. There was one gentleman they did get to try to intimidate out of attending, a disabled gentleman, which, you know, that's cool.
They shouted at him, "Don't go in there, they'll rape you."
He attended, though. He was not scared of them.
Hello, Gabby.
I've seen you. I've seen you on the
Can we see
video.
what they gave you?
Hello.
Can we see what they gave you?
Warning, this is a cult. Press TV. Oh, wow. It's Dugan.
Press TV.
Oh, man. Linda LaRouche. And your name's on here, too.
Really?
Yeah.
What? Famous.
Right? You're a failed political candidate and dedicated follower of Caleb Maupin's. You know, we're inside and, like, laughing about it. The whole thing just looked completely insane. At 8:30 in the morning, in record cold temperatures, you have 15 kids out there wearing COVID masks with signs about spanking and fascism and cults. I mean, the whole thing just had to look completely insane.
What are they saying?
Maupin runs the CPI. He's a weird little guy. One of the chants that they had, which I absolutely loved, was Caleb owns CPI. He's a weird little guy.
Caleb runs the CPI. He's a weird little guy.
They're calling you weird, dancing around with signs that no one understands.
Now, I thought that was very funny.
And by the way, don't you find some of their stuff to just be plain weird?
At one point, Peter Coffin walked out among the protesters. I immediately thought of the scene in The Wizard of Oz where Dorothy wakes up and she's walking among the munchkins.
Come out, wherever you are.
Because they were all like really short in comparison to him. And it made me think that the guy on the bullhorn or one of the people that had thought of that chant, they must have been called a weird little guy at some point in their life.
You're so out of touch. You think CPUSA would be a viable force to put together a picket like this? It's amazing.
They were on the bullhorn talking about communist inside baseball.
Colt, I mean, you started in the RCP, so it's used to Colt.
Gospels were a joke even to Trots.
No, we're trying to show you we care enough to tell you guys what's going on here. We want you guys to get out of the cult. We're trying to show you we care enough. No, we're trying to show you we care enough to tell you guys what's going on here. We want you guys to get out of the cult.
We are gonna have some fun with them, but we don't want to be too mean to them because there's a lot of people in this organization around the country, and I'm not gonna violate anyone's private business, but more than a handful of people that have joined CPI that have told me why they joined CPI. And they said, Caleb, you know, I was in these communist circles, I was in my 20s, and I was using drugs. I rock bottomed. You know, I screwed up, I did something wrong, and, you know, I had to go into recovery. And I realized that if I was going to get over my addiction, I couldn't keep thinking in the pessimistic, dark, hopeless way that seems to accompany communist politics in America. I had to be optimistic. And I suddenly started hearing you, and you were the only communist I could stand to listen to anymore. You were the only one that was putting out a hopeful, optimistic message that wasn't tearing people down, that wasn't preaching resentment. I believe there were people out there that are in that same category. Do you know what I honestly believe deep in my soul? I believe that there were people out there today that will eventually join CPI. Let me just put it this way. You can never say that the Center for Political Innovation or myself or Peter, you can never say that we're irrelevant. The fact that we had a small meetup was so important to some people that they woke up on Saturday morning, went out in freezing cold temperatures, and made a huge ruckus to tell everyone just how upset they were about the fact that we exist and we continue to do our work. You know, we were ready to defend ourselves, but they weren't a threat to us at all. They were kind of embarrassing, and they were kind of clowns. And I'm embarrassed for whatever organization let this happen, was involved in making it happen. And I'm also embarrassed for the people that did this protest because you were out there making fools out of yourselves while we were inside talking about the serious issues.
and how to change the future of our country, how to fight against imperialism, globalism, how to fight for working families. So yeah, certainly an interesting trip to Minneapolis. I'm glad we were there, and yeah, we're going to do a lot more workshops, let me put it that way.
With opportunism, and to educate them for revolution by waging a relentless struggle against opportunism, and to utilize the experience of war to expose, not conceal, the utter vileness of national labor politics. When a situation like this arises, it is our duty to point out who is supporting the imperialists in their drive for war and who is opposing it. That is our job, and it is to go to the masses with that understanding. Now, the front of our room here, I guess I'll pull this one up here, we have the pictures of two great revolutionaries from American history. We have John Brown, the great abolitionist who led the raid on Harper's Ferry, was the first person executed for treason in U.S. history for his heroic anti-slavery uprising. And we have Fred Hampton, the leader of the Black Panthers, who built a coalition and started their free breakfast program, defended People's Korea, and was murdered. But we also tonight have two pictures of two other great revolutionaries with us that I think now it's probably safe to bring up to the front of the room. So can we bring up these other two photos? Thank you, Noah. Thank you, Gav. I thought these might offend some of our earlier guests, but I think it's safe to have them up here now. So there you go. You're looking at Country Joe and the Fish. Little known fact, there was a band that played at Woodstock called Country Joe and the Fish Band. And the reason they have that name, according to every source that I can check, is because their parents were members of the Communist Party USA, and they picked the name for some pretty interesting reasons. Now, this guy was Country Joe because he was from Georgia, from the countryside. He grew up in a small village. He was the son of a bootmaker. And this guy was the Fish because one of his most well-known quotations is he said that the masses are the water and the revolutionaries are the fish. Country Joe and the Fish. And I like that because it points to the nature of who these two men were. I'm going to read you what's been written about Stalin, the mass organizer, the leader of strikes, the seminary school dropout who became the man of steel, who turned Russia into an industrial superpower and defeated the Nazis, left it with space travel. This is what was written in a book about Stalin called Young Stalin that describes his life during the pre-revolutionary period. Stalin was hostile to the bumptious intellectuals, but he was less with the educated worker revolutionaries. He played the teacher, the priest, and the workers listened reverently to this young preacher. And it was no coincidence that many of the revolutionists were seminarists or workers, often pious ex-peasants. And Trotsky, agitating in another city, remembered that many of the workers thought the movement resembled the early Christians and that they had to then be taught they should be atheists. And a biography of Mao Zedong written by Han Suyin called The Morning Deluge describes how before Mao became a revolutionary, before he launched his New People's Study Group, which was the society he formed that eventually merged into the Chinese Communist Party, he thought before he could even do that, he had to take a long walk through the countryside of China. It said, as he walked, Mao inquired on the conditions of crops and rain, of rent and landlords, a peasant talking to other peasants, but also a budding social scientist and researcher. Mao kept notes of what he was told, and he remembered the peasants' names, and he walked over 300 miles on the trip. So before he even started his organization, he just walked 300 miles through the countryside, talking to every person he could meet, asking them about the conditions of their life, engaging with them. And Mao also, in his little red book, he says, how should we judge whether or not a youth is a revolutionary? How can we tell? Well, there can only be one criteria, namely, whether or not he's willing to integrate himself with the broad masses of the workers and the peasants, and he does so in practice. If he's willing to do so and actually does so, he's a revolutionary. But otherwise, he's a non-revolutionary and a counter-revolutionary. Country Joe and the Fish. You can put them down. No, leave them up here. Leave them up here. You can put them. We have truth on our side. We have a very difficult task that needs to be carried out. A lot of people in this country are suffering right now, and the capitalists don't have an answer, and they're scrambling. It's like they have a box of solutions, you know, and they're pulling out different solutions. Like, what can we do, right? I remember after Obama took office, they thought, oh, we'll have the left do something, and they pulled, you know, they pulled out, we're going to have leftist protests, and they tried Occupy Wall Street, and that didn't work. And then, you know,
War I, 20 million people sent to their deaths so that the capitalists could carve up the developing world for themselves in colonial empires. The whole reason that communism even emerged was in response to the fact that British free market Adam Smith capitalism was causing mass death and suffering around the world, holding back economic development, keeping the developing world poor. And so countries around the world chose to break out of that system, organize and control their own economies, and they had great successes. China, before the communists came to power, was deeply poor. Now China, with a state-controlled, centrally planned economy, is the second largest economy on earth. The Soviet Union lifted itself up, as you have acknowledged. So, you know, if we're going to play that game of who's violated human rights, I can point you to many capitalist governments, most of whom are in line with your free trade ideas, that have committed mass atrocities. So I'm not seeing the link.
No, I get that you're not seeing the link because you don't understand my argument. So the idea that you can impose a free market at the point of a gun through imperialism is antithetical to market voluntarism, to market anarchy, to true free markets. True free markets rely on two basic principles. The first is the non-initiation of force, and the second is a respect for property rights. So I dislike the Soviet Union because it was a communist dictatorship, and of course it was an empire. It was, you know, with this union of Soviet socialist republics, so it was a whole scattering of countries, and of course they tried to expand into other countries, into North Korea, into North Vietnam, and of course a wide variety of other places. They funded the takeovers in Cuba and Cambodia and other places. So, yeah, they were a terrible empire, and the British Empire was a terrible empire. The British Empire was a violation of the free market and of the free trade because they forced people to become sailors, and they forced people, the average British citizen, suffered enormously under the British Empire, and it was, of course, highly profitable for the fascistic state corporations that had the union of state power so that they could outsource the protection of their invasions economically of other countries. They could outsource that to the hapless and helpless British taxpayer who was dragged onto ships at the point of a sword and died of scurvy more often than he even died from war. So the idea that somehow you get me into the corner where I'm defending the British Empire while opposing is ridiculous. You and I are on the same side. As you view the British Empire, so do I view the Russian Empire. As you view British dictatorial policies where resources were stripped and markets were interrupted and people were enslaved both financially and at the point of a gun to be sailors and soldiers to defend the profits of the corporations united with the power of the state. Yeah, we're on the same side. I don't know what this straw man is that somehow you said I've defended the British Empire. No, the British Empire is a monstrous violation of personal and political liberties.
All right, now I will respond. I've seen you defend the British Empire all over YouTube. I watched a lot of your material, but I'm not going to quibble with you said this or that. I'm not here to argue about you. I'm here to argue about facts. You said earlier the Soviet Union stole a lot of stuff. You referred to the Soviet Union as an empire. The Soviet Union bankrupted itself developing the countries that were aligned with it. Huge amounts of money went into building infrastructure in places like Afghanistan, in places like, Angola, in places like Libya. I mean, the Soviet Union spent loads and loads of its money industrializing and developing the countries it was aligned with. It wasn't plundering them. When the British Empire went to India, it burned all the textile mills and forced them to import their cloth from Britain. The United States goes around the world blowing up and destroying oil-producing countries and reducing them to chaos. So the world market is forced to buy its oil from the 4 super major oil companies that are closely embedded with the puppet of Western capitalism, Saudi Arabia. But that's all beside the point, because so now you're saying the British Empire wasn't capitalism. You're saying the United States, I assume you're saying the United States, where force was used in order to create the country, force with the slaughter of the Native Americans, force with slavery was used to create it. You're saying none of that counts because force was used. So let me ask you this. Where has real capitalism ever been tried? Right? This is like arguing with an anarcho-communist or something. You know, show me one place where real capitalism, where no force was used, where everyone just did things voluntarily, was ever tried, right? This is what is constantly said about communists. That's not real socialism. That's not real capitalism. I pointed to you the ugly record of capitalism around the world, and you responded with the old cliche, not real capitalism. So where's real capitalism ever worked?
Define capitalism for me, because we're obviously not using the same terms.
Clearly, I think capitalism has worked around the world in slaughtering millions of people. I think capitalism is the system we live under in the United States right now.
I'm sorry,
you have a different definition.
Could you please
so,
define for me capitalism?
Under my understanding, capitalism is an economy where profits are in command. It's, as Frederick Engels said, it's preliminary transformation into capital. Under capitalism, the means of production only function as preliminary transformation into capital. Under other systems, we have houses because people need a place to live. Under capitalism, we have houses so landlords and banks can make money.
Oh, the shark, babe, has such teeth, dear, and it shows them pearly white. Just a jackknife as old Mac Heath, babe, and he keeps it out of sight. You know when that shark bites with its teeth, baby, scarlet billows start to spread. Fancy gloves, oh, where's old Mac Heath, babe? So there's never a trace of red. Now on the sidewalk, ooh, Sunday morning, lies a body just oozing life. And someone sneaking around the corner. Could that someone be Mac the Knife? There's a tugboat, down by the river, don't you know? Where a seaman beg, just a drooping on down. For that cement is just, it's there for the weight of deer. Well, 5 will get you 10, no, Mackie's back in town. Now did you hear about Louis Miller? He disappeared, babe, after drawing out all of his hard-earned cash. And now Mackie spends just like a sailor. Could it be our boy's done something rash? Now Danny Diver, yes, Suki Tawdry, ooh, I miss Lana Lenya and old Lucy Brown. Oh, that life forms on the right, babe. Now that Mackie's back in town. Oh, I said Jenny Diver, yes, Suki Tawdry, look out, the Miss Lana Lenya and old Lucy Brown. Oh, that life falls on the right, babe. Now that Mackie's back in town. Look out, old Mackie is back.
Oh, they scrambled around. They said, all right, we got Donald Trump. That didn't work. Oh, and they've got this box of solutions they're trying to resolve the crisis with, and none of them are working. And I've been paying a lot of attention to what's going on in Asbury, Kentucky right now. February 4th, there was a Christian revival service that went on for days and days and days. I think it's still going on. And it's mainly 19, 20-year-olds there praying 24 hours a day at this Christian revival service that's been going on. And it got a lot of coverage in right-wing media. And honestly, I think that this was a trial balloon. The DeSantis wing of the Republican Party is trying to retake control of conservatism. They don't like Trump because they couldn't control him. And so they're planning, as the weather gets better and as the summer gets going, a lot of Christian revival services all around the country. Why? Because they can't control Trumpism. And we remember January 6th and what have they can't control Trumpism. But they can control these Pentecostal pastors who go to free, all expenses paid trips to Israel every year. They can control them. The neocons and the religious right have quite a relationship. And if they can foment a movement of religious revivalism, they'll say that it's not political. But it will be political. It'll be about trying to reset the tone of conservatism and set the stage for Ron DeSantis to come in and basically bring an anti-woke message that has no substance to it. Aren't you tired of liberalism? Shouldn't we all get back to Jesus, et cetera? That's what they're probably planning to do. We'll see. I mean, they put up many trial balloons that don't work, but we'll see. But there's also real pain and suffering behind what these 19, 20-year-olds, 22-year-olds are doing when they're there praying 24 hours a day. They're there and they're crying and they're praying and they're thinking about their relatives who died from opioids, and they're thinking about a life of student debt and what that's going to mean for them. And they're thinking about how their neighborhoods are crumbling. They're thinking about their family members who've committed suicide, and they're in pain and they're crying. They're suffering, and they're saying, God, do you hear me? God, do you hear me? Well, God does hear them, but CPI also hear them. So we hear you. We hear you. We hear you at the Center for Political Innovation. Some of the happiest people I've ever met in my life were communists. I got to tell you that much. I remember years ago, I was selling newspapers on the street, and there was an older communist next to me, and he says, life doesn't get much better than this, Caleb. Being a communist, this is it. This is the best. And, you know, I've told the story many times, but it bears repeating. When I was 15 years old, I went to a communist bookstore, and I lived in a really small town, but we were driving up to Cleveland. My mom and my brother had some business to take care of in Cleveland, so my mom dropped me off. The communist group was having a discussion about the war in Iraq, and 15-year-old me walks into the communist bookstore, and they were having a scheduled discussion, and beforehand, my mom says to me, don't leave the store. Whatever you do, don't leave the store. So I'm in this store, and there's like 4 or 5 people in a circle, and we had a discussion, read some newspaper articles about the war in Iraq. And then the conversation was over, and you know, my mom and brother weren't going to come pick me up for a few hours, and cell phones were not a thing yet. And so then they turned to me and they handed me a stack of newspapers, shoved a stack of newspapers into my hand. And I said, all right, we're going to go sell the paper. And I was like, what? Like, we're going to go sell the paper. And I said, what does that mean? And they said, we're going to go sell the newspaper. And I was like, oh no, this must be a joke, right? You want me to walk up to people I do not know and try to get them to pay me actual money for a newspaper about communism? You got to be out of your mind. That's the craziest thing I've ever heard. That is dangerous. That someone's going to punch me in the face and tell me to go to hell, you commie. Oh my God, I can't do that. My mom told me not to leave the store. I can't do that. I can't do that. But you know what? They said, no, we do that all the time. That's what we're doing. So I went out, nervous me. I went out onto the street, and I could barely get the words out. I was very shy at that time in my life, believe it or not. You know, do you want a newspaper and some information about socialism? I was very nervous. It was not a fun thing to try and do at first, but I got better at it. Never forget, I've told this story before, the first newspaper I ever sold. First newspaper I ever sold, there was a couple walking by that day. I was wearing my athletic letterman's jacket because I was from a small town called Orrville, Ohio, and it had a big O on the chest for Orrville, which was the town I grew up in. And it was a man and his girlfriend or wife or whatever, and they listened to me. I could finally manage to get the words out or whatever, and the guy said, well, I don't agree with you, son, about communism, but I see you go to Oberlin College. That's a neat college, so I'll buy your newspaper. He saw the O, and he assumed it was for Oberlin College. That's the first communist newspaper I ever sold. I haven't stopped. And that story is important, I believe. It's more important than when I first started telling it. I first started telling it because it was a fun anecdote. But I think about that story now, right? And in light of a lot of things that have happened, I've reflected on that story. I've realized, you know, I was 15 years old. I was underage. It was probably illegal. That was probably illegal. You know, you have an underage person go out and sell newspapers on the street. I did not get to keep the money, I'll tell you that much. And I think, you know, I could have the attitude about it. And I could say, my God, I was labor trafficked. You know, I was in a cult and they labor trafficked me and they made me sell their newspaper out on the street. They brainwashed me. I could say that, but I don't feel that way. And obviously, you know, I don't condone anything involving younger minors or anything like that. CPI has always been an 18-plus organization. That's just how you got to do things. But
what is happening on this April 30th, 2025 is making the imperialists tremble. Some will not sleep tonight. But their nightmare will last because we are standing, ready until final victory.
Unite! Africa! Unite! Africa! Unite! Africa! Unite! 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 Africa! Unite! Africa! Unite! African unite! African unite! African unite! African long live Africa! 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 Long Ibrahim! 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 Ibrahim!
Hands off Traore! Hands off Africa! Hands off Uhuru! Hands off Traore! Hands off Africa! Hands off Uhuru!
Hands off Traore! Hands off Africa! Hands off Uhuru! Hands off Traore! Hands off Africa! Hands off Uhuru! Hands off Traore! Hands off Africa! Hands off Uhuru! Hands off Traore! Hands off Africa! Hands off Uhuru! Stop the march towards World War III and a low-wage police state. Stop the march towards World War III and a low-wage police state.
They are the enemies of our freedom. Imperialism does not change its methods. Because you will remember that in 1987, on that dark day of October 15th, it was the methods of manipulation that led to the tragic fate of a dignified son of Burkina Faso. The imperialists manipulated in 1987. Captain Thomas Sankara was presented at that time as a bloodthirsty man, as a president who did not love his people, as a president who persecuted his people. And it was the same lying media that were used, and we know the result. Only the imperialist and the drawing room slaves forgot one thing. 1987 is not 2025. In 2025, we are standing. The Burkinabé youth are standing. The patriotic people of Burkina Faso are standing. The fighters for freedom in the world are standing. And we will unite to defend our leader, Captain Ibrahim Traore.
Le capitaine Ibrahim Traoré.
Because we have this chance, our generation, to have a young leader, to have a courageous leader, bold, visionary, who is ready for all sacrifices for the freedom of his people. Comrades, more than ever, we must stand because Captain Thomas Sankara said, when the people stand up, the imperialists tremble.
Right? Under capitalism, we don't have food because people can need something to eat. We have food so that capitalists can make profits from it. Capitalism is a system where the means of production function according to profit. That's my definition. What's yours?
Where the means of production function according to profit, that's capitalism?
Under my understanding.
So then all systems wherein people make more than they spend is capitalism, is that right?
No.
Where there's profit?
No, when profits are in command. When the state is not planning out the economy, when the market and the maximization of profit dictates production, when there's not state central planning, when society and the economy is not organized for the benefit of public good by central planners, but instead organized to make profits for private owners, that's capitalism. What do you think it is? But what is your definition of capitalism?
Sorry, where the state is not dictating the economy, that's capitalism, right?
Yeah.
So how on earth do you get, since you were talking about how the British Empire and America and so on imposed these systems at the point of a gun through the state, how do you square that circle, my friend? If it means that the government is not involved in the market, but you're saying that the government is commanding the market at the point of a gun and burning down textile mills and preventing people from doing X, Y, or Z at the point of a gun, if that's, you can't have it both ways, right? You can't have capitalism as something imposed at the point of a gun by the state, and also that capitalism is where the state doesn't interfere in the economy.
The state interferes on behalf of capitalists. That's what was going on in Britain. That's why they burned down all the textile mills in India, was to make profits for British factory owners. Under capitalism, the government works for the corporations and for the capitalists. Under socialism, the corporations and the means of production, the private capitalists or the state-controlled industries work for the people.
Okay, but you understand that when the government is using force to benefit particular state-enmeshed corporations, that's interfering with the free market, right? Because all the other corporations and all the other individuals get kind of screwed for that, right?
No, it's the government working to help corporations make profits. It's the government facilitation of government facilitation of capitalism.
Well, no. See, capitalism is a free market. And so if the government is pointing its guns at people to benefit some corporations at the expense of everyone else, that's not a free market, right? By definition, because the government is violating and interfering with people's right of free trade, right?
So where has capitalism ever existed according to you?
Forget this. Like, just we're working with definitions, and as soon as I get you to as soon as I find a contradiction in one of your definitions, you jump onto another topic. Let's stay on this one.
Fine.
Okay.
If the government works to help private companies,
pointing guns at people to benefit a particular corporation, that's not free trade, because all the other corporations and the people on both other ends of the economic spectrum are being harmed by the force imposed by the state.
Well, under capitalism, the state frequently intervenes on behalf of corporations to facilitate their making of profits. I don't see that as contradictory at all. If, the government helps capitalists make profits, that's capitalism.
Well, no. See, capitalism is free trade, which means all transactions are voluntary, right? So this is the basic argument for free trade, right? And why it's beneficial to the world as a whole, right?
But where has it ever existed?
You understand this more for the listeners, right? This is like, sorry, a little bit of Econ 101 here, right?
Okay, so where has that ever existed?
Hang on, so let me finish. So if you and I exchange something voluntarily, right? The sort of obvious example is I have $1 and you have a pen, right? And we decide to exchange these things voluntarily, right? I have $1, you have a pen, and I want your pen, or I want a pen more than I want my dollar, and you want my dollar more than you want your pen. So I give you the dollar.
Discrimination on that basis.
But you agree that gender reassignment surgery is a valid way of addressing their, gender dysphoria in many cases.
If an adult chooses to do that, that's their business. It has nothing to do with me.
Okay, well,
I would like to try to get away from the transgender stuff. Just in order to keep us on topic.
Oh, sure, yeah. I just feel like sometimes reactionary tendencies are hidden by tankies under the guise of like a class ideology. Like, let's not address this. We'll only end up splitting the movement over hairs. But yeah, we can
Sure,
stick to
I
one.
got you.
Yeah.
Hate crimes, discrimination, bullying is something that any progressive would oppose. I'm with you on that.
Yeah. What about China, though? I guess this would be like something I'd characterize as a tanky tendency. I can't get behind the idea that China is a proletarian state. They have, just a rabid market economy. The only difference is that it's all like broadly organized under a state apparatus. But that doesn't really lend towards the individual power of the worker.
Well, I think if you look at their economy, it doesn't function on the basis of profits. The state, which is rooted in communities, every building has Communist Party members in it. There are 90 million members of the Chinese Communist Party throughout the country. They're very well organized, and the state controls capital on behalf of the population. Now, they do it in a corrupt way sometimes, but overall, it's been very successful.
But individuals
Mass eradication of poverty. They become the second largest economy in the world. Huge achievements, and it's because they don't function according to the capitalist logic. In 2015,
capitalist.
In 2015, the Chinese stock market, it crashed, and if a similar crash happened over here, there'd be riots in the streets compared to how dramatically it crashed. The country didn't even blink an eye because 90% of the population has nothing to do with the stock market. The state and the Communist Party run the economy, not profiteers and bankers. There's plenty of profiteers and bankers there, but they live in fear of a mass organization built by Mao Zedong in the mountains during a people's war that has taken power and transformed the country.
Yeah, this is exactly what I mean. They don't live in fear of anything. They're incredibly powerful, and the only way in which they're restrained is by their state of unelected officials, not by the people. The reason the people don't revolt is because the Chinese people probably know what happens when they take to the streets and express anger with their government. If I had to guess at any broader political or socioeconomic motivation to keep them from going out, no. The average worker in China has absolutely no control or credence. Precluding them from investment isn't the same as giving them control over the economy. They fulfill no component. They have a stock market and a market economy, which means they haven't abolished the commodity form, and individual workers have no more control over their respective businesses in China than American workers do over here in America. The only difference is that their state is more powerful. The only difference is that they've removed the democracy. I don't know if that brings people any closer towards socialism. That's one of the fundamental criticisms I have of the behavior of tankies. Sometimes I feel like tankies will call anything socialist as long as it's anti-American. But China certainly is, at least in a geopolitical sense. They're our largest opponent. But is that really enough? Does that really fulfill the preconceived notion of what it means to be a proletarian state? You have to oppose the U.S. and be in a dictatorship?
Well, I was thinking maybe one thing that we could zero in on is because it seems like part of your guys' disagreement is just might stem, I'm not sure because I haven't heard your definitions yet, but I suspect that maybe part of your guys' disagreement stems from a fundamental disagreement on what the definition of capitalism is. So I was thinking maybe you guys could each define what capitalism is to you in order to help us establish whether or not China is one by both your criteria.
All right. Well, I will first respond to what was said. You'll notice China is one of the few governments in the world that actually supports workers when they go out on strike. And actually, there are a huge amount of labor struggles going on in China. And you'll see many instances of the Chinese government supporting the workers against the corporations. We all know about the horrors that happened at Foxconn and the horrors that happened at, I believe it was Hyundai or a car manufacturer. And what is not told is how the Chinese government Communist Union went out on strike, and the Chinese government supported the striking workers and forced the bosses to change their conditions. There are many examples of that. Now, of course, there are things to the contrary that shouldn't go on. But I don't think that's a fair characterization. I think that the bosses in China, the business owners, live in fear of a state that, yes, wants to utilize them to bring in foreign investment, that, yes, sees it very important to develop a market sector, but at the same time will control them for the benefit of the population. And many of the private sector corporations in China aren't really private. For example, Huawei Technologies is technically a cooperative under Chinese law. But if you look at it, it doesn't function according to market logic, right? The way it functions, it's completely in coordination with the Chinese state, with the Chinese military. It produces products based on what the 5-year plan says. It's a state-controlled mega corporation, yes, that's technically private, but everything it does is in line with the Chinese Communist Party's vision.
Yeah, so
now,
so it's an authoritarian agency in line
Oh,
with an authoritarian agency. Nothing you just described has to do with workers. In fact, China bans private unions or individual labor unions. Yeah.
No, it bans what are called free trade unions, which were set up by the CIA, led by Jay Lovestone.
No,
Jay
independent
Lovestone was a
labor
renegade.
unions are illegal in
CIA's
China.
Federation of
You
Free
can't
Trade
just
unions has been used against socialist countries around the world, and there's a constant demand in the New York Times and other publications that workers leave the communist union where they feel at home and join an entity controlled by the
You're
State
loading
Department,
everything you
trying
say
to
is
destabilize
loaded
the
with so
country.
much language.
That's
like
not accurate.
The glorious
That's not accurate
state
at all.
like works in tied with the workers to no, independent labor unions are illegal. People have tried to form unions and it's been cracked
Independent,
out on.
i.e. U.S. control.
No, independent doesn't mean U.S. controlled. Freedom doesn't mean the CIA
Free Trade
is running
Union
it.
Federation, Google J. Lovestone. Google,
No, I'm sorry.
the
Do you have
history of the CIA
evidence
and their
that
interventions.
every single time individual Chinese workers try to form a labor union, it's being done in tandem with CIA work?
No, I'm telling you that when you refer to, quote, free trade unions, which is frequently
Independent.
done in American media, that refers to specific entities that are tied to the
what
United
trade- then
States
what
and
trade
American
unions
intelligence.
can-
It doesn't
can-
refer to just random groups started by random people.
Then what trade unions can people form, or what labor unions can people form in America, in China? Sorry.
Every Chinese worker is part of the government union.
Yes,
and,
the one-
I mean,
yes,
that's-
the
that's
one
reality.
government
now,
union.
Sometimes that union doesn't function the way it should. Other times it does. But
wait,
when you
wait.
refer to free trade unions, you're not talking about
No,
any
no.
union.
I'm talking
You're
about
you're
individual
talking about a specific
workers.
grouping
What-
supported by the
Yeah,
United
I know.
States,
You've already said.
NGOs that operate in
No,
China,
no.
and that's not
I'm
fair.
saying it is not legal for workers in China, independent workers who have nothing to do with the CIA, to independently form labor unions of their own volition. They have to join the all Chinese.
Big crowd of people. Huge crowd of people here to support Donald Trump, pouring in to watch the inauguration ceremony in the Capital One Arena. Yeah. Set up here and over there. How you feeling? How you feeling?
I'm good. I'm good. It was fun to pass out pamphlets at the hotel there. Everybody was asking for more.
Great. Excellent.
We need to heal America as well. We need to pray for America. We need to make our country great again. We need to take over. The people need to take over to make our country better again. And I hope Trump can help us with that.
Donald Trump for one of the greatest moments of his first presidency, when he went to a country that America has technically been at war with since the 1950s and gave peace a chance. We want to make peace around the world.
You're with Russia, Iran, Brazil instead of EU, traditional American allies.
Yeah, rather than the bankers in London or in Wall Street who are trying to plunge us into poverty, who are trying to hold on to their system rather than trying to build up our economy and economies around the world, making people poorer, degrowing society. We want to stand with the countries of the world that want to build economies.
We need a government of action to fight for working families.
If he could come and set a peace treaty with Israel and Gaza, they can stop massacring and genocide the Palestinian people, I will call him the greatest president in history.
I think that Donald Trump is the man to bridge the gap between China and North Korea and Russia and the U.S.
I hope he is. I mean, when he was in office the first time, he did an amazing thing by visiting North Korea. That was awesome. However, I really didn't like what he did when he murdered Qasem Soleimani, the Iranian leader. I thought that was a huge blunder. It almost brought us to the brink of World War III. And so I'm concerned. I hear a lot of good things coming out of Donald Trump right now. And the fact that the TikTok founder is at the inauguration right now, the fact that that he brought peace. Biden was always saying he wanted a ceasefire, but he wasn't able to make it happen. Biden was weak, but Trump was able to force Netanyahu to accept a ceasefire deal.
But I'd love to see, production happen in America again. I'd love to see, solid jobs, right, that aren't these sort of like financial information things, but it's really a a stable, solid thing. Because
we want to hire the China Railroad Company to build high-speed rail across America. We want to work with Russia. We want to build railroads from Alaska across the Bering Sea, etc. Because there's nothing for us to gain in trying to prevent these countries from joining with the world economy.
And I think it should be a partnership. We should hire American workers. We should hire American companies, and it should be a joint operation. For example, nuclear power. I'm a big fan of nuclear power, right? If we're going to get off of fossil fuels, we're not going to get off it with windmills and solar panels. We need to go to something higher, and China is leading the world in fusion energy research right now. That's why China just got helium-3 from the moon, is because they want to do fusion energy research.
It would be good for Americans to be able to trade with them. And if we want the situation in those countries to get better, we should want to trade with them, because there's nothing for us to influence them by trying to beat them down and tell them that they're doing things wrong. We've seen that doesn't work.
Kamala wasn't a good choice, you know what I'm saying? And then they play the identity politics too much. That's really getting played out in 2025. Identity politics, trying to play the white and black game, divide and conquer. You know, we live in the internet state. That's played out. That's very played out.
We need a more stable economy and society that's good for families, right? That's good for business, and not one that is just, you know, totally chaotic.
Maybe joining the BRICS economy, not trying to keep them in poverty. Keeping them in poverty keeps Americans in poverty. We need to be building the economy of the world.
This idea that smaller is better, and that it's better if we have less, and we just got to go back to nature and all that. That's pessimistic, horrific Malthusian thinking. Growth is the answer. Human beings are always inventing and reinventing our way we've interacted with our environment. Ants have been making their ant farms the same way for thousands of years. Beavers have been making their beaver dams the same way. But just 5,000-6,000 years, human beings have gone from hunter-gatherers in the woods to space travel and iPhones. Human beings are amazing. We have creative power that is amazing. And now is not the time to be pessimistic. We need to believe in growth.
So you're not concerned about climate change or anything like that?
I think climate change is certainly a concern, but the answer is to go higher, right? If fossil fuels aren't working out, we need to get something better than fossil fuels. The answer is not to go backward. Human beings never go backward.
Should we let Iran get the nuke?
Iran has said several times that they do not want nuclear bombs. Do I think that they should be allowed to have peaceful nuclear energy? Absolutely, and they've been completely compliant with, with nuclear non-proliferation treaty. Unlike some of our allies, like Israel.
They're trying to arrest Donald Trump, all the fake charges, indictments on him, the attempt assassination. I think all that plays with the common people. The common people ain't stupid. And then, we love to turn fake news. I never heard a president describe the news like that.
The overwhelming majority of the American people do not want a new war. Yet the criminals like Biden and the neocons, etc., have been trying to push for wars around the world to hold on to their dying system. Only peace will make America great again.
People are not fooled. They got fooled with Obama. Most of my people say, oh, you fooled me with Obama. You won't fool me again.
It's like when they interview Kamala and she goes, what are you going to do different from Biden? And she says, nothing, like a total softball. It's like, oh yeah, no, I'm not going to change anything. So people are like, yeah, no.
Imperialist who will help to dismantle the deep state that is oppressing not only Americans, but the people of the world. We need to be developing our economy, not tearing it down with degrowth and destruction. Only peace will make America great again.
If we were still burning wood to heat our homes, we would have deforested the planet many, many times over. But we don't. Now we start burning coal, now we burn fossil fuels. We're reinventing our relationship with nature. That's the nature of humanity.
The neocons who are in opposition to Trump, the John Boltons, etc., they have said that, if Trump comes into office, that'll be the end of NATO. Well, I think that would be a great thing. What do we have to gain by arming countries in Europe, continuing to fund their militaries so that they can have free healthcare and our citizens can go and die on the steps of a hospital? It's completely unfair and stupid.
Donald Trump, he can't be president again because there's only 2 terms allowed in the Constitution. However, he wants to be remembered as a great leader. That's what Donald Trump wants to be remembered as. So to be a great leader, he needs to stand up to Wall Street, he needs to stand up to the war makers, he needs to fight for working families here in America.
What would you say to the people who call Trump a fascist, say that we're in danger of losing our democracy?
I think they just don't have any historical perspective to know what they're saying. I mean, that's just factually untrue.
Do you think Donald Trump can bring peace to Korea? Can he bring peace to Korea? Do you support the banner? You like it?
The
hope that President Trump can contribute to denuclearize North Korea and talk to Kim Jong-un and have some the conversation and then bring the peace on the Korean Peninsula.
Yeah, you're happy to see this?
Yeah.
The masses of the people in their millions are the makers of history, not the elites on Wall Street, not the Bidens of the world, the neocons who want to keep you poor so that they can stay rich. Only peace will make America great again.
But I look back on what happened. It's one of the best things that ever happened to me. I'm so thankful for that day. And I think about what my life might be like if that hadn't happened. If someone hadn't pushed me to get out of my shell and pushed me to do something I didn't believe I was capable of doing and told me that you can go do this, you can go talk to people, you can go engage in outreach, you have a contribution to make. I believe that you are capable of doing something. Thank God they did that. Thank God they did that. It was an amazing thing. It was an amazing thing, and that sometimes in life you need a push. Sometimes people have to come along and get you out of your comfort zone. Sometimes they have to shake you awake. It's something that has to happen sometimes. Now, you can argue about different ways it might happen, but sometimes you have to get people out of their comfort zone to get them to do what needs to be done. Those two guys certainly knew that. I want to take time in this presentation to point out something that perhaps isn't the most scientific Marxist thing ever to say, but women are better than men, okay? And we don't believe in biological determinism. We don't believe in the inherent superiority of any genders and sexes, but women are better than men. Women are better organizers than men, okay? Let's be real. We men, we like to get up here and give speeches, and we're always competing with the other guys, but women know how to hold groups together. They know how to get stuff done. You know, we love our president, Elizabeth Young, who's done so much to hold this organization together this year. And we also love Jetta, and nobody messes with Jetta. Let me just put it that way. Jetta's awesome, and she's also done so much to hold this organization together. And we're also very proud to have the top communist woman in Britain joining us today. So we'll be hearing from her tomorrow. I'm very excited for her presentation about the fight in the global communist movement. But women are so much better than men, men have problems. We do, okay? And especially now, it's a very hard time to be a young man. We talk, I mean, obviously the oppression of women, you know, sexual assault and battery and all the things that women go through, I mean, doesn't compare, but this is a hard time to be a young man also. And, you know, I see so many young men out there, and it's like every day they feel like they're on trial, right? And they're desperate to prove themselves because there's so much judgment poured on young men right now. Why don't you have a good paying job, you know, that pays for everything? Why aren't you married? Why don't you have a house? You know, so many young men, they've been told all their life that they have all this obligation. And then the society around them is crumbling and they don't find a place in it. And I meet so many young men, and we are an overwhelmingly male organization. You know, we are. I mean, there's no way to deny that. Look at this room, you know? We are an overwhelmingly male organization, and I love all the men here. And I want all the men here to know that you're not on trial in CPI. No one's judging you. No one is judging you here in this organization. We're happy to have you here, and we love you. We love you, and we support you, and we want you to make the best contribution you can ever make, and we want to empower you to make that contribution. That's what we want to do. And I say that because I want you to let your guard down. I want you to just let your guard down and give yourself to this, because it's hard. in a world where everyone seems to be attacking you, where no one seems to ever give you a break, where everyone seems to be judging you and rating you, I want you to take a deep breath and say, this is the group I'm in. I'm committed to it. I want you to go all in, and I want you to let your guard down, and I want you to do your best. And it's hard. It's hard to trust in these kinds of times. Social media is so good at making everyone terrified of everyone else. Everyone's afraid. Everyone feels like they're being judged and put on trial every single minute. I want CPI to be a place where people don't feel like that's the case. I want CPI to be a place where people feel like they are free to be who they are and they can let their guard down, because it's hard. It is so hard in these times. So absolutely hard. And I'll say this. I know why Maduro is still in power. You know, it was this country, Maduro was the leader of Venezuela, and the United States, especially right after Chavez died, they did everything to take Maduro out of power. I know why Maduro is still in power. I know why the United Socialist Party hasn't been defeated. Because when I went to Venezuela in 2015, when the opposition in Venezuela had a sweep and won the elections, after that election, they took us to a commune in central Caracas. And in central Caracas, we sat down with a woman, 21 years old, was wearing army pants, and I can guarantee you she knew her way around an AK-47. I can guarantee you that. And she said to us, they will never come back. And she told us her life story. She'd been a homeless young woman on the streets of Caracas, didn't even speak Spanish, only spoke indigenous languages. She'd been an orphan. And there was a priest who was a socialist, a liberation theology priest, who took her in. And she grew up in an orphanage run by this liberation theology priest. And Hugo Chavez was the president, and they watched him on TV, and he taught them about Marxism, and he read them what is to be done on television. And she learned about socialism and revolution. And she told me, she said, I'm a communist, but I'm also a Christian. And she said, I believe God put me on this earth to die for communism. And that is what I intend to do. They will never come back. That's what she told me. And I also know why the Islamic Republic of Iran is not going to fail. Because I've been there, and I had the opportunity of being one of the only Americans, or not one of the only, but one of the few Americans to ever be in the presence of Iran's supreme leader, which is quite an experience. It was the supreme leader of Iran. He speaks every year on the anniversary of the death of Imam Khomeini, the founder of the Islamic Republic. And I was in this auditorium with 20,000 people, and he walks out, and he can only use one of his arms because of a bombing, and he puts his arm up, and that room just goes crazy. They just go crazy, crying and screaming, and the men extend their hands, and they say, the blood in my vessels belongs to the supreme leader. The blood in my vessels belongs to the supreme leader. And, when I was in downtown Tehran and going to these conferences, I was talking to people who work in media in Iran. I was talking to wealthier folks who support the revolution. But when I was in that auditorium, in that mausoleum of Khomeini with 20,000 other people, I was talking to the working class of Iran. I was talking to people who wouldn't have running water and electricity if it weren't for the Islamic Revolution. That's who I was talking about. And there's a reason they were screaming in adoration for Khamenei, the supreme leader, because he was the one who could stand for them against the rich and powerful. He was their champion, to stand with the oppressed. That's what they talk about. It's part of the Shia revolutionary tradition. And that was real politics. That wasn't leftism. That wasn't LARPing. That wasn't internet debating. That was real politics, that auditorium of 20,000 people. And in that speech, I was standing there. I was wearing my suit.
And you give me the pen, right? Now, praxeologically, which means by definition, but not tautologically, this is a net benefit to us both. We are both better off because we have traded voluntarily. Now, we may have buyer's regret and so on, but in the moment that we are not forced to do business together, in the moment that we are trading voluntarily, we are doing so because I'm happier having the pen rather than having the dollar, and you're happier having the dollar rather than having the pen, right? And so when you have free exchange, when you have voluntary exchange, that is a free market. Now, if someone comes along and says, you have to sell your pen to Steph for only 50 cents, otherwise I'm going to put a big bullet hole in your head. Well, guess what, man? That's no longer the free market. That's a criminal enterprise. That is a shakedown. That is organized crime, or in the case of the government, generally disorganized crime. So what I'm talking about is the free market. So when you start to bring in the government pointing guns and corporations and corruption and violence and navies and armies and wars and bombs and destroying factories, and that's no longer the free market. Now, you can call that capitalism if you want. I mean, that's fine. I mean, I know a lot of people do. It's corporate capitalism or crony capitalism, or some people call it crapitalism. It's actually really fascism. Fascism is when the large corporations use government power in order to ensure unjust profits at the expense of free trade, of the people competing with them. But we can call it free trade if you want, because I think that's more accurate and it's less of a loaded term than capitalism. But it's not capitalism when the government is pointing guns at people. It's certainly not the free market if you want to redefine capitalism as equaling fascism. I think that's not particularly helpful. But the reason we have the term capitalism is because the term fascism, which is what you're talking about, is already reserved. And I think to conflate the two is not very honest.
Okay. Well, Stefan, I hate to break this to you. All capitalism is crony capitalism. When a group of people has exponentially higher wealth than other people, they tend to try to influence government policy to keep it that way. There has never been a system of capitalism in the history of the world where the government has just kept its hands off and allowed everyone to just live in this free market. And it doesn't make any sense. I mean, why would people with huge amounts of money, exponentially larger than other people's, sit back and say, all right, I'm not going to try to influence government policy to my benefit? I mean, that's absurd. I mean, it's.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree,
So your system could never happen. Could never work.
Any kind, any way, any shape, any form. A government in itself is a violation of the non-aggression principle. And you're right. Of course, capitalists or corporations will use government power. In fact, they're obligated to do so by the charters of their corporation. I mean, I don't know if you've ever been an executive on the board of a company. I've been an entrepreneur and have sat on boards. You have a fiduciary responsibility to maximize profits for your shareholders, and you can't sit there and say, well, the government's got this great program or this great benefit, or of course you will do it. And it's been well documented that for corporations to invest in political representatives is just about the biggest investment and most profitable investment that they can make. Yeah, human beings are corrupted by power, particularly coercive power. The only way to limit the corruption that coercive power affords, whether it's of the communist variety or of the fascist variety, in other words, corporate capitalism, as you would call it, the only way to limit that is to remove temptation from the table, right? Since there's no state, you can't have a state because the state will be taken over by communists and then used to destroy their enemies. The state will be taken over by corporations. The state will be taken over by some race or some ideology, in the same way that the state used to be taken over by religious fundamentalists, and then they would try and impose their view of religious fundamentalism on everyone else. And the only way we can survive that as a society is Western Europe in particular learned over 300 years of religious warfare. The only way we can survive that is to separate church and state, and the only way that we can end up with a relatively corruption-free economy where you don't have corporations or ideologues using the power of the state to impose their vision of the good or of the profitable on everyone else, is to separate the state and the economy. The state should not have any influence over the economy, but once you have a state, it's always going to end up that way, which is why the state has to be viewed the same as slavery. It is an institution that we cannot allow to continue in the long run because the corruption and the brutality is just so intense and so inescapable.
All right. Stefan, on the walls of the U.S. Department of Justice, you will find the words, "When law stops, tyranny begins." And the reason that we have law and morality is because without those things, it's the law of the jungle. It's might is right. Law and morality are the only thing that protect the weak from the strong. Without them, when law doesn't exist, when morality doesn't exist, the strong are able to ruthlessly rule over the weak. That's the situation. And let me add that's why I view libertarianism, not yourself, you can represent yourself, but libertarianism with such contempt. Libertarians frequently try to reduce laws. They say corporations, there shouldn't be environmental regulations restricting pollution. There shouldn't be labor protections. They shouldn't be forced to pay a minimum wage to their people. They're trying to reduce laws. But furthermore, Ayn Rand, one of the main thinkers of libertarian objectivist philosophy, a great influence on Alan Greenspan, she was his personal friend, Ayn Rand goes as far as trying to attack traditional morality itself. She wrote a book called The Virtue of Selfishness, arguing that compassion and human empathy are mere weaknesses, right? The character Howard Rourke, who is the protagonist in her novel, breaks into the apartment of a woman and violently rapes her. And her narration portrays this as beautiful. Why? Because the stronger man is asserting himself on this weakling, right? She views people as the mob, right? Her book Atlas Shrugged talks about the billionaires and the great men of the world going on strike against the inferior rabble, the masses of people who would force them to pay taxes and treat their employees kindly and not pollute the environment, right? I mean, I view this idea that we're going to have a world where there is no government. You're saying you want no government. That has never existed anywhere in the world. I don't think anyone would ever tolerate that, but I don't think it's desirable either.
But your failure of imagination should not be a limit on the progress of humankind. So, I mean, you're the kind of guy, clearly, logically, you would be arguing that slavery could never be abolished because no human society had ever existed without slavery. You would argue that women should never be equal under the law to men because no society had ever granted women that kind of legitimacy under the law. So your failure to comprehend or understand or imagine what a society could look like without a government simply shows the limits of your brain. It doesn't show the limit of human potential.
Well, actually, the majority of human civilization did not involve slavery. Slavery did not arise until the origin of private property. The majority of human history was hunter-gatherer civilization. Hunter-gatherer tribes did not have slavery. That's simply not a fact. Slavery didn't arise.
Didn't have slavery?
Hunter-gatherer tribes, no, they were
Ice hockey will never be the same, and the streets of Washington, D.C. are jubilant, celebrating the new record holder for career goals. Alex Ovechkin is the pride of the town. Fans are lined up around the block here in Washington, D.C., outside the Capital One Arena. They're hoping for a chance to meet the new record breaker. Do you think there can be a U.S.-Russia hockey game soon?
I hope so. That'd be amazing.
Yeah, you think Obi can make it happen?
I believe in miracles.
Yeah. Well, President Trump wants to set up a Russia-U.S. hockey game as part of the negotiations. Have you heard?
I would love that.
Yeah?
I think it should happen.
Trump wants to set up a U.S.-Russia hockey game as part of the negotiations.
Oh, sounds like an exciting game. I think everyone would love to watch.
Yeah, well, you think Obi can help make it happen? He's Russian.
Who knows? You know, I think it's a political game, but, you know, the players have a lot of influence, but it'd be a great game to watch.
Yeah, you'd like to see it, huh?
I'd love to see it. Why not?
Yeah, you think sports can bring Americans and Russians together?
In a peaceful way, yeah.
Now you'll see Ovechkin's jersey number all over the auditorium. He's number 8, and they've decided to make that into a meme for great. Do you think there's going to be a U.S.-Russia game?
I don't know.
Would you like to see one?
I don't know.
Part of the peace talks, Trump wants to set up a Russia-U.S. game.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it'd be exciting.
You think it would be a good thing?
Yeah, I think it'd be exciting.
You think Obi can help make it happen?
I'm sure if anybody could, he could.
But right here in the arena, we have on display the actual goal through which the record was broken. This is where goal 895 was scored. You think there might be a U.S.-Russia hockey game soon?
Hopefully.
Yeah, you think Obi can help make it happen?
You can do anything.
Okay. Now, would you like to see that game? Trump wants to set one up as part of the negotiations.
Whatever Obi wants, I guess we can.
Yeah. You think things could improve with hockey?
Yeah, hockey's a great way to bring us all together.
Yeah, Obi's Russian, right? I mean, you know, and it's a way of bringing Russians and Americans together with sports.
Yeah, all people across the whole world.
Well, President Trump is talking about a Russia-U.S. hockey game as part of the negotiation process. So, you think you're optimistic? You think it can happen?
I don't know. You never know. If it's gonna happen, it's gonna be from Obi.
To my mom, my family, my beautiful wife, my beautiful kids,
Thank you. I love you so much.
Now, the GOAT is not here because Ovechkin is bad. It's here because he is the greatest of all time. Do you think there's going to be a U.S.-Russia game?
When?
Well, that Trump wants to have a U.S.-Russia game soon as part of the negotiations.
Okay.
Do you think that's going to happen?
Anytime soon, probably not. I don't know.
You think Ovi could help make it happen?
I have no idea.
Okay. Would you like to see one?
A U.S.-Russia game? Who would play in the Russia game?
Well, the United States would have a team, and the Russians would have a team.
Well, okay.
Would that be something you'd like to see?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you think? I mean, Ovi is Russian. You think he could make it happen?
I don't know if we can make it happen. I don't know. It's a complicated geopolitical question right now. So it's not entirely clear whether or not an athlete has the ability to make something like that happen or not.
Well, we did it with ping pong with China.
That was a long time ago.
Yeah. Well, Trump wants to do it with hockey.
Trump wants to do a lot of things that don't make sense.
It's going to be a game with Russia.
Celebrations continue here in Washington, D.C., now that Alex Ovechkin of the Washington Capitals holds the world record for career goals in ice hockey. Well, we had the opportunity to speak with him and ask him about the global implications of his victory and the potential for talks with Russia and peace.
What do you think the possibility of a U.S.-Russia game soon would be?
Answer in English or
English, please.
English? I don't know. It's an interesting thing, but you should ask NHL and KHL about this, because the schedule-wise it's difficult, but how I said, it's interesting. But now it's like I don't know. I don't know all the details, and I don't know how it's going to be.
Would you play in such a game?
Well, I would love to if I'm going to have a spot.
Right, because the history of sports diplomacy, what was done with ping
Pong in China and other things, I mean, this could be pivotal in changing the course of world events.
Yeah, but how I said, I don't know all the details, and I don't know when it's going to happen, and it's hard to answer.
Hey, can you sign? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Are you hopeful for peace with Russia?
Huh?
Are you hopeful for peace with Russia? A better relationship between the United States and Russia?
For sure.
And do you feel like the media, the way they talk about Russia? Many are looking with hope and inspiration at Alex Ovechkin, not just because of what he's accomplished as a record-breaking athlete, but because he's got the potential to help bring the world closer together and ensure peace. Caleb Maupin, Washington, D.C.
Hey friends, how you doing today? I'm letting you know, the Center for Political Innovation, we are about to do, on July 12th, the biggest event that we have ever done. It will be our national gathering in Chicago on July 12th. And it's going to be really, really special. We are talking with a number of important anti-imperialist voices, a lot of different communities. There's going to be musical performances, dance performances, there's going to be great speeches, and it's going to be a whole day gathering dedicated to anti-imperialism. I am committed, and CPI has always been committed to building an in-real-life network of people. And we carry out real operations. We were at the inauguration of Trump with our Trump and Kim banner saying only peace can make America great again. We were on the streets of Chicago at the Democratic National Convention with a book exposing what Kamala Harris and who she really is and what she's really about, and it was really, really important. We have 1,000 copies of our book about the Houthis that are being distributed with the poster of the convention on the back to people who would never go looking for this. We are putting door hanger flyers on doors of people, again, that would never go looking for this. We're not performing and trying to make ourselves feel good. We're actually trying to build a network of people that can be anti-imperialists in America. And it's not easy to do. It's very difficult in these times to build a real in-life organization. People have their issues. We live in a very strange time, but we have to do it. And we are committed to continuing this project. This video is basically me telling you we need your support. In order to pull off our convention that includes our 7-day program for our members around the country to come to Chicago, includes our huge convention on July 12th where we're going to fill up the Midwest Convention Center in order to have an effective national planning meeting and gathering in Chicago the day after on July 13th. In order to do what we need to do, we need to fill up that auditorium and we need money. And there's really no way around that. We need you to donate to the Center for Political Innovation. We have set up a GoFundMe and a lot of people have already contributed. We already raised a couple $1,000, but it's not enough. In order to really pull off our July activities and really have a win for anti-imperialism, we need your support. We need you to go to the GoFundMe right now and donate $5 or $20. We need you to go to the donate button on the CPI website and send us $100 or $50, whatever you can do. If we're gonna do what we need to do in July and build the organization and have the mega anti-imperialist rally that needs to happen on July 12th and solidify the network that we're building to continue to carry out the great operations that we do, we need you to help us out. Every cent that we raise goes into building this group. I'm lucky I have a paycheck with everything that's going on. I'm surviving, and I have consistently put a huge amount of the money that I have, my own resources, my own funds, into CPI because I believe in it, because it needs to happen, because this organization is necessary. I'm looking at what I've got and my own resources and my own bills and all of that, and I'm looking at what's already been paid for, and it's not enough. I mean, it's just not enough. I can't just pay for everything myself. We have membership dues and other things, but we need a special gift. We need a special gift to make July happen. We need you to give us a special contribution so that we can make sure the July events go smoothly, that the housing for the people coming in out of town is covered, that the speakers that are being flown in, their airfare is properly covered. We need you to make a special one-time gift to make this July gathering, this anti-imperialist summit that we are organizing. We need you to help us make it happen and help us make it a success. Small gift, big gift, whatever you can do. We need you to help us with it. But you know what? I'll just say this. If it's a matter of send us a gift or come, we'd rather you come. We'd rather you be there. It's much more important that you be there on July 12th. If you can't afford to give us a gift, but you can afford to come to town, if there's one event that you come to this year, make it July 12th. CPI, Center for Political Innovation, we're doing something that nobody else is doing, and we're doing it right. We're not doing it in a way that we're trying to win the internet. We're not doing it in a way that we're trying to make ourselves feel special or act like we're cool. We're building what needs to be built. We are building the real connections. And if you can understand why what we're doing is so important, if you can understand why anti-imperialism is the future, but we have to break out of the narrow niche circles and internet culture and get to the masses of people with real outreach. If you can understand that, please give us a gift. We're trying to build an actual movement to win new people to anti-imperialism and continue to carry out operations to change the conversation in America so that we have a country where there's a mass movement demanding justice for working families and an end to these wars, that we're saying no to World War III, we're saying no to the emerging low-wage police state. That's what we urgently need. So if you can help us in any way, send us a gift. If you can be there on July 12th, be there. This is the biggest endeavor CPI has ever done, and it's going to lead to even bigger things. We don't back down. We don't go away. If we were going to back down, we would have done it a long time ago. And if we were one of their plants or one of these fake anti-imperialists, they would be making it a lot easier for us. We have been facing a lot of challenges, but we continue to achieve great victories. So we need your support. Please send us a contribution. Please be there on July 12th at the Midwest Convention Center in the Chicago area. It's right near the O'Hare Airport. It's going to be awesome. We need you there. Thank you.
is not our enemy. Russia is not our enemy. Russia is not our enemy.
The energy revenue to rebuild the industries of Russia, and he made Russia once again a strong economy. And that is why U.S. media demonizes Russia. That is why the U.S. government toppled the government of Ukraine in 2014 with the Euro-Maiden coup and installed a fanatically anti-Russian regime in Kiev. You know, I saw a CNN reporter claim that Ukraine was a peaceful country until now. Well, this is the monument in Donbass to all the children who have died of the shelling and the bombing being carried out by the U.S.-backed regime in Kiev. 14,000 plus people dead, children who have died. It hasn't been a peaceful country. The people of Donbass have been subject to 8 years of bombing, 8 years of shelling, 8 years of a food blockade, and Russia is now moving in to protect them and bring an end to this. The Wall Street money sharks hate Russia. They hate China, Cuba, Venezuela, Iran, and many other countries because they have governments that stand up to the international bankers and their monopolistic corporations.
And it's not a good situation. People are dying and it needs to end. And we need there to be a negotiation. We want there to be peace in Ukraine, and that means that our leaders sit down and negotiate. It doesn't mean that Boris Johnson gets on the phone and wrecks a peace deal just because he wants people to keep dying. Global food crisis spawned by a war. That's right. Russia is not our enemy. 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 Russia was with us in the fight against the Nazis in World War II. At the moments when America shows its true colors and is standing up for justice and truth, you'll notice that we're standing with Russia.
Peace with Russia. Peace with China. Peace with Russia. Peace with China. It's time to stand for peace here at the United Nations. We are marching up to the religious rally. Russia and China are not our enemy. Peace with Russia. Peace with China. 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 Peace with China. Peace with Russia. Peace with Russia. Peace with China. Peace with Russia. Peace with China. Peace with Russia. Peace with China. Peace with Russia.
Youth festivals are very, very important to my organization in particular, the Center for Political Innovation. Every meeting that we have, we begin with the pledge. We've changed the word youth for people because we have people of all ages, but we begin, we raise our right hands, we pledge that we shall remember this unity forged at the end of the Second World War, not only today, not only this year, this week, but always, and the pledge goes on. But that is such a beautiful pledge that came out of the World Democratic Youth Federation. And I must say that the youth festivals represent the best, not just of this country, but of America. A time when we stood in solidarity with Russia to defeat fascism. And they're trying to erase that from American history.
I'm Caleb Maupin, the chair of the U.S. delegation, and he also represents the Center for Political Innovation.
Welcome, everybody. My name's Caleb Maupin. I'm the founder of the Center for Political Innovation. And in October, I was deeply honored when the youth office of the Russian Foreign Ministry reached out to me about forming a national preparatory committee for the upcoming World Youth Festival, set for March in Russia. As someone who attended the World Festival of Youth and Students in 2013 in Quito, Ecuador, someone who attended the festival that was held in Sochi in 2017, as an advocate of socialism, peace, and international cooperation, as an American patriot, as a Christian, and someone who strives to live according to the teachings of Jesus Christ, I considered this to be a great opportunity. However, it is the circumstances of our upcoming trip that bring us here today. As we meet here today, Jesse Neville,
Penny Hess and Omali Yeshitela have been indicted by the U.S. Department of Justice. They are facing a possible 15 years in prison. Their trial date was just set for September. The Biden administration has charged them for doing what we are about to do, for going to an international conference in Russia. I'm the leader of the United States delegation. I'm representing the Center for Political Innovation. And I would like to just thank you from the bottom of my heart for that dynamic interview you gave to Tucker Carlson, in which you showed many, many young Americans a different kind of leadership, because our politicians and our leaders in the United States, they speak in sound bites, they speak in terms of scandal and gossip, but you presented a long-term vision, a scientific view of statecraft, and by getting through to young Americans, you made a difference. Many people who would never have listened to anything you had to say or heard another perspective heard you because of that interview. Now, getting to my question, things between our two countries are not good at this point. You know, before we left, we had to have a press conference at the United Nations. We are concerned about being prosecuted. There are 3 Americans that have already been charged and are facing prosecution, possibly 15 years in prison, simply because they attended a conference like this in Russia, the Uhuru movement, they're called. And we are concerned because I know that I speak for the majority of the American people when I say that we do not want our tax money dumped into this conflict in Ukraine any longer. We do not want our country to continue to deteriorate internally while our leaders waste money on prolonging this war. I'm frightened by what the Biden administration is doing, not just in Ukraine, but also on Taiwan and on the Korean Peninsula. And I really do see gatherings like this as a potential road to peace. And what I have seen at this festival has blown my mind. The amount of young volunteers that you have here, people who have stepped up, who love their country and want to just come forward and put together dynamic events like this. What kind of role can events like this and young diplomacy activities like this play in helping set the stage for maybe changing the dangerous direction our leaders in the United States are taking things against the majority of the wishes of the majority of the people of our country? Thank you.
The United States of America is a huge and unique country. In its own way, over 300 years, in just 300 years, which is a small period of time compared to our history, but thanks to the talents of the Americans, it became a superpower, which is an obvious fact. We know outstanding American politicians, we know outstanding American business people, cultural activists, which is an obvious fact. We used to be allies during 2 world wars as we fought Nazism and fascism. What happened recently? After the war, after the alliance, the United States and the Soviet Union started dividing the world, and they did so successfully. And based on this balance of powers, they created international relations and created the modern system of international law. Then the Soviet Union ceased to exist for a number of reasons. I will not go into detail, but they were mainly internal reasons. There is one superpower remaining, represented by your country. The way your elites use this monopoly to global domination is dubious. In my opinion, the United States failed to bear this burden of responsibility that they happen to bear. They created monopoly, strengthened it. I don't mean the American people, I mean the ruling elites. While strengthening their monopoly, they soon faced a situation where the overwhelming majority of countries disliked it. And so, step by step, it became obvious to everyone that there is resistance to the forming global order.
All right, so we're here at Trump Tower.
They told you these people are horrible. They told you these people are terrible, that they will never do anything good for us. There's a reason for that. It's called money. It's called power. They want to weaken you mentally. They want to capture your spirit, stomp you out, and tell you, why bother? Why get out of bed in the morning? Why do anything worthwhile? No.
Great again. This was a great moment when Trump talked to Kim Jong-un and started the process of peace on the Korean Peninsula. And we want to see peace not just with North Korea, but with Russia, with China, with many countries around the world. It is outrageous that billions of dollars is being spent on prolonging the war in Ukraine when our people can't get relief in North Carolina. People are left behind in Georgia and North Carolina. They can't get the relief they need. This is outrageous. Our government is more concerned with waging wars around the world than for caring for our own people. That we need a president who will put America first, a president who will bring peace around the world. Only peace can make America.
Big crowd of people. Huge crowd of people here to support Donald Trump, pouring in to watch the inauguration ceremony in the Capital One Arena. Yeah, we set up here and over there. How you feeling? How you feeling?
I'm good. I'm good. It was fun to pass out pamphlets at the hotel there. Everybody was asking for more.
Great. Excellent.
We need to heal America as well. We need to pray for America. We need to make our country great again. We need to take over. The people need to take over to make our country better again. And I hope Trump can help us with that.
Donald Trump for one of the greatest moments of his first presidency, when he went to a country that America has technically been at war with since the 1950s and gave peace a chance. You want to make peace around the world.
Tribes, they were, 20 to 30 people going around hunting and gathering. No one was a slave. There was not private, there was not land at that point. This is before the origin of agriculture. Before the origin of agriculture, there was not slavery. When humans were hunting and gathering, no one was a slave of anyone else.
I've done an entire presentation on this.
Okay, so hunter-gatherer civilization didn't exist. Hunter-gatherer civilization's a myth.
Wrong. After the Civil War, the Comanches were the biggest slave owners in America. Slave owning was fundamental to the tribes.
Yeah, that was in the 1800s.
Hold on, Stefan. Slave owning was
that was in the 1800s. That was thousands of years after the time I'm talking about. What are you talking about?
Hold on, man. You gotta let him finish. Please let him finish his point, and then, go ahead, Caleb.
Yet, the majority of human history was hunter-gatherer civilization. Before the origin of private property, before the domestication of animals and the growing of crops, humans were wandering around, hunting and gathering, and they lived in tribes. And there was some level of hierarchy in these tribes. I think some authority certainly existed, but there was no slavery. There was no one owning anyone else. And in fact, they didn't even really keep track of who was whose children. So yeah, to say that no human society had ever existed without slavery, Marxism is premised on the concept of historical progress, right? That hunter-gatherer civilization, eventually we human beings with our brilliance got too good at hunting and gathering. We developed sticks and rocks and got so good at killing animals. We paid close attention to the patterns and how plants grow and got very good at gathering. We got so good at hunting and gathering, there was a scarcity. And it became necessary at that point to begin growing crops and having agriculture, and that gave birth to a higher mode of production out of necessity. And eventually, slavery gave way to feudalism, which was a higher mode of production. And eventually, feudalism gave way to capitalism, which was a much higher mode of production. And eventually, capitalism will give way to socialism, and has given way to it around the world, because it's the only way that countries around the world kept poor by capitalism in its monopoly stage, imperialism, the domination of the world by bankers in Wall Street and in London. That's keeping the world poor. So a few bankers and billionaires can stay rich, and they're embedded with the governments around the world, and they do it to make sure that the profits flow into their hands. And many countries around the world have broken out of that system with force. Countries like China, countries like Venezuela, countries like Russia and the Soviet Union, countries like Cuba have broken out of that system with force and had great achievements in raising their people out of poverty and industrializing, because they've broken out of that system. Marxism is dialectical. You accuse me of saying that I would say that slavery had always existed. That's something I don't contend. Furthermore, and also on top of that, I maintain that we can get to a society eventually without a government. but that would be based on a huge level of material abundance. The goal of communism, if you read Marx, is based on so much material abundance existing that the need for state coercion fades away. That is the ultimate goal of communism, is a stateless, classless world. That's only possible when the means of production and technology and human brilliance has been unleashed to such high levels that the scarcity and the poverty that necessitates the state fades away.
So we can't have a stateless society now.
At this point in human history, of course not.
At some point we can I don't think it's imminent, don't get me wrong, but you and I, because you were like so scornful of the idea of a stateless society, but now you're telling me we can have a stateless society one day.
Yes, when the means of production and technology has advanced to that point, probably thousands of years from now, yes, I do. But that's very, very far off. And if we just abolished the government immediately, that would be a nightmare, because law and morality exists to protect the weak from the strong. Ayn Rand thinks it's a good thing to have the strong rule over the weak ruthlessly. I don't.
No, she doesn't. No.
Okay. What does she think?
No, she doesn't like the rule of the majority over the individual. That's all she does. She doesn't want the... I mean, at the end of Atlas Shrugged, they don't sit there and say, let's create a fascist state and enslave everyone. All they want is to be able to keep the proceeds of their own labor and to be charitable rather than to be enslaved. That's all they're talking about there. But so let me ask you this, because I'm genuinely curious about all of this, right? So in preparing for this, I watched a bunch of debates and conversations that you had. Sell me on China. Help me understand your positive view. And I don't mean this to sound snarky, or like really genuinely, like help me understand your positive view, because when I was in China, I mean, it was not very good, and people weren't very happy, and Tiananmen Square was halfway still being scrubbed. But sell me on the pluses of China. That's really interesting to me, how you feel it's a very positive role model in many ways, and what are the pluses that you see there?
I see 800 million people lifted out of poverty. I see a country that was once the sick man of Asia, with free trade imposed on it by the British Empire, breaking out of that, having at this point half the steel in the world is made in China's state-controlled steel industry. At this point, before the pandemic, the tourism industry of the world was having a boom, because millions of Chinese people whose grandparents were illiterate peasants were going on vacation for the first time, right, in generations. I mean, huge achievements. Electrification. This was a country that didn't have running water, that didn't have electricity. Millions raised out of poverty. I mean, it's astronomical. I mean, China at this point, they're making better phones than Western capitalism is. They have the world's fastest supercomputers. The achievements are astronomical. This is a whole society that has lifted itself up by its bootstraps. It is an argument for the fact that growth can take place beyond capitalism. And when the economy is controlled by the state and humans are mobilized to build and construct and unleash their creativity and brilliance, great things can be achieved. And yes, the Cultural Revolution was a disaster, right? That was a disaster. And during the Cultural Revolution, they rejected the basic premise of Marxism, which is that growth is necessary. Marxism is an ideology that is based on growth. It argues that we need to get the economy out of the irrationality of profits and command, right? Under societies of the past, people were homeless because there wasn't enough housing. Only under capitalism are people homeless because there is too much housing. That happened during the financial crisis. The housing bubble burst. People couldn't afford to buy all the houses that exist. And we had tent cities set up in Nevada because people were homeless because there were too many houses. That's not rational. Under capitalism, right? Under capitalism, people are hungry, not because there's not enough food, but because there's too much food. This is irrational. Profits, this magical invisible hand, doesn't care. And when societies are able to break out of that and rationally organize the economy, they can have big achievements. I think China is proof of that. Cuba is proof of that. Other societies around the world are proof of that. Did they have big problems, as you endlessly pointed out in your opening statement? Of course. I'm not going to deny human rights violations. I'm not going to deny that bad things happened. But there is hope to get beyond the irrational rule of profits. We can have state planning of the economy and have good achievements. And China's dramatic turnaround and economic achievements are proof of that.
Do you think that Hong Kong, which didn't go through the mass slaughters that China went through, wouldn't it have been better if China had had some more free markets relative to what happened in China? So China's the #1 slaughterer of its own citizens in a much shorter time frame than Russia, right? So Russia, 1917 to 1987, we had almost 62 million people. China, about half the time, 1949 to 1987, killed almost 77 million people. Almost 77 million people. Now that is, I mean, we can't even comprehend, right? So Hong Kong didn't go through that kind of slaughter, and they certainly did have a free market relative to China. Do you think that the non-slaughterhouse, I mean, there were deaths, of course, and there was repression from the British and all, but nothing compared to the democide that occurred, or the slaughters that occurred in China?
All it had to take me was just one look. My heart began a thumping, baby had a jumping, 'cause you're more than a number in my little red book. You're more than a one-night stand. In case you get to thinking that you've been took, you're more than a number written in my little red book. Give us a chance. Don't let the small town rumors end our first real romance. Now I'll admit I've loved a few, but there was never one like you. So darling, don't believe the things they say, 'cause you're more than a number in my little red book. More than a one-night day. All it had to take me was just one look. My heart began a thumping, baby had a jumping, 'cause you're more than a number in my little red book. You're more than a one-night stand. In case you get to thinking that you've been took, you're more than a number written in my little red book. Gave me a sign, I threw away the numbers of those old flames of mine. And now they're trying to put you wise, knock me down in my girl's eyes. So darling, don't believe the words they say, 'cause you're more than a number in my little red book. More than a one-night day. All it had to take me was just one look. My heart began a pumping, baby had a jumping, 'cause you're more than a number in my little red book. You're more than a one-night stand. In case you get to thinking that you've been took, you're more than a number written in my little red book. Oh yeah, you're more than a number in my little red book. You're more than a one-night day. All it had to take me was just one look. My heart began a thumping, baby had a jumping, 'cause you're more than a number in my little red book. You're more than a one-night stand. In case you get to thinking that you've been took, you're more than a number written in my little red book.
So Trump is set to speak to the Russian president tomorrow. And I'm proud to say that we, the Center for Political Innovation, have had a lot to do with that. Ever since the Ukraine war began, we've been in the streets loudly saying Russia is not our enemy, calling for negotiations, etc. And recently, when we were in Minneapolis for a small workshop we did, we figured we couldn't leave town without doing that. And so myself and Penny and Gabby, we went to downtown Minneapolis with a big banner.
We're here in front of the Spoon Bridge in Minneapolis to support peace talks between Russia and Ukraine. We have confronted our government multiple times.
And I must say we got a very, very positive response. You know, Minneapolis is supposed to be a Democrat Party city. Minneapolis is pretty woke, so to speak, but there seemed to be overwhelming support for our message of peace with Russia. People were honking their horns, giving thumbs up, a wide variety of folks. People that looked like they were Trump supporters, people looked like they were young urban professionals. It was really, really great to see how sympathetic people were to our message of peace with Russia. It was also great to hear our members. You know, one of the great things about having these little speak out rallies is that our members get a chance to speak. And you know, Gabby got on the bullhorn, gave her perspective.
We don't need this war. You know, we might not agree everything what Trump is doing, but we need peace.
Penny got on the bullhorn, gave her perspective as a local from Minneapolis, a mom, a working person who doesn't want her son to get killed in a war.
Jobs for Americans, health care, schools, not billions of dollars. Pat the pockets of the warmongers.
I was there, I spoke as well.
Why are they cutting services for Americans? Why did people get left stranded after the hurricane in North Carolina, but they've got billions of dollars for Ukraine?
We need to raise this message everywhere we can, and we have as CPI. We're building a community of solidarity and resistance. That's what the Center for Political Innovation is. We're not a fandom. We're headed out to LA soon. We're having our big convention in July. We're a real community of people working together to build a movement. We demand a government of action that fights for working families.
Do you think that the Hong Kong model in any way is superior to the China model just in terms of, like, there not being 77 million people killed?
Well, I have two responses to that. First of all, I believe the biggest trading partner with Hong Kong is mainland China, and that Hong Kong's successes have a lot to do and walk hand in hand with China's successes on the mainland. Second of all, are you contending that this big number you threw out there, all those people were executed? They got death sentences from the Chinese government? Is that what you're saying?
No,
that this 70 million people? Well, no. I'm asking you, they were given death sentences? They were shot? Is that what you're contending?
Do you not know these numbers?
I've heard big numbers like this, but they tend to be based on the fact that famines took place.
Well, no, but there's famines, and then there's famines that result from specific state policies, such as the collectivization of the farmland, as I mentioned before, occurred in Ukraine, and other places also occurred in China. So, when you have state policies that where food can no longer be produced because the government has taken over and is not distributing the land to anybody effective, and also because they're withholding food as a form of punishment for class enemies such as the large landholders that were quite productive in farming, there is a lot of deaths that occur from that, for sure. These are not just natural famines.
Right. So all those famines I listed earlier, like the British Empire in Iran, for example, blocking grain imports to Iran and starving 8 to 10 million people in 1917 to 1919, like the Bengal famine of 1943, which Winston Churchill joked about, where 3 million Indian people died. Does that all tarnish the reputation of capitalism? But, it's not real capitalism, right? I forgot.
You did forget.
Okay. It's not real capitalism. Not real capitalism. Not real capitalism.
So just try.
I'm sorry. May I respond? May I finish responding? I didn't interrupt you. Now, I believe it was because of the Chinese Communist Party that the mass starvation and famines that had gone on in China for hundreds of years, most especially after the British took over, were ended. It was China and the Communist Party that brought tractors to rural villages. It was China and the Communist Party that created China's modern food production system. So you're blaming them for problems in the food production system, but not giving them credit for the fact that they built it.
I guess I'm just curious. So if you can just walk over 77 million...
No. I mean, we're glishglopping.
Is there a number of dead that would give you pause? I'm just like, is it 80 million? Is it 100 million? What if it was 150? Is there some number of...
When did I ever defend any atrocity? When did I ever say that some atrocity... You're being completely intellectually dishonest there.
My point?
Okay.
Just out of curiosity. Okay, thanks. Just what is the number? What is the number of dead people that would give you some pause about this system? Because it's not 77 million people plus the 62 million from the USSR, so it's some number, and I'm just like, it's not 130, 140 million or whatever. There's some number, and I'm just curious what that number is, wherein you would have some pause about your willingness to give a small number of people massive power over the economy and over other people's lives. Is there a number? Like, is it north of 130 million? Would it be 150 million that might make you think something would be awry? I'm just curious what that number is. Is there any upward limit? Could it be 1 billion people killed and you'd still be fine with the system? I'm just curious.
Are you finished? At no point did I ever say that violations of human rights, the killing of innocent people, was justified. At no point did I ever say that. So by trying to put words in my mouth like that, you're being completely intellectually dishonest. I said that China's economic achievements as the result of its central planned economy were good. And I think 800 million people lifted out of poverty, the construction of a modern country, one of the poorest countries in the world, becoming the second largest economy in the world, is a good thing. Whenever an innocent person is killed, whenever economic policies are problematic and have negative results, that's a bad thing. Please don't try to paint me as an apologist for mass murder to cover up the reality of what I'm saying. I'm pointing toward economic successes. I'm pointing toward real achievements, and you are pointing to human rights violations and atrocities to discredit that. I just read you all these crimes of capitalism, and then you said that's not real capitalism.
No, I condemn those crimes.
I think capitalism exists in the world today.
Perpetuated. I don't agree with you about the
I think
Bengal one
that
in
socialism
the Second World War,
exists in the world today.
I condemn those crimes as being perpetuated by the state, and this is one of the reasons why a stateless society is the ideal. But you, by talking, look, you've got to understand how you come across to anyone with any kind of moral center. Is you're saying, well, okay, yes, 77 million people were slaughtered by the Soviet government, but fuck, man, they built some really nice spaceships. And you know, they built some tractors, and there was some canals and shit, and I'm just telling you, like, from outside your like ideological bubble, that looks completely sociopathic, which is like, okay, 77 million people killed here, 62 million people killed in the Soviet Union, but you know, there was some good GDP numbers. And you know, this is the thing I find so kind of strange and surreal about these conversations, is that like every one of those 77 million people, every one in China, every one of those 62 million people in the USSR, they wanted to live just as much as you and I do, right? And you don't kill yourself in order to raise the GDP. Now you could, right? You could, I don't know, I'm not saying you ever would or should or anything like that, but theoretically, right, you could strap a bunch of explosives on, you could blow up a building, and then they'd have to repair that building, and they'd spend a lot of money, and that would increase the GDP. So you could kill yourself to increase the GDP. You could set fire to yourself in front of a library and get more people interested in communism and socialism as a result of the resulting publicity. But you don't do that because your life is extremely valuable to you, and even though it might increase the GDP for your life to end, you don't want that to happen. So the sociopathic element to me of this conversation is you saying, well, okay, yeah, 130, 140 million people killed, but GDP went up, and some people learned how to read, and there was some electricity that went to new places, and blah, 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 blah. But you wouldn't want to be one of those 130 million people.
So we're here on 34th Street, and the crowds have lined up. They're going in to see Trump speak. We've got our banner. We're handing out our palm cards, spreading the message.
Like a concert, but bigger. I see the lines of people going block after block after block after block, and it makes you wonder, is the media, the mainstream media, really telling you the truth about how unpopular Donald Trump actually is?
This administration is evil, and we need to bring America back and make America godly again. Make America great again.
Only peace can make America great again. Only peace can make America great again. This was a great, great moment when Trump talked to Kim Jong-un and started the process of peace on the Korean Peninsula. And we want to see peace not just with North Korea, but with Russia, with China, with many countries around the world. It is outrageous that billions of dollars is being spent on prolonging the war in Ukraine when our people can't get relief in North Carolina. People are left behind in Georgia and North Carolina. They can't get the relief they need. This is outrageous. Our government is more concerned with waging wars around the world than for caring for our own people. We need a president who will put America first, a president who will bring peace around the world. Only peace can make America great again.
Yeah, you think Trump could be a peace president?
I think he can, as long as he surrounds himself with people who have peace in mind. My concern, I'm a voter, I'm concerned about everything. He's surrounding himself with a lot of people from big tech, and big tech has pretty much been now part of the military-industrial complex, so that's slightly concerning, but I think if Trump surrounds himself with good people, I think so.
I appreciate Trump and all his efforts.
You like the banner, huh?
I do.
Yeah, are you worried about war, the danger of war?
I am, and I know I'm confident that Trump can put an end to it.
They're marching us toward World War III, and they're taking our freedoms away. While they do it, we have got to stand up. Kamala Harris represents the most vile factions of the deep state, the regime change apparatus.
Yeah, what do you think about how Kamala Harris, I mean, it seems like she's locking up her political opponents, trying to put people in jail, trying to put Trump in jail so she can win the election?
They'll do anything to stay in power.
You're a Kennedy fan, I can see, huh?
I am, yes.
Yeah, he's bold, sticking up about the vaccines and all of that.
He is, but I think it's important. When you have a lot of mainstream publications who refuse to report on a lot of the stories that people have, I think it only adds more validity to what Kennedy's been saying about big pharma, big ag.
This is a man of peace. This is the man that can do it. This is the man that can make things happen. Everybody saying war, war, war. This man is for peace, he's for unity, he's for the black, he's for the white, he's for everybody. This is the man I like.
Yeah.
Don't worry about what the fake media say. 100% the right man for the job.
We want peace between all different races and nationalities in the world. This is how they are. I'm here advocating peace and he's calling me a Nazi. Didn't the Nazis start a big war? Didn't the Nazis take people's freedom away? This is how they are. This is exactly how they are. You're a Nazi if you want peace. This is how sick they are. You're standing here saying you want peace and he's calling us Nazis for wanting peace. I'm standing here for peace and they call you a Nazi. This is how sick the woke left is. It's Nazism to want peace. I'm a patriot. I love my country, and loving your country means you don't want a war. I am a patriot. I love America, and I don't want World War III. Only peace can make America great again. Trump wants to negotiate. He wants to trade with countries around the world rather than bombing them. He wants to end these insane sanctions that are weakening the dollar around the world. And he wants to open up trade and friendship. Peace starts with trade and doing business.
Obama couldn't do it. Bush couldn't do it. He did it. For that reason, I'm giving my vote for him. I'm from New York City here. I'm voting for him.
About yourself, you and I go back to Occupy Wall Street.
Yeah, we go back to Occupy Wall Street. I started off with the Jersey City Peace Movement. We're all about saying no to wars. And that's why I've come out to stand here with this sign, because World War III is a bad thing to get ourselves involved with. And seeing who Kamala Harris these days is surrounding herself with, the likes of Dick Cheney and Liz Cheney and these neocon warmongers that just won't leave us alone.
What do you think? What do you think?
Excellent.
That was a great moment when he met with Kim Jong-un.
Yeah, he has the respect for people around the world, unlike Kamala.
Absolutely.
No one has any respect for.
I say America first, not Ukraine first. I say America first, not Israel first. Only peace can make America great again. Only peace can make America great again. This is the... No problem. How are people liking it? Good? He's a deal maker, and this should just be the beginning. I can't wait until Donald Trump shakes hands with Putin. I can't wait until Donald Trump shakes hands with Xi Jinping. I can't wait until Donald Trump shakes hands with the Iranians and with the Cubans all around the world. Only peace can make America great again.
And it's time that we do business. There's a whole new economy in the world. If you look at the BRICS countries, Brazil, Russia, India, China, all these countries are rising up from poverty and building new railways and all that. We should trade with them. We should get some of that money for America. America shouldn't be trying to lock the world out. Our dollar is losing value because of this silly policy.
You value your own life, you care for your own life, and you're not willing to sacrifice your own life for a potential increase in communist GDP. But the degree to which you just don't seem to recognize that each one of those 120, 130 million people had just as strong a hunger for life. We're not talking human rights violations, we're talking about absolute multi-tens of millions of mass slaughter. That's not like violations of human rights or hate speech laws or something. Like, come on, we're talking about some like incredible mountains of bodies, the likes of which have never been seen before. And that's almost the kind of surprising thing to me, is that those people all wanted to live. They all wanted to go home and kiss their children. They all wanted to pursue their dreams and pick up painting in their old age, and they were just slaughtered by communist governments. And I don't know that, you know, a couple of % increase in the GDP over a decade is something that's worth those bodies.
May I respond without interruption? Okay, I guess that's a yes. Would you pile the same kind of moral condemnation you did on me for recognizing that socialism has economic successes onto someone who waves the American flag? Right? Are they then celebrating the slaughter of people, the indigenous people, the slaughter, the slavery, the millions of deaths on the transatlantic slave trade? Are they celebrating the Vietnam War and the Korean War? You know, I eat Thanksgiving dinner with my family. I don't do that because I'm looking over and denying the humanity of Native Americans. I do that because I can recognize that good things existed in this country despite the evil, horrible, racist things that went on. Right? Is every British person who's patriotic, are they ignoring all those famines I just read? Is every French person who sings the La Marseillaise, are they celebrating the death of 2 million people who died when free trade economics was imposed on France after World War II in 1945, or on Vietnam, I mean, the Vietnamese colonialists? I mean, if you're going to condemn me for saying that the Soviet Union had economic successes and say that I don't understand that the people who died have life, you can pour that condemnation onto every Western country. Are people in Belgium who wave their own flag, are they morally atrocious because they don't recognize that King Leopold killed 10 to 15 million people and worked them to death in rubber plantations? I'm sorry. I have said over and over again that I condemn any violation of human rights. I condemn any unnecessary death of innocent people. And you are sticking to this old anti-communist cliche. Communism, you know, you just throw out this body count, as if capitalism doesn't have a body count that's just as big. And then your response when I point to capitalism's crimes is to say, well, that's not real capitalism. Okay, so pour that condemnation on anyone who celebrates the achievement of the West, because the West is responsible for mass death and mass killing and mass torture and mass enslavement, right? This is the reality. I mean, is someone who drives a Japanese car responsible for the crimes of Japan at Nanking or in the Philippines? I mean, we can learn from the good and the bad of economic systems. I mean, this is unfair, and you only get away with it because you're appealing to a popular narrative. You're supposed to be a revolutionary, Stefan. You present yourself as this bold, brave revolutionary who's sticking it to the man and fighting the system. You want a world without a government and all this. This is all stuff I hear on CNN. You know, the United States goes around the world liberating people from brutal regimes and spreading freedom. China is an evil country violating human rights. Saudi Arabia, we're not going to talk about. Russia is an evil country violating human rights. We're not going to talk about, you know, the government in Kiev that's tearing down World War II monuments and repressing people. You're just throwing out every old anti-communist cliche. In my government school, you know, you think government schools are communist propaganda. In my government school, I learned all of this. We watched movies about Holodomor. We heard nothing but, you know, you would have gotten the impression that the entire history of the Soviet Union was nothing but gulags and death camps. That's what I learned in my government school. There's nothing at all bold about any of this. This is just standard regime change, demonization of some countries, glossing over the crimes of other countries, propaganda, right?
But there's a big difference. Even I don't accept about 80% of what you're saying, but we can perhaps have that topic discussion another time about the endless famines and the genocide, as you claim, of the Native American population. It was 90% smallpox. But anyway, let's just say that you're right about everything. That you're talking about.
Go on.
I'm sorry. Did you want to interrupt me?
No, please continue.
I'm sorry.
Go on. I'm curious to hear more of this. I want to hear about how the Native American genocide didn't happen. I'm curious to hear about this.
Well, 90% of the natives were killed by smallpox because they didn't have an immunity, because they hadn't been raised with smallpox, in the same way that they gave syphilis to the Westerners, and the Westerners died like flies because they didn't have immunity to syphilis, which had been more built up in the native population. And anyway, but even if we say everything that you say in this,
can I ask another question?
Sort of standard cliche, Wester's evil and all of that, and you'll notice, of course, that outside of China, every single country that you have talked about is a Western country, which makes you a horrible racist, because you're only attacking white sort of Western countries, and you haven't brought any other countries into the fray, except for China, which you defend. So here's the difference, man. And this is what I think you kind of need to work on in your logic and communication skills, just my particular piece of coaching or whatever, is that all of the stuff that you're talking about has been raked over and disavowed by people as a whole, right? So the Belgians don't sit there and say, yeah, it was great what King Leopold did in Africa. And people don't sit there and say, oh yeah, no, it was great what happened to the Native American population. It wasn't. It was horrible. Absolutely horrible. And people have disavowed and rejected and been horrified. There was not, the transatlantic slave situation, 400,000 slaves came to America from Africa, where, in fact...
Hey friends, how you doing today? I'm letting you know, the Center for Political Innovation, we are about to do, on July 12th, the biggest event that we have ever done. It will be our national gathering in Chicago on July 12th. And it's gonna be really, really special. We are talking with a number of important anti-imperialist voices, a lot of different communities. There's gonna be musical performances, dance performances, there's gonna be great speeches, and it's gonna be a whole day gathering dedicated to anti-imperialism. I am committed, and CPI has always been committed to building an in real life network of people. And we carry out real operations. We were at the inauguration of Trump with our Trump and Kim banner saying only peace can make America great again. We were on the streets of Chicago at the Democratic National Convention with a book exposing what Kamala Harris and who she really is and what she's really about, and it was really, really important. We have 1,000 copies of our book about the Houthis that are being distributed with the poster of the convention on the back to people who would never go looking for this. We are putting door hanger flyers on doors of people, again, that would never go looking for this. We're not performing and trying to make ourselves feel good. We're actually trying to build a network of people that can be anti-imperialists in America. And it's not easy to do. It's very difficult in these times to build a real in-life organization. People have their issues. We live in a very strange time, but we have to do it. And we are committed to continuing this project. This video is basically me telling you we need your support. In order to pull off our convention that includes our 7-day program for our members around the country to come to Chicago, includes our huge convention on July 12th, where we're gonna fill up the Midwest Convention Center, in order to have an effective national planning meeting and gathering in Chicago the day after on July 13th. In order to do what we need to do, we need to fill up that auditorium and we need money. And there's really no way around that. We need you to donate to the Center for Political Innovation. We have set up a GoFundMe, and a lot of people have already contributed. We already raised a couple $1,000, but it's not enough. In order to really pull off our July activities and really have a win for anti-imperialism, we need your support. We need you to go to the GoFundMe right now and donate $5 or $20. We need you to go to the donate button on the CPI website and send us $100 or $50, whatever you can do. If we're gonna do what we need to do in July and build the organization and have the mega anti-imperialist rally that needs to happen on July 12th and solidify the network that we're building to continue to carry out the great operations that we do, we need you to help us out. Every cent that we raise goes into building this group. I'm lucky I have a paycheck with everything that's going on. I'm surviving, and I have consistently put a huge amount of the money that I have, my own resources, my own funds, into CPI because I believe in it, because it needs to happen, because this organization is necessary. I'm looking at what I've got and my own resources and my own bills and all of that, and I'm looking at what's already been paid for, and it's not enough. I mean, it's just not enough. I can't just pay for everything myself. We have membership dues and other things, but we need a special gift. We need a special gift to make July happen. We need you to give us a special contribution so that we can make sure the July events go smoothly, that the housing for the people coming in out of town is covered, that the speakers that are being flown in, their airfare is properly covered. We need you to make a special one-time gift to make this July gathering, this anti-imperialist summit that we are organizing. We need you to help us make it happen and help us make it a success. Small gift, big gift, whatever you can do. We need you to help us with it. But you know what? I'll just say this. If it's a matter of send us a gift or come, we'd rather you come. We'd rather you be there. It's much more important that you be there on July 12th. If you can't afford to give us a gift, but you can afford to come to town, if there's one event that you come to this year, make it July 12th. CPI, Center for Political Innovation, we're doing something that nobody else is doing, and we're doing it right. We're not doing it in a way that we're trying to win the internet. We're not doing it in a way that we're trying to make ourselves feel special or act like we're cool. We're building what needs to be built. We are building the real connections. And if you can understand why what we're doing is so important, if you can understand why anti-imperialism is the future, but we have to break out of the narrow niche circles and internet culture and get to the masses of people with real outreach. If you can understand that, please give us a gift. We're trying to build an actual movement to win new people to anti-imperialism and continue to carry out operations to change the conversation in America so that we have a country where there's a mass movement demanding justice for working families and an end to these wars, that we're saying no to World War III, we're saying no to the emerging low-wage police state. That's what we urgently need. So if you can help us in any way, send us a gift. If you can be there on July 12th, be there. This is the biggest endeavor CPI has ever done, and it's going to lead to even bigger things. We don't back down. We don't go away. If we were going to back down, we would have done it a long time ago. And if we were one of their plants or one of these fake anti-imperialists, they would be making it a lot easier for us. We have been facing a lot of challenges, but we continue to achieve great victories. So we need your support. Please send us a contribution. Please be there on July 12th at the Midwest Convention Center in the Chicago area. It's right near the O'Hare Airport. It's going to be awesome. We need you there. Thank you.
There's many different definitions of socialism. The first use of the word socialism was in France. It was Henry Saint-Simon, and he was a French, religious man who was worried that after the French Revolution, all these people were unemployed, and factory owners at that point were like raping women who worked in their factories and mistreating them, and it was a feeling there was something wrong with liberalism, which was the ideology of the French Revolution. They didn't say they believed in capitalism; they said they believed in liberalism, individual rights. And Henry Saint-Simon said, well, maybe in contrast to this liberalism, we need socialism. But he never really explained what it was, but he did a lot of charity work, and he opened some cooperative businesses, and that was Henry Saint-Simon, and he used the word socialism in French. The first person to use the word socialism in English was Robert Owen, and And Robert Owen was a Welsh factory owner, and he started a colony called New Lanark, and it was a cooperative, commune that existed in Scotland for a while. He eventually moved it to Indiana and set it up in the U.S. state of Indiana. It was called New Harmony, and it's still there. You can see it. It's a nice little. They got a museum there, and it was this cooperative that Robert Owen built. And he actually addressed a session of the U.S. Congress and gave a lecture on socialism. He was the first guy to coin the term socialism. But Karl Marx distinguished scientific socialism from utopian socialism. Henry Saint-Simon, Robert Owen, others, they were utopian socialists. But Karl Marx described himself as a scientific socialist. And he described socialism this way. He said, "We have seen above that the first step in the revolution by the working class is to raise the proletariat to the position of the ruling class and to win the battle for democracy. The proletariat will use its political supremacy to wrest by degree all capital from the bourgeoisie, to centralize all instruments of production into the hands of the state, and of the proletariat organized as the ruling class, and to increase the productive forces as rapidly as possible." That's what Karl Marx laid out as his vision of socialism. Now, Friedrich Engels, he described socialism. He said, "The proletariat seizes the public power, and by means of this transforms the socialized means of production, slipping from the hands of the bourgeoisie into public property. By this act, the proletariat frees the means of production from the character of capital they have borne thus far, and gives their socialized character complete freedom to work itself out. Socialized production upon a predetermined plan becomes possible. The development of production makes the existence of different classes of society henceforth an anachronism. In proportion as anarchy and social production vanishes, the political authority of the state eventually dies out. Man at last is the master of his own form of social organization, and he becomes at the same time the lord over nature, his own master, free. To accomplish this act of universal emancipation is the historical mission of the proletariat, to thoroughly comprehend the historical conditions and this very nature of this act, to impart to the now oppressed proletarian class a full knowledge of the conditions and of the meaning of this momentous act is called upon to accomplish. This is the task or the theoretical expression of the proletarian movement of scientific socialism." So what is the idea? Well, the idea is in capitalism you have these means of production that are privately owned, and under capitalism profit is the basis of the economy. Houses and buildings like this don't get built because people need a nice place to have classes. They're built so that landlords and bankers can make profit. Food isn't produced so that people can eat it. Food is produced so that agribusiness and big box stores can make money by selling it. Profit is the basis of the economy. And socialism is when the proletariat, the working class, the majority of society, takes control of the government, and then through the government seizes control of the means of production. The economy is then forced to work in the interests of society overall. You have production upon a predetermined plan rather than production for profit. And that's the difference between capitalism and socialism. And it's pretty vague. I recently debated an advocate of more liberal social democratic capitalism, and he kept insisting that in my defense of socialism that I lay out and explain exactly what things would be nationalized and what things would not be nationalized. Well, that's Robert Owen. Robert Owen would do that, right? Henry Saint-Simon might do that. But that's utopianism. Socialism comes about due to this contradiction between the worker and the capitalist, and eventually driving the workers to rise up and seize control of the means of production. And socialism looks very, very different. And Marx predicted that socialism would happen first in the first world. He was existing in the period of industrial capitalism, and he assumed eventually the workers would just rise up and seize control of their factories. That's not what happened, because capitalism moved on to its period of imperialism, where you had the labor aristocracy and the rising standard of living in the first world. And it was countries in the developing world breaking out of the control of Western bankers. That was what socialism was. It was countries around the world that had been kept in feudal or semi-feudal conditions and been unable to develop because of imperialism. And it was them rising up, seizing control of their economies, and building socialism. The Russian Revolution, the Bolsheviks take power, and at that point you had 15 different countries invade Russia, what became the Soviet Union. And you had a country that was blockaded. You had a country that was in very feudal. It was mainly a feudal country. There was industry in the cities, but it was mainly a feudal, impoverished country. And out of the Russian Revolution and the Bolsheviks' struggle to hold on to power, you had a political model that kind of defined socialism in the 20th century. And it's generally referred to in academia as real socialism or really existing socialism. People who don't like it will call it Stalinism. But that political model developed, and that was the socialism of the Cold War. You have the state controlling the major industries. You have 5-year economic plans in which the population is mobilized to build. People who work in factories and work extra hard, they get a reward. In the Soviet Union, they call it Stakhanovism. You have a one party, the Communist Party tends to be the ruling party. And you have almost a political structure that in a way almost kind of mimics feudalism. You have the leader and his face is everywhere. You have the state almost kind of taking on the role of the church and putting out ideology with a single party. And the economy is planned. And this model of really existing socialism was very successful in raising countries out of poverty. And you wouldn't know that if you watch American media or you attend American universities. But real huge economic achievements were carried out due to really existing socialism, right? There's a good book called The Soviet Economy Since 1917 by Maurice Dobb. And he describes how they launched their 5-year plans in 1928, and by 1938 they had multiplied the rate of electricity 10 times. Coal production had increased 3.5 times, there were 20 new tramway systems, there were 80 new bus systems, the number of hospital beds in rural areas doubled, and by 1938 the Soviet Union actually had a larger tractor production apparatus than any other country in the entire world. They also led the world in locomotive and train manufacturing. You have to remember, at that time, the rest of the world was having the Great Depression. And Louis Fisher, who was writing for The Nation, he said, "The Soviet frontier is like a charmed circle in which the world economic crisis cannot cross. While banks crash, while production falls, and trade languishes abroad, the Soviet Union continues in an orgy of construction and national development. The scale and speed of its progress is unprecedented." First mobile phone was patented in 1957. They actually, by 1985, they had developed their own home computer system, the VK0010. And all these economic achievements happened, and the whole world was kind of in awe of what the Soviet Union was doing. There was a NATO treaty that made it illegal to share any technology with them. But despite that, they had amazing breakthroughs. The Encyclopedia Britannica, when they wrote the entry for Joseph Stalin in 1956, this is a sentence from their entry. It says, "He found Russia working with wooden plows and left it equipped with atomic piles." Now, W.E.B. Du Bois, the beloved African-American intellectual, he says, quote, "What I saw in the Soviet Union was more than the triumph of physics. It was the growth of a nation's soul, the confidence of a great people, and its plan and the future. We begun to recognize the Soviet Republic as giving its people the best education of any in the world, excelling in sciences, and organizing industry at the highest levels." The New York Times in 1931 marveled at the Soviet Union's educational achievements. This is from the New York Times, 1931, December 1st. "There seems to be no parallel in history to the drive for learning in all branches of knowledge, from reading and writing to the abstruses of science, as is now in progress in the Soviet Union. Before the revolution, only 7 million children attended school. Now there are 23 million. Fraser Hunt, who was an American journalist, he was writing for the New York American, he said, quote, "Japan, westernizing and industrializing itself 50 years ago, was doing child's play compared to what the Soviet Union is doing today. Already, almost overnight, the USSR has become an industrial country." The Soviet Union also had a huge impact on global culture. For example, the fact that nowadays racism is considered to be a bad thing, that has a lot to do with the Soviet Union. It was the Soviet Union, from its inception, believed the notion that one race is superior to another was false and fought against it and inserted that into public consciousness. That was something people believed all over the world. And W.B. Du Bois, an African-American man who studied in the Soviet Union, said, "The Soviet Union seems to be the only European country where people are not more or less taught to look down on some class, group, or race. I know countries where race and color prejudice show only slight manifestations, but no white country where race and color prejudice seems so absolutely absent." That was W.E.B. Du Bois. And it's largely understood that the birth of the modern civil rights movement of the United States, where Martin Luther King Jr. Became a household name, was after the lynching of Emmett Till. Right? He was an African-American man who was accused of whistling at a white woman. The owners of his store came and killed him and were acquitted in court. Well, the reason that that case created such a huge splash was because the Soviet Union took the image of Emmett Till's mutilated body and sent it all over the world and humiliated the United States. The Cold War was going on, and the United States was saying that we're a land of freedom and these are communist dictators. And then the Soviet Union just held up that picture and said, oh really? That's your idea of freedom? And it was in that context that the northern wing of the Democratic Party started to move against the rival wing of the Democratic Party, the Dixiecrats of the US South. The Soviet Union had a lot to do with writing the UN Charter in the aftermath of the Second World War and condemning racism and bigotry. The Soviet Union also gave huge amounts of support to people in Africa that were fighting against colonialism and imperialism, and that also forced the United States to address the issue of racism. And everywhere that really existing socialism came into being, it had huge economic breakthroughs. I mean, and you don't have to listen to them. You don't have to take their word for it. I mean, a great resource is the U.S. Library of Congress. The Federal Research Division of the Library of Congress has published a study of every country in the world. And this is their study of Romania, a very poor country in Eastern Europe. This is what it says. It says between 1950 and 1971, the number of hospital beds per 1,000 people more than doubled in Romania. The number of doctors per 1,000 people increased by 25%. The infant mortality rate was reduced by 75% from 1950 to 1984. In 1945, only 27% of the people were able to read and write. However, by 1966, illiteracy was eradicated. By 1970, the number of teachers had tripled, and the number of university professors in Romania had gone from only 2,000 before the Second World War to 13,000. Right? For a very small, impoverished country, these are big, dramatic changes. Right? If you take a country and you expand access to health care, you wipe out illiteracy, you expand universities, I mean, this is huge. This is very, very big. People who say socialism has failed everywhere it's ever been tried, it's never accomplished anything, just doesn't match the facts. Cuba is very famous for its accomplishments, especially in the field of healthcare. I'm reading from The Guardian. Cuba's literacy rate is at 100%, and its life expectancy parallels first world nations, despite limited funding and supplies. The country's high ratio of doctors to patients and its proactive, community-centered approach to healthcare has long been the envy of many first world countries, not the least the United Kingdom. Cuba, UN General Secretary Ban Ki-moon said that their medical school is the most advanced medical school in the world. So that's their achievements. And I mean, even after the fall of the Soviet Union and the economic hardships, you can look at the CIA World Factbook and compare the life expectancies between Cuba and the surrounding countries. Cuba's life expectancy is 78.9 years, about the same as the United States. Dominican Republic, 71 years. Jamaica, 74 years. Honduras, 71 years. Guyana, 68 years. Mexico, 76 years. Guatemala, 71 years. Haiti, 64 years, right? I mean, it's pretty dramatic that the socialist system has done a lot to improve people's lives in Cuba. Of course, we're not going to hear about that in the United States. It's also funny that, we'll often hear about North Korea and the economic hardships that North Korea has had since the 1990s, the fall of the Soviet Union, the food shortages. But this is actually from an article from the BBC, published in 2008. This is what they said about North Korea's economic development. At one time, North Korea's centrally planned economy seemed to work well. Indeed, in the initial years after the creation of North Korea following World War II, with spectacular results. The mass mobilization of the population, along with Soviet and Chinese technical assistance and financial aid, resulted in annual growth rates estimated to have reached 20% and 30% in the years following the devastating Korean War. As late as the 1970s, South Korea languished in the shadow of the, quote, economic miracle north of the border. Now, obviously, they've had problems during the 1990s and the fall of the Soviet Union, but the fact that there were huge achievements in industrialization, that they built hospitals all over the country, they wiped out illiteracy in the country, they industrialized the country, again, gets kind of glossed over. Remember, socialism just fails everywhere it's ever been tried. And that was really existing socialism, and that was the model that kind of defined the Cold War. And obviously that model had big problems in terms of human rights and the way people were treated. And it had big problems in terms of not having a market sector and people that were intellectuals and academics kind of being stifled and stuck. But we've had other forms of socialism that have come into existence. For example, in the Arab world, right, you had Ba'athist Arab socialism, and that was a political movement. Ba'ath means rebirth in Arabic. And there was a guy named Michel Aflaq, and he was a Syrian, and he was in the Communist Party. But when the Second World War broke out, the Communist Party of Syria was basically saying that that there had to be peace with the French occupiers. And he, being a Syrian who didn't like French colonialism, broke with the Communist Party and formed his own party, the Ba'athist Party. And the Ba'athist Party eventually took power in Iraq. It eventually took power in Syria. We've also seen other forms of Arab socialism. There was Arab socialism in Egypt with Abdel Nasser. There was Islamic socialism in Libya. Let's talk about what Ba'athist Arab socialism is done in Syria. And the Soviet Union provided Syria with $100 million to build the Takba Dam on the Euphrates River. It's considered to be the backbone of all economic development in Syria. For the first time in Syria's history, the country achieved full primary school enrollment for males, and 85% of females also enrolled in school. In 1981, 42% of Syria's adult population was illiterate. By 1991, according to the United Nations, they had wiped out illiteracy in the country. Between 1970 and 2009, the life expectancy in Syria increased by 17 years. During this time, the infant mortality rate dramatically dropped from 132 deaths per 1,000 live births to only 17. And that's according to the Evincia Journal of Medicine. And they just kind of marveled at what the Syrian Ba'athist Arab Socialist government did in terms of bringing access to health care to the population. And the U.S. Library of Congress country study describes the Ba'athist government of Syria, saying it was known for massive expenditures for the development of irrigation, electricity, water, road building projects, and the expansion of health services and education to rural areas. The increases in the standard of living in Syria under the Ba'athist Arab Socialist government have been dramatic. You see all these articles coming out, and they can't understand why all these people in Syria would fight against the extremists and religious fanatics that want to overthrow the Syrian government. Well, maybe it has something to do with the fact that the Syrian government has so dramatically improved people's living standards. It also has a lot to do with the fact that the Syrian government protects religious minorities like Christians, like Alawites, and others who would be persecuted if the extremists that are trying to overthrow the Syrian government came to power. But the Western media just can't understand why Syrians would want to defend the Ba'athist Arab Socialist government. Well, they should read what the Library of Congress says. It pretty dramatically explains it. You know, in the 2000s, we've seen the rise of Bolivarian socialism in Latin America. That's a different model. It's governments that are elected, and the elections are kind of referendums on Western neoliberalism. These Bolivarian governments have come to power, and they've had dramatic achievements. In Nicaragua, the construction projects have overall reduced poverty by roughly 30%. The GDP of Nicaragua, since the Sandinistas came to power, back into power in 2006, the GDP has gone up by 36%. The World Happiness Report, published by the United Nations, lists Nicaragua as having the greatest increase in happiness of any country in 2017. Bolivia, which nationalized its oil and natural gas production, it actually has seen very dramatic increases in the standard of living. The rate of illiteracy in Bolivia when Morales came to power was 16%. Now, according to the United Nations, there is no illiteracy in Bolivia. And it was Cuban volunteers who came in and wiped out illiteracy. The Bolivian government under Evo Morales has built roads all over the country in places they didn't have them before. This is according to Bloomberg News. By 2017, Bolivia was 42% richer than when Morales took office. 42% richer. Right? Poverty has declined by 25% since he was elected. That's Bloomberg News that is admitting the dramatic economic achievements. And Venezuela, they've recently had their hardships, but, you know, in 1998, before Hugo Chavez was elected, Venezuela only had 12 public universities. Now it has 32 public universities. Free health care is provided to all citizens in Venezuela by Cuban volunteers. They have free heating and cooking gas. Adult illiteracy has been wiped out. Between 1995 and 2009, poverty in Venezuela has decreased by 50%. They have interest-free loans for people to buy loans. I actually walked through a neighborhood in Caracas where every single house had been paid for by an interest-free loan provided by the Bolivarian government. They have cheap public transportation, and all of this is paid for by state-controlled oil resources. I just want to go over some of the wonders of the world that have been built by socialism. The first one I want to talk about is the Aswan Dam in Egypt. Abdel Nasser, the Arab socialist leader who was elected president of Egypt, he teamed up with the Soviet Union, and they built the biggest hydroelectrical power plant in the Middle East. And it electrified all of Egypt. There were whole sections of Egypt that had never had electricity. And he electrified all of Egypt. And it was built by Soviet technicians and Egyptians mobilized by a socialist government. The China-Pakistan Friendship Highway. It's one of the highest and longest paved roads in the world. 810 miles long. And it's very high elevated. It was built in an alliance between China and Pakistan in 1966. The Great Man-Made River of Libya, that's the world's largest irrigation system. It is the largest irrigation system in the world. It was very damaged in 2011 during the Libyan war, but it's still functional. It was built by the Islamic Socialist government of Gaddafi. They built the world's largest irrigation system, enabled Libya to start growing their own food on a much bigger scale. It was very dramatic. The Soviet space program. No one ever talks about the fact the Soviet Union had the first satellite. The Soviet Union had the first person in outer space. During the 1930s, the Soviet Union built the Dnieper Dam, which was at that point the biggest hydroelectric power plant in the world. Well, it's not the biggest hydroelectric power plant in the world anymore. Today, the biggest hydroelectric power plant in the world is actually the Three Gorges Dam in China, a government-controlled hydroelectric power plant that was built by the socialist government. And the China Railway Corporation is at this point making the fastest trains in the world. And I just wanted to end this section by talking about an example that I think clearly illustrates the difference between capitalism and socialism. And that's what happened in China in July of 2015. July 8th and 9th of 2015, the Chinese stock market dropped by roughly 30%. 1,400 companies filed for a trading halt. Imagine if that happened in the United States. 55% of the population of the United States is directly tied into the stock market. A 30% drop on the stock market, there would be riots in the streets. Food would not be delivered to stores. It would result in an utter societal collapse. And that didn't happen in China. In fact, less than 6% of the Chinese population is in any way tied into the stock market. And on July 8th and 9th, the Chinese government stepped in with what they called anti-selling measures. The Communist Party announced that anyone caught short selling or betting that a stock would go down would be immediately arrested. They also banned all major shareholders from selling any of their stocks for 6 months. The state-owned enterprises followed government direction and were carefully managed. And like 2 weeks later, the Chinese stock market had dramatically gone up again, right? Because the Chinese economy is not centered around the profits of the people on the stock market. It's centered around the state. The state controls the means of production. The stock market simply exists as a vehicle for bringing in foreign investment. And because of that, they were able to just dramatically recover from an event that would have wiped us out in the United States. Why? Because profits are not in command. You know, there are difficulties in socialist countries. There have been many bad things that have been done. But this notion that you can't have socialism and have growth, socialism has created a huge, huge amount of economic growth in the world. It has proved that a society without profits in command can make dramatic improvements, raising people out of poverty, electrifying, wiping out illiteracy. I mean, huge achievements have happened under the leadership of socialist governments.
Your big hunter-gatherer society, the blacks went and caught the blacks and then brought them out to the Europeans to be sold. And then 400,000 of them were taken to America. Many millions more were taken to South and Central America. And the American slave trade was about 5% the size of the Muslim slave trade. But of course, you don't talk about that because that would be to criticize a country that wasn't white. Exactly, right? You don't want to do that because that's just the way communists roll, is that they only ever attack Western countries. But here's the difference. The difference is that all the things that you have brought up have been viewed in very critical ways by the West. And people have disavowed slavery, of course, and rightly so. And people have disavowed the treatment of the Native Americans, and rightly so in many situations. And people have disavowed the famines, and people have disavowed some of the negative effects of colonialism. And people have done all of that for a long, 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 long time. The difference is that you are defending China, and you are defending the USSR. That's the difference. So all of the stuff that you're bringing up in the past is something that in the West there's been a lot of navel-gazing and a lot of examination and a lot of unearthing of regret and issues with regards to the past. But you're not doing that. Because what you're doing is taking the current dictatorship model, such as is occurring in China, and you're defending it, and you're promoting it, and you like it. So that's the difference. So if I was sitting there saying, I like what happened to the Native Americans, that would be completely appalling. I don't like what happened to the Native Americans. I think it was terrible. I don't like what happened with slavery. I'm very glad that the British Empire ended slavery. And in fact, the price or the cost of ending slavery, which started in the mid-19th century, was only finally paid off by the British government in the year 2015. Okay, so that was a huge moral advancement in the world. And it's hard to say, it probably would not have been possible in the absence of the British Navy and the absence of the British Empire. So yeah, there was some negative stuff, but there was, of course, also, to a large degree, the ending of slavery worldwide, which was a moral crusade driven by white Christians in England and other places. So the difference is all the stuff that you're bringing up, yeah, everybody recognizes that's a bad thing, but you're the only person in this conversation or in any universe that I can think of who's sitting there justifying the union of Soviet socialist republics and dictatorial, murderous China, which keeps more than 1 million Muslims in concentration camps and has live organ transplants from the Falun Gong.
Well, it's interesting. So you kind of have it both ways. On the one hand, you downplay the killing of Native Americans. You say, well, they just died from diseases. You quibble with the numbers, which if I had dared to do that with any of the socialist countries, you would have gone crazy. But regardless, you said I only attack white countries. Well, I risked my life to try and bring aid to the people of Yemen as they were dying at the hands of Saudi Arabia and Saudi bombs. I went with the Red Crescent Society on a ship trying to reach Yemen. The port was bombed 8 times in a single day. Medical university students were killed. I have condemned the crimes of Saudi Arabia up and down, backwards and forwards. Furthermore, I'm very proud of the fact that both of my grandfathers fought against Japanese imperialism. I'm very willing to admit that Japan is guilty of huge crimes against humanity all over the world. And I'm very proud of the fact that not only were my relatives involved, but the Soviet Union and China and the People's Liberation Army were involved in defeating Japanese imperialism. So your attempt to appeal to white nationalist sentiments and say, I hate whites or something like that is just dishonest. Your claim that I am defending China's political model, I am not doing that at all. I think that China's economic system has been largely successful, but I think that it's full of mistakes as well, right? They have a big problem with corruption. They're actively trying to adjust it. There are big issues with human rights. Even the staunchest supporter of the Chinese government will admit that there are many things that need to change. So at no point did I deny that there were human rights problems or say that human rights violations were good, as you repeatedly have attempted to characterize me as saying, which is wildly dishonest. Furthermore, in the socialist world, there is a recognition of these crimes. The Gang of Four, who carried out the Cultural Revolution, were arrested. Deng Xiaoping put the Gang of Four on trial for the fact that they conducted the Cultural Revolution. They were sent to prison. There was a huge effort to repudiate Stalin, some of which was a little bit weird, but whatever. In the USSR, the socialist countries of the world have largely denounced crimes that took place within them. And furthermore, you're quibbling with me about whether or not people died, Native Americans were slaughtered. You're quibbling with me about whether the transatlantic slave trade was bad. You said one thing that is just...
No.
I'm sorry, let me finish. I did not interrupt you. You don't interrupt me, okay? Let me finish. You will let me finish. You will let me finish. You will let me finish.
Pass without... I never, ever said or implied that it was not bad. I never said that, so please.
Okay, so I could swear I heard some quibbling. I heard you say that. I heard you say that.
Unbelievably horrible.
Okay. Regardless.
No, it's not regardless, man.
No.
You made a mistake. You owe me an apology.
No, you said that that blacks sold other blacks into slavery. Why does that matter? Does that make slavery okay just because somebody else did it? You quibbled about the immorality of slavery. You quibbled about the immorality of slavery. You said that it was only you gave a number that you said was low. You quibbled about it. People can listen to the tape and decide for themselves. People can listen to the tape and decide for themselves.
You characterized me as being pro-slavery or at least not anti-slavery. Come on, man, that's not fair.
Okay, well, I'm glad to know that you don't believe in slavery. I don't either. Now, the British Empire...
so you retract what you just said about me.
I'll listen to the tape afterwards and see. I'll listen to the tape afterwards and see what you actually said and what you didn't say. I must have heard you wrong.
You don't remember what you said. I don't know how we're having a debate here.
Okay, all right. You said that the British Empire ended slavery around the world. I've got news for you. The British Empire worked very hard to preserve slavery in the United States. So much so that the Russians were forced to send their navy to New York harbors to protect it. There was a real possibility that the British would...
Federation of Trade Unions, which falls under state control. Another apparatus of worker rights that ends up being deferent to an authoritarian government. Likewise, your argument that China protects workers' rights is laughable. Foxconn workers are paid more in Taiwan than in China. China has historically been perfectly comfortable let their workers slave away at incredibly low wages because they benefit from foreign investment. That is many things, but proletarian state, it is not. That is capitalism. China is just state capitalism. It is the entire apparatus of a market economy run by private actors, except some of them are also controlled by an authoritarian unelected government. There is nothing socialistic about China, not in any way, shape, or form. Even the individual act of forming unions is banned by the government, and union organizers face a wide variety of pushback.
Unions.
No, they
that
have one union.
But I'm going to let you finish. I don't want to interrupt. We don't want to interrupt
they have
each other.
one
so
union, not independent unions. It doesn't really count if it's a state union. Do you know what the term controlled opposition is? Oh, I think you know, but I'll describe it for you. So controlled opposition is when you have a state with over 1 billion workers who have less worker rights than their neighboring countries, and if they want to get more rights, they have to subscribe to a union that is controlled by the state, which has a material interest in keeping them from developing workers' rights. That is what a controlled opposition is. Hey, don't like the working conditions in China? Why don't you join the glorious Chinese Communist Party's single labor union, where you can absolutely, definitely improve the material conditions of your class?
Are you finished?
Yeah, I am finished, actually.
Okay. Well, I don't agree with you about how you characterize state capitalism. I think state capitalism is Saudi Arabia.
You're not
Saudi
a socialist.
Arabia, yes, I'm sorry, may I finish my point?
Sorry, my apologies.
Saudi Arabia, the government pretty much owns everything. But all it does is make sure that profits flow into the hands of the royal family. It's a market economy, except the state is heavily involved. You can say that about Singapore, for example.
And
South
China.
Korea, there's a huge amount of government involvement. Taiwan. And it's interesting because libertarians will often point to these countries as free market paradises. Well, no, the state is heavily involved. It's just a capitalist state trying to benefit a small clique within the ruling class. It's kind of Bonapartism, according to Marx. But the way you describe things in China, I see the Chinese Communist Party as an organization that has rapidly improved the lives of millions of workers, and it's done so by controlling the economy. You can point to many bad things, and I don't deny those bad things. Corruption's a big problem in the country. Many of the folks who were in the countryside and didn't have running water and electricity have moved into the cities and have been very badly treated by employers, especially in the regions that are a little more free market. No one would deny that China has a lot of room to improve on these things. But I don't think that, by definition, makes it capitalist, right? China executes billionaires. China very, very, very closely controls the corporations. You should read about Jintao culture, where corporations that have been caught polluting, they're forced to get on national television and apologize to the country in exchange for a shorter prison sentence. The capitalists of China live in terror.
Do you know what the term is
Chinese Communist
for the
Party.
private market being rolled into state authority?
China, the government controls the corporations. In the United States, the corporations control the government. Very different situation.
Do you know what the technical term is for an economy where the private sector is rolled into the authority of the state? It's fascism. We're talking about we're talking about fascism. The only thing you've been able to praise about the Chinese government is that they elevated.
I thought you didn't equate communists with fascists, so now you do.
Well, wait, of course, because you're not a communist and China is not a communist country. So this is just me calling a fascist defender a fascist. Yeah, you're literally just defending China. Whoa, you're literally just defending.
Let's try not to talk over each other.
You're just defending China on the premise. You're just defending China on the premise of its authoritarianism. That's it. You're arguing like, well, it elevated the country and made them wealthier. You can make that argument for Adolf Hitler. The blood spoils of the war elevated the material wealth of his country too. That is irrelevant when we're talking about the extent to which China is actually a socialist country. Every time you defend it, all you're doing is defending the extent to which the state has the ability to interfere in the market. That's not socialism. That's never been socialism. The workers aren't elevated in China. America has more worker rights than China is. I say with full and 100% confidence that the United States of America is more of a proletarian state than China is. And that's really saying something because I am not a big fan of America. This is my issue with like the tanky aligned people. I don't think you give a fuck about socialism. I don't think you give a fuck about the workers. What I do think is that you hate America, which works in line with you working for RT and having been on Iranian state TV before. I think you're more interested in propping up state actors that oppose American geopolitical interests than you are in actually making life better for anybody. And if that's actually your interest, if you just want to go full fucking anti-America, that's totally okay, my dude. I'm not a huge fan of America either, but don't dress it up as you being a fucking socialist. Don't denigrate my social movement with your nonsense fucking fascist defending American anti-exceptionalist dogma. Why not just be honest with just go on Iranian TV and talk about how American like devils are going to rid the entire world of like the well-being of their children or something.
All right, well, for the purposes of this conversation, I would like to try and stay away from discussing.
That's right. I only need to do it once, no problem.
His possible motivations or whatever, but yeah, go on.
Okay, well, I'll respond to three of those points. First of all, the work that I do as an RT reporter and that my coworkers do is something I'm very proud of, and I find it despicable that you would repeat State Department talking points against us at a time where freedom of speech is under attack, freedom of the press is under attack. This is something I'm very, very disappointed in. I'm not here as a representative of RT. There are many different viewpoints represented on RT. I'm not going to dignify that with a further response. I'm very, very disappointed to see you promoting McCarthyism. Secondly, so am I a tankie or not? First, I wasn't a tankie because I didn't quibble about Holodomor. Now I'm back to being a tankie because I like China. But again, when I start talking about Nelson Mandela and the Black Panthers, all of a sudden I'll not be a tankie. I think the definition of tankie is very fluid in this conversation. Second of all, I consider myself to be the most patriotic person around. It is not in the interest of the United States to have a new war with China. It is not in the interest of the United States to have a new war with Iran or with Russia or any of these countries. Wars are devastating. We need international cooperation right now, especially against the pandemic. And right now, especially the anti-Chinese hysteria is very, very frightening. The idea that instead of admitting that we should be working with them to fight against the pandemic, our leaders are whipping up every extreme, unproven allegation against China is very, very disappointing to me. I want to see a United States that gets along better with China, with Russia, with Venezuela, with Cuba, with every country around the world, Vietnam, every country building socialism or building an independent economy. I want to see friendship and cooperation. So to describe me as someone who hates average Americans and all of that, I think socialism and having our government control the economy and fight for the people, I think that would be in the interest of the population overall. Now, I have to address this issue of fascism. You say fascism is simply authoritarianism. Well, many authoritarian societies have existed throughout history. Fascism, if you understand the Marxist tradition, is a form of Bonapartism. It is when capitalism is in a state of crisis, one section of the ruling class utilizing the state to rain mass death and destruction to beat down sections of the population in the hopes of stabilizing the economy. When Hitler...
I'm Caleb Maupin, the chair of the U.S. delegation, and he also represents the Center for Political Innovation.
Welcome, everybody. My name's Caleb Maupin. I'm the founder of the Center for Political Innovation. And in October, I was deeply honored when the youth office of the Russian Foreign Ministry reached out to me about forming a national preparatory committee for the upcoming World Youth Festival set for March in Russia. As someone who attended the World Festival of Youth and Students in 2013 in Quito, Ecuador, someone who attended the festival that was held in Sochi in 2017, as an advocate of socialism, peace, and international cooperation, as an American patriot, as a Christian, and someone who strives to live according to the teachings of Jesus Christ, I considered this to be a great opportunity. However, it is the circumstances of our upcoming trip that bring us here today. As we meet here today, Jesse Neville, Penny Hess, and Omali Yeshitela have been indicted by the U.S. Department of Justice. They are facing a possible 15 years in prison. Their trial date was just set for September. The Biden administration has charged them for doing what we are about to do, for going to an international conference in Russia. The Biden administration has declared that they're putting on some Zoom calls, writing some articles about Ukraine, that has been conspiracy to act as a foreign agent. And this case is absolutely outrageous. It's an attack on freedom of assembly, freedom to travel, freedom of speech, and freedom of association. And it's designed to intimidate Americans from doing what we plan to do, visit Russia and question U.S. foreign policy. In light of this horrific indictment, it is very important that we go to Russia to show that we will not be intimidated and to take responsibility for the future amid the utter failure of the Biden administration. Biden said he would end the war in Yemen, and as we all know, now that war is expanding and U.S. bombs are being dropped on Yemen. Biden has poured billions of dollars of American taxpayer money into Ukraine to prolong this war, at the same time that our bridges and highways are crumbling and our living standards are dropping and American working families are being squeezed by inflation. Under these circumstances, with Biden trying to intimidate Americans and weaponizing the Department of Justice against dissidents, And with international tensions rising, we have a duty to go to Russia and show the world another America. Because there are two Americas. Beyond Wall Street and Hollywood, in the vast territories of the American heartland, you will find a lot of hardworking people who love their children, love their communities, and want a better life. You will find an America that values peace, not war. It is this America that produced Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., the Black Panthers, the great abolitionist John Brown, and it's this America that produced the labor movement that pushed forward Roosevelt, the great anti-fascist coalition that propelled the United States to align with the Soviet Union to defeat the menace of fascism in a great moment in history, also to align with China. It is this America, the America that's been hidden from mainstream TV, the America that has been canceled by the social media monopolies. It's this America of the working class, of small business owners and people of many different races and ethnic backgrounds who reject war and the emerging low-wage police state. It is this America and its democratic traditions that I will be proudly representing in Sochi. There's a new economy arising in the world today centered around the BRICS, the Eurasian Economic Union, the Belt and Road Initiative of China, and the real America would benefit from joining with this new economy, trading with countries on the basis of win-win cooperation, and ending the wars, the threats, and the sanctions. The Center for Political Innovation sees Russia as an ally of the real America, and we call for the charges against the Uhuru 3 to be immediately dropped, and we look forward to making lots of new friends at the upcoming World Youth Festival. Not just youth from Russia, but youth from the 188 different countries that will be represented at this vitally important international gathering. Thank you.
Nothing to gain. They are playing with our lives. They are playing with American lives. The way out is not war, it's peace and development. Defund Ukraine! Defund Ukraine! Defund Ukraine! Defund Ukraine! Defund Ukraine! Defund Ukraine!
No ties, because in Iran you don't wear a tie, but I was wearing a suit and I'm standing there with a lot of Chinese diplomats and diplomats from African countries. And we're standing there and he's making different remarks about different things. And at the time that I was there, in Iran there was a controversy about whether or not to call America the Great Satan. And some people were saying, well, maybe we should stop calling America the Great Satan. I was standing there as the only American in an auditorium of 20,000 people where the Supreme Leader stated his position on the issue. And he said, even though we signed a nuclear deal with the United States, we do consider America to be the Great Satan. But we don't consider the American people to be the Great Satan. We mean the system of imperialism, the system of war and death and destruction. That's what we consider to be the Great Satan. And we will never compromise on that. And though we may negotiate, we will never surrender to the Great Satan. And then I was the only American in an auditorium of 20,000 people who began chanting, "Death to America," and pumping their fists like this, "Death to America, death to America." And tears rolled down my face. And it is an experience I will never forget for the rest of my life. To stand there, and I said death to America, burned American flags as a leftist before, but in that moment, everything meant something different to me because I was with those people. I was with them against the US imperialists. But I also knew that so many of the American people would have something to gain from destroying not America as we know it, but the America of the bankers and the billionaires and the war hawks and the monopolists. And there's millions of Americans who would be in that room with me if they knew the truth. If they knew the truth, they'd be in that room with me. And that we have a responsibility to take this seriously. We have a responsibility to try and communicate this in a way that'll win people over. We have a responsibility to not burn the American flag, but to wave the American flag. We have a responsibility to not advocate death, destruction, and chaos, but a 4-point economic plan that would improve people's lives. This isn't a game. This isn't a joke. This is serious. And it is our job to do the best that we can do here in the center of the empire, to get working people to understand who their real enemy is and why imperialism is the enemy of all humanity. That is what our responsibility is. It's not a joke.
And I couldn't unsee what I saw in that room. And that was the beginning of my trip out of the Workers' World Party. The day I walked out of that room was the day I was beginning to leave the Workers' World Party, because I couldn't unlearn it. And then when I went back to the United States and went to leftist protests, something was off. I felt sick to my stomach. I was frustrated. I was like, guys, people are losing their homes and jobs in Ohio. This is not a joke. Can we mature? Can we take this seriously? It's not about doing what's trendy and hip. It's about actually trying to win. And I saw that something was off. And then Donald Trump ran for president. And I saw Donald Trump saying a lot of things that I agreed with about the wars and about the elite. And I saw a left that didn't want to engage with these people. They're all racist. They're all, and just dismissed. Basket of deplorables, like Hillary Clinton said. And I said, we got to do something about this. CPI is a result. CPI is a result of my revelations internationally and my understanding and my frustration and my desire to take this seriously. And that's why CPI is still here. And that's why I will continue to do this. I will say, I won't say who, but I got multiple messages that really all traced back to one particular leftist personality who said to me, Caleb, you should stop organizing. You should stop organizing. Just be a social media commentator. And I heard that and I said, I don't know what that means. And I said to the person, honestly, I don't know what that means. For me, being a communist is about building an organization. It is about building a group. It is about getting things done. If I was just a writer or just a speaker or just a commentator on the internet, maybe I'd comment on science fiction novels. Maybe I'd comment on basketball or football. But if I'm talking about communism, I'm doing it because I want to change the world. I'm doing it because I want to build an organization. I read the literature I read communist literature, William Z. Foster, Gus Hall. It's all about building an organization. It's not about, getting points on social media. It's not about having the best edgy take that everyone retweets. It's about actually building an organization. That is the point. Karl Marx said that philosophers have long sought to analyze the world. The point, however, is to change it. But I also want to say this. And this is really important, especially in light of that message that Nick Brana got. When we talk about a peaceful transition to socialism, that's called common sense. And it's because the masses of people don't want violence. It's the capitalists that are making their communities and their neighborhoods violent and making them unstable. And it is us who's offering the way out. And it's not like some legal thing. It's not like a disclaimer. I get up here, oh, just so everyone knows, we advocated a peaceful transition. Now, don't tell them where the guns are. It's not like that, okay? It's not like that at all. It's because we're rational. We're rational. And we understand that serious revolutionaries have always advocated a peaceful transition to socialism. Now, violent revolutions happen, but they happen because the bourgeoisie will not allow a peaceful transition to socialism. Mao Zedong wanted to form a coalition government with Chiang Kai-shek after the Second World War, and Chiang Kai-shek wouldn't do it. And then Chiang Kai-shek started trying to forcibly disarm the Red Army, and all the areas they'd liberated from Japan, they were trying to forcibly retake them and unredistribute the land. And so Mao said, look, we got to defend ourselves. And that socialists, responsible revolutionaries, don't advocate what they call left adventurism or terrorism. They don't advocate Blanquism or any of these deviations. They put forward a program of how to improve the country, and they mobilize people around that program. That's what we're doing. We have a 4-point economic plan. We oppose the imperialists. We oppose their state, and we raise awareness. And yes, we recognize that socialism in the United States will mean a new government. There's no way we're going to build socialism with the FBI and the CIA and the Pentagon as they work. Obviously, there'd have to be a new intelligence agency based on socialist principles. There'd have to be a new military based on socialist principles. That's understandable. We would have to have a new state, but we would definitely prefer that it be a peaceful transition. And if we were to go around advocating anything other than that, we would be foolish to do so. But I want to also add this, which is that we also understand that the capitalists are generally pretty violent in response to democratic people's movements. And we also know there's nothing more American than the right to self-defense. And there might come a time where our Second Amendment population feels they have no choice but to defend themselves. And if they go all out with their woke fascism, and they come at the American people, There's going to be a lot of American people.
Like the Uyghur Muslims?
He basically represented the German industrialists. He set up concentration camps. He broke the labor movement. And he did not control the means of production. I mean, it was largely a private economy. And it was, it was mass killing of workers. It was a mass regime of political repression. The same thing was done in Italy with Mussolini. The same thing was done in Spain with Franco. Fascism is a form of right-wing Bonapartism rooted in anti-communism, rooted in the idea that we got to kill the commies. Anything's better than the commies. It's right-wing, and it's propped up by the United States. I mean, IBM, the computer corporation, ran the punch card machine for the Holocaust, right? I mean, Henry Ford was very, very closely tied in with the Nazi regime. And American capitalists thought Hitler was great because he was killing communists. Hitler was the ultimate anti-tanky. He preached this hysterical anti-communism. The Reds are coming, anything against Russia. He killed 26 million Russians in his invasion.
This is not relevant.
So to try and paint people who want peace and cooperation with China or Russia as if we are the equivalent of Nazis is just... That's historical revisionism
Right.
I've ever heard.
So that's a nice misdirection. First of all, I never said fascism was authoritarianism. I said that economically it was rolling the power of the private sector into the state, which is the definition, and that is what China does pretty effectively. I noticed, by the way, that you described socialism as the government fighting for the people. Interesting, because National Socialists described it the exact same way. The government doesn't have shit to do with socialism. It's about the workers, my dude. I don't know why you have so little faith in the average proletarian, but your constant deference back to an authoritarian state to lead the vanguard is very strange to me. I don't know at what point I indicated I wanted war with China. That was a really weird departure from our conversation. I obviously do not. But you claimed, it's really funny to me that you claimed that it would that it was disgusting that I would attack your defense of China during a time where our free speech was being threatened by fascists, when the free speech of billions of people in China is being threatened every single day by their government and their social credit system. The Uyghur Muslims are being genocided as we speak. And for you to make the argument while defending that country that I'm the one impugning freedom of speech by criticizing you for your authoritarian tendencies is fucking disgusting. I also like how you deferred to an accusation of me engaging in McCarthyism for criticizing China when all of my criticisms were that they weren't elevating the workers. It's an interesting criticism for a McCarthyite to make, considering my accusation is that it isn't socialist and that I would like it to be socialist. I don't recall McCarthy sitting up there on the bench in court and saying, I have the names of 100 communists who work in Hollywood and proof they aren't communist enough. I don't remember that part, but again, history is not my strong suit. Yeah, I guess at the end of the day, nothing you responded with has anything to do with the material conditions of the workers in China, which tells me where your headspace is at. Why not just be anti-American? That's so much easier. I'm anti-American. There are people here I care about, I'm stuck. What are you going to do? Probably better that America be socialist than not. So I got to work within this, purview. But I don't know, dude, just nothing you're saying is socialist. Here's a question, because we're ribbing back and forth. I have a question for you, okay? Do you not think that the fact that basically everything is under the heel of the state in China might be precluding the ability of the workers to actually engage in socialism, especially considering there are independent leftist organizations in China that have been suppressed by the government because it doesn't coincide with their top-down authoritarian approach?
May I respond?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Well, I think you sound very McCarthyist now when you bait me and say that I'm simply anti-American, that I simply hate America, that I'm motivated by a hatred of the country that I grew up in, of the country that I love and don't want to see dragged into a new war. When you try to appeal to jingoistic sentiment, he's working for the enemy, he's working for the Stalinists, that's McCarthyism. People know that. The government has nothing to do with socialism. Well, that's nice, but around the world, historically, when workers have risen up, the main thing that they've tried to do is take control of state power. You may not agree with that, and I respect your right to disagree with that. But if you read Lenin's book, The State and Revolution, if you read Marx's writings where he talks, I just read you Engels, the proletariat seizes the public power. That's generally what the understanding of socialism is. Your definition of fascism seems pretty fluid. You say it's when the government is controlling corporations, then it becomes what's authoritarianism, then, well, no, I mischaracterized it. Your definition of fascism seems quite all over the place.
I specifically
I can respond to some of what you said about
corporate power into
Uyghurs
the
and
state.
social credit, but I'm not China's lawyer. I'm not here to say China did nothing wrong, but I can respond to that if you'd like.
Oh, I mean, sure. I think it's, again, like I gave a very specific definition of fascism twice now. So, yeah, I don't know about that. Also, the workers haven't seized control of the state apparatus of China. A very small group of autocrats have, of billionaires and state and party officials. Do you think, like, the workers are in charge of the Chinese Communist Party? Like, do they vote?
So, I mean, as far as the Uyghur stuff, is China doing wrong things in those regions? Possibly. But you'll have to remember that so many of the things that have been going around on social media about that have been debunked. I mean, there was a video going around purporting to show police beating up a man for owning the Quran. It turns out it was from Indonesia. CNN.
Do we really want to go down this road?
I'm sorry, may I not be interrupted, please?
Okay, you do.
Miguel
All right.
Person of CNN was being interviewed, and she said that her child died in a hospital. Well, it turns out her child is alive, and the hospital records completely contradict everything she said, that was broadcast on CNN. Hashtag still no info, which was this popular hashtag listing people who'd been disappeared. Investigations showed that a number of those people couldn't be identified. However, there were a number of those people on that list who had never even been detained and were in their homes, right? Now, I'm not saying China never did anything wrong, but at a time when our government is trying to whip up suspicion and build a case for war, I take what they say with a grain of salt. I know that the war makers lie. I know about the Naria testimony, where they had the daughter of the Kuwaiti monarchy or this Kuwaiti royal family member crying in front of Congress.
people who are going to defend themselves. And they're going to say, you shall not pass. And they are going to protect their homes and their jobs and their communities. And when that happens, it won't be us who makes it happen. It won't be us making it happen. In fact, I would encourage you to go read the history of the Bolshevik Revolution, because before the Bolsheviks took power in October of 1917, you had the July days. And there were many cases where the Bolsheviks were trying to hold back the masses. They're saying, it's not time yet, guys. Will you stop? They were trying to hold back the masses. Why? Because of another quote from another great revolutionary I'll read you. Mao Zedong said, the masses are the real heroes, while we ourselves are often childish and ignorant. Without this understanding, it is impossible to acquire even the most rudimentary knowledge. When we speak to the broad masses of people, we should not see them as ignorant sheep who don't understand the answer. We should understand that when the time is right, these are going to be the people who do amazing, miraculous things. We're going to look like cowards compared to what these people will do. And we're probably going to be holding them back and saying, guys, calm down. Now, don't do it that way. We're going to be holding back the masses of people in such a circumstance. Lenin said that revolutions are festivals of the oppressed, and they're times where the masses are capable of performing miracles. There's a boulder coming. There's a boulder rolling down a mountain. And the only thing we can hope for is that as that boulder is coming down the mountain, we can nudge it in the right direction. It is a delusion to think that it's going to be our ideas or our activities that are going to cause the crisis that leads America to socialism. No, the crisis will come from the system. It is our intervention that will push the crisis in the right direction and intervene. And we will use our knowledge and our scientific understanding to try and push the explosion that comes in the right direction. But that's all we can do. The masses are the real heroes, and they will assert themselves. It's our job to try and guide them to do it in a way that it leads to something better. And that's where I disagree with so much of the left pessimism. I mean, there's so much writing out there that just says, oh, there's no hope, it's all going to fall apart. Well, I'm sorry, but when the Roman Empire fell, it wasn't replaced with something better than the Roman Empire. And if we just sit back and say, oh, it's all falling apart, burn it down, tear it down, they could burn it down and tear it down, we could get something a lot worse. I don't like the way things are in the United States, but I really like water coming out of the faucet when I turn it on. I really like the light switch, turning on. And if you're in a society that's collapsing, that doesn't happen, okay? So as much as you have this cathartic, woke, I hate this racist America, it's like you also like the water turning on, right? You also like the light switch coming on, and that could not happen if we entered a collapse. So maybe we shouldn't be telling working people that's what we want. Instead, we should be putting forward real solutions. It seems like common sense, doesn't it? So much of what we say, right? The left has lost their minds in so many ways. But we have something very, very special to offer. I want to say this, January 6th, right? We now know what happened and how there was FBI manipulation. And obviously, we don't condone what folks did on January 6th, but we also know that policing agencies helped them to do it, encouraged them to do it, enabled them to do it. We also know that we were lied to about the events of January 6th. And so in good conscience, we should call for a blanket amnesty of the January 6th prisoners. Not as an endorsement of what they did, not saying they're innocent, but just on the grounds that the capitalist state doesn't have the right to frame people up and entrap them. It's pretty basic. And I will tell you that the calling for that blanket amnesty leads me to remember what was really one of the most interesting nights of my life, which is when I was invited to speak at the hall where Malcolm X was assassinated in Harlem. There was a political prisoner's benefit. There were supporters of people from the Move 9 who were still locked up at that point. There were supporters of Mumia Abu Jamal and Jamil Al-Amin. And I walked into this auditorium, and they had like a light where at the spot where Malcolm X had died, and I was on a panel, and I was like the one white guy there. People were joking about the flyer, and they're like, one of these speakers is a little bit different than all the other ones. But I was the only white guy there, and I looked out on that audience. I spoke for like 3 minutes. It was a very short presentation. But when I looked out on that crowd of several hundred people in there, I thought, I am speaking to a group of veterans. I looked out on that crowd because these were black liberation fighters. These were Black Panthers. These were Black Liberation Army former members. These were black nationalists and others, and in walkers. And when people were speaking, they were shaking and having flashbacks, and there were a lot of tears in their eyes. And And I thought, this is like a veterans gathering. This is like speaking at the VFW, right? And I mean, there's rooms like this in Ireland, in Northern Ireland. There's rooms like this in South Africa. There's rooms like this in People's Korea, you know? And this is a group of people who have made great sacrifices, and they're there to support their comrades who are still locked up.
Intervene to keep the flow of cheap cotton from the plantations of the South coming in. The British Empire, with its textile mills, was the primary partner.
When was this?
I'm sorry, may I finish my statement?
What time frame was this in?
We're talking about the 1800s, and it was.
So I was talking about the mid-19th century. So why on earth are you going 70 years off my timeline?
We were abolishing slavery in the United States, and the British were trying to intervene and keep slavery in effect. And thank goodness, Russia sent their navy to protect New York's harbor to enable Lincoln to defeat the slaveholders. Karl Marx organized strikes among textile workers to refuse to work with cotton picked by slaves. It was Marxists who led the struggle against slavery. Read about August Willich. He was a member of the Communist International, a German-born Marxist. He was in the United States. He rose up to the rank of brigadier general in the U.S. Army defeating slavery, right? Joseph Wedemeyer, a leader of the Communist International. He led the Ohio 9th Regiment, and they protected St. Louis and were decorated for their heroic efforts to defeat slavery. Meanwhile, the British very much wanted to keep intact the plantation system so they could get cheap cotton for their textile industry. So that's just a complete misrepresentation.
Wait, what are you talking about here? I mean, good Lord, you're confused. Okay, so you were talking about the 18th century with regards to the British trying to preserve slavery in America, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you know that's, 100 years before Marx became popular?
No, Karl Marx wrote the Communist Manifesto in 1848.
I know, but when he became popular and had real influence and effect, right? It didn't happen right away, right?
No, I think the International Working Men's Association was quite popular. Like I said, there was a brigadier general in the Union Army during the Civil War who was one of them. They were quite influential during their time.
I get all of that. But you're taking the British from... When in the 18th century are you talking about the British preserving...
I'm talking about during the U.S. Civil War, when we were trying to abolish slavery, and the British worked against our efforts here in the United States.
No, Civil War... Okay, 18th century is the 1700s, Civil War was in the 1800s, so what are you talking about here?
I'm talking about from 1860 to 1865, when the United States was having a civil war.
The British didn't have dominion over America. America was already a separate country.
Yes, the British tried to intervene on behalf of the slaveholders.
When the British were trying to preserve slavery in America, when in the 18th century? That's the 1700s, right?
No, I'm talking about the 1860s. I'm talking about the U.S. Civil War, when they tried to intervene on behalf of the slaveholders, and Russia sent its navy to protect our harbors and keep the British out of the war, essentially.
Do you accept that the British Navy intercepted slave ships and freed slaves, and that Britain spent a vast amount of treasure buying up and freeing the slaves in the British Empire?
I'm sure things like that went on.
Wait, you don't know that?
I'd have to look. I'd have to do the research, but I believe you.
Wait,
sounds right.
Hang on. You claim to be talking all about the history of slavery.
Yes.
And I'm kind of curious if you ever read anything.
I don't trust you.
That
I don't trust you. Somebody who quibbles over the killing of Native Americans and says they all died from disease. I'm going to have to look it up. I don't trust Stefan Molyneux. Guilty as charged. I don't trust Stefan Molyneux.
Let me finish. Okay, there we go. All right. So it's pretty common knowledge for anyone who has studied anything to do with the history of labor, the history of slavery, and so on. And this was posted recently by Rahim Kassam. In 1833, Britain used 40% of its national budget to buy freedom for all slaves in the empire. I'm going to read that again because, again, I guess you have never read about any of this, which means I guess you're just reading.
Actually, I've heard you say
communist stuff, but
I've heard you say it in the lead up to this debate.
Almost done. There you go. In 1833, Britain used 40% of its national budget to buy freedom for all slaves in the empire. Britain borrowed such a large sum of money for the Slavery Abolition Act that it wasn't paid off until 2015. This means that living British citizens helped pay for the ending of the slave trade with their taxes. Now that is really quite a powerful thing, and really kind of surprised, I suppose, that, I mean, I know about the communist stuff. I actually just read through the Communist Manifesto with my daughter. I've taken entire classes on communism and Marxism and so on. But it seems like you've not read anything except all of this really anti-British or anti-British Empire stuff. It may be worth expanding your reading into stuff that is maybe a little surprising to you.
Real quick, I want you to have a chance to respond, Caleb, but just a heads up for you guys. We've got about a little less than 10 minutes left from what we scheduled. If you guys want to go over, that's up to you two, but I just wanted to give you guys a heads up.
I don't want to go over. Yeah, do we want me to respond and then we do our closing, or how do we want to do it?
No, let's just do our closing. If you haven't studied this, it's kind of unfair
Let's
to
do
judge
it.
this
All right,
basic
do you want to go
knowledge
first or
that
me?
you don't
Hold
have.
on, no, I think it'd be good. Caleb, respond to this, and then we'll do closing points between the two of you.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry. If you said you were familiar with the history of slavery and with the history of communism, and you were unsure of the fact that Marxists played a role in defeating slavery in the United States, I don't know how you can claim to be the authority there. Karl Marx, maybe you're not aware of this, or maybe you are, he was actually the London correspondent for the Republican Party newspaper of New York City. He wrote articles praising Lincoln. His followers in the United States, the Workingmen's Party, were very, very key in organizing the struggle to defeat slavery. And furthermore, during our Civil War, the British Empire worked very hard to help the Confederacy. And that's a fact. So I think that flies in the face. You're pointing to a lot of other things. And you asked me, had I ever heard this about the British Empire? I've heard it from you. In the lead up to this debate, I saw it all over the internet. And I found a number of articles debunking your claim in detail and saying that, well, they did what you said.
This is Music Man Phil Gray, and I'm going to sing When the Ship Comes In by Bob Dylan. Oh, the time will come up when the wind will stop and the breeze will cease to be breathing, like the stillness in the wind before the hurricane begins. The hour that the ship comes in, and the sea will split, and the ships will hit, and the sands on the shoreline will be shaken, and the tide will sound, and the waves will pound, and the morning will be a break.
Congress saying, oh, they're taking babies out of incubators to build a case against for the war against Iraq. It turned out to be a total lie. When our government and our media is trying to demonize countries, they often say things that are not true. And that's just the reality. So I'm suspicious of some of that. Now, the social credit system, there's been a lot written about how the way mainstream media in the USA portrays it is not completely accurate. The Washington Post has run articles. There have been many sources, even within the mainstream press, that say that narrative that you get is not completely right. One of the main reasons the social credit system was set up is because there are people in China who've been convicted of crimes and have been levied fines by courts, and the government has no way of collecting that money. So it bans them from traveling. And it says you can't book a flight until you get on a plane. Well, in the United States, if you get fined by a court and you're convicted of a crime, you're fined by a court, and you don't pay it, you can go to jail. The idea that people are barred from getting on planes simply because they tweeted something critical of the state, I think, based on what I've read, is not completely accurate. That's not to say they haven't done anything wrong, okay? Again, I am an American. I love my country, contrary to your McCarthyist accusations. I love my country. I want things to get better here, and I don't want to impose the Chinese system here. I simply want international cooperation and friendship, not McCarthyism, not war hysteria, not polarization.
So I noticed that you completely ignored the is the Chinese Communist Party democratically controlled by the workers question. That's okay. We both know the answer. I love that your denial of the Uyghur Holocaust right now, because
didn't deny anything.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
There are flaws
Denial.
in the official narrative. You're trying to.
Oh, I know flaws in the narrative.
I know what you're doing. I
flaws
didn't
in the
deny anything.
Oh, I've heard that before too. Hey, did you know that when the Soviet Union originally arrived at the Auschwitz-Birkenau camp, the plaque that they
right. Whoa,
slow down there, Malpin.
Okay,
did you wait?
Okay.
Hey,
continue, right?
Did you know that the plaque that they originally posted suggested that 6 million died there, when in reality the updated number later said 1.47 million? Did you know that there was an order for a metal door that went to a camp that didn't actually have any door frames that could fit it? Seems almost like it might have been bought by another group trying to incriminate that. Oh wait. I'm not saying that the Nazis didn't do anything, mind you. I'm just saying that there is undeniably a lot of war propaganda following, the World War II that we should probably examine critically before we, fully address any of the accusations here. Dude, you literally are doing this just because there are a couple. Just because, you're questioning the official narrative.
And you started this by saying you don't equate people like me with Nazis.
Wait. No. I don't equate all.
Everyone sees how.
Wait. I don't equate all tankies to Nazis.
The Holocaust is one of the most well-documented events.
Can you let me
in
finish?
history. And at the time that it happened, mainstream media in the United States
were
the ones
okay?
downplaying it. It was mainstream media that was downplaying it, and it was leftists like myself that raised the alarm about fascism.
So
it was communists and socialists who raised the alarm and said Hitler is killing people. While people like you, people that hate communists, people that hate the Soviet Union, they were the ones downplaying the crimes.
Dude, you don't give a fuck about communism.
Completely being facetious.
Okay, but that's okay. We can back up a little bit here. Okay, so I know you're not denying the Uyghur Muslim genocide. Wow, he actually. Hey, can I appeal to the moderator here?
All right, let's give Vosh the floor.
And it was about the fact that while leftists and socialists were raising the alarm about the crimes of fascism, mainstream media was ignoring it because they hated communists, because they preached hatred for the Soviet Union. And he wrote Horton Hears a Who to talk about Republican Spain and how the people, the republic was being crushed, fascists were murdering people, and the world sat back and did nothing. It was leftists, it was tankies who raised the alarm about fascism's crimes. Yeah, you're just completely mischaracterizing it. Mainstream media was downplaying the crimes.
Okay.
Let's give Vosh the floor for a minute.
Yeah, okay. So, as I was saying, you're not denying the Uyghur genocide. You're just taking a couple of misplaced, like factoids that turned out to be incorrect.
I'm saying we don't have all the facts about what's going on in China,
my dude!
I'm suspicious of mainstream media, and the fact that you would equate me with people who deny one of the most well-documented events in world history is absolutely despicable, and I don't want to continue this line of discussion.
Wait. I can't just let you engage in genocide denialism and then walk away from it.
You've made false comparisons between me. Everyone's heard you. I'm done talking about this.
Yeah, let's just. Hey, it's okay. Hey, it's okay. Okay, my apologies.
Move on, please.
My apologies. Okay. I'll be nicer, but I do have to finish this one point. Okay. So often, when defending an authoritarian regime against a genocide accusation, it's more optically and rhetorically efficacious not to outright deny its existence, but rather to draw up some questions like, "Hey, there is a lot of propaganda here. maybe possibly there are some state actors who have, and then by doing that, you introduce the seeds of doubt that allow other people to then engage in outright denial. Now, I feel comfortable in making that comparison here because as Nazi Germany was a fascist society that engaged in a genocide, by every reasonable economic definition, China is also a fascist society currently engaging in a genocide. Though the societies are not exactly the same, there are many, many differences between the two. When we talk about a top-down, authoritarian, xenophobic, ethno-state-like society that imposes state's will on the people, but then promises that the glory of the people will be brought about by the sovereignty and the power of the authoritarian, unelected state, I think a little bit maybe, and that's kind of the argument that you've made as well, my dude. You haven't.
Overall, what we saw was the intelligence community quite worried that Tulsi Gabbard might come in and might not agree with their consensus that toppling and destabilizing governments that get in the way of Wall Street monopolies is the best thing to do. Now, one particularly strong moment was when Tulsi Gabbard talked about how outraged she was that the Obama administration had been arming Al-Qaeda and Al-Qaeda-linked groups.
Senator, as someone who enlisted in the military specifically because of Al-Qaeda's terrorist attack on 9/11 and committing myself and my life to doing what I could to defeat these terrorists, it was shocking and a betrayal to me and every person who was killed on 9/11, their families and my brothers and sisters in uniform. When as a member of Congress, I learned about President Obama's dual programs that he had begun really to overthrow the regime of Syria, all to move forward with their regime change and not acknowledging what was obvious at the time and what has unfortunately borne true, which was that a regime change war in Syria, much like the regime change wars in Iraq, the toppling of Gaddafi and Mubarak, would likely result in the rise of Islamist extremists like Al-Qaeda taking power. Today, we have an Islamist extremist who is now in charge of Syria, as I said, who danced on the streets to celebrate the 9/11 attack, who ruled over Idlib with an Islamist extremist governance, and who has already begun to persecute and kill and arrest religious minorities like Christians in Syria.
I understand.
Why that should be acceptable to anyone is beyond me.
It shouldn't
is
be.
certainly
and
not in our
interest. I appreciate your answer and thank you. My concern has to do with the tendency to repeat Russian and Syrian, and even in some cases, I think we'll get into in the closed session, Iranian information, and to discount what comes from our intelligence community.
Senator, every American deserves to know that people in our own government were providing support to our sworn enemy, Al-Qaeda. That should not be acceptable by anyone.
Thank you. I couldn't help but smile when they kept going on about who paid for her trip to Syria, how it was a Lebanese American who was connected possibly to a political party in Syria that was connected possibly, and it struck me as how this is how the cancel culture of the so-called left or the synthetic left works. You're connected to so-and-so, you're connected to so-and-so, who's connected to so-and-so, and therefore you're responsible for whatever, right? And the idea that Tulsi Gabbard went to Syria and met with people who are hostile to the United States and tried to hear the other side of the story when it came to the conflict, that was presented as if it was a bad thing. I think that's a pretty good thing that she was able to speak to people in different countries and hear the other side of the story. They were quite fired up about her position on Edward Snowden.
But let me ask you again, do you believe, as the chairman of this committee believes, as the vast majority of members of our intelligence agencies believe, that Edward Snowden was a traitor to the United States of America?
Senator, if confirmed
This
as
is when the
Director of
rubber hits
National
the road.
Intelligence, I will work with you to make sure that there is not another Snowden like
social
leak.
media. It's not a moment to propagate theories, conspiracy theories. Is Edward Snowden a traitor to the United States of America? That is not a hard question to answer when the stakes are this high.
Senator, as someone who has
your
served
answer,
in
yes
uniform,
or no, is Edward Snowden a traitor to the United States of America?
as someone who has
I'll go on
worn
to
our
my
uniform
questions.
in combat, I understand how critical our national security
Apparently
is.
you don't.
Also, during her opening remarks, she reflected on how she's not a puppet of anyone but God, and how religious bigotry should have no place in American politics. Here's what she said.
Those who oppose my nomination imply that I am loyal to something or someone other than God, my own conscience, and the Constitution of the United States. Accusing me of being Trump's puppet, Putin's puppet, Assad's puppet, a guru's puppet, Modi's puppet, not recognizing the absurdity of simultaneously being the puppet of 5 different puppet masters. The same tactic was used against President Trump and failed. The American people elected President Trump with a decisive victory and mandate for change. The fact is, what truly unsettles my political opponents is I refuse to be their puppet. Democrat senators in the past resorted to anti-Christian bigotry against some of President Trump's judicial nominees like Amy Coney Barrett and Brian Boucher. I condemn those actions as a Democrat in Congress at the time, as religious bigotry must be thoroughly condemned by all of us, no matter the religion. Unfortunately, there are some Democrat senators who still don't understand the principle of freedom of religion and Article 6 of the Constitution. Quote, no religious test shall ever be required as a qualification to any office or public trust under the United States. Unfortunately, they're once again using the religious bigotry card, but this time trying to foment religious bigotry against Hindus and Hinduism. If anyone is sincerely interested in knowing more about my own personal spiritual path of Hinduism, I welcome you to go to my account on X, where I'll share more on this topic.
So overall, I'm really glad that I was able to be in the room, and I hope that Tulsi Gabbard does become the Director of National Intelligence, and I do hope that we can accept that there's a new world rising and a new economy in the world, and that it's better for the United States to integrate with this new economy with the BRICS countries than go to war with it and destabilize countries just to keep Wall Street and London at the top of the world. I hope that Tulsi Gabbard can get into office and do some real change, and that maybe U.S. foreign policy can pivot away from spreading chaos and instability around the world and instead move toward creating peace, building bridges, and carrying out economic development in coordination with different countries.
Said, and then they went back on it and saying other things. I'm not the expert. I'm not going to speak on that. But I don't trust you. I'm not going to just take your word for things like this, especially since you went on a tirade telling me I'm anti-white. So that's my response.
Okay. All right. So I guess just closing points here. Stefan, you want to go, and then Caleb following up?
No, he can go first.
Okay. All right. At the beginning of this debate, I pointed out that the fall of the Soviet Union and the implementation of free trade, free market economics was a disaster. You agreed with me, you just blamed the communists for it. After that, I said that the USSR had economic successes, something that many libertarians frequently deny, and you agreed with me. Yes, it did. Furthermore, you admitted that real capitalism, which you believe in, has never been implemented anywhere in the world. Now, what you did is you rolled out a lot of human rights allegations against the USSR. And at no point did I quibble with you about any of those allegations. I didn't try to downplay any atrocities. At no point did I say these things were Western propaganda or Nazi propaganda. There are others who've made that claim and made those arguments. Never did I make that argument. Your sole argument seems to boil down to communism killed lots of people. I then responded with capitalism killed lots of people, and communism raised lots of people out of poverty. Communism had big achievements, and we in the United States can learn from that. And you proceeded to then morally shame me about the fact that I pointed out that socialist countries have big achievements. And from there, I said you wouldn't morally shame people who celebrate the West and its achievements because the West has a lot of blood on its hands, and I don't condemn people for celebrating Thanksgiving and such. I just want to let you know that our country, the United States, was founded in the struggle against Adam Smith free trade economics, right? The Dutch East India Company was trying to keep the United States and the 13 colonies poor. It was trying to prevent us from developing our own industries and our own economy. And there was a revolution. And we broke free from the British Empire, from free trade, from that system that's killed millions of people all over the world. And what did we start doing? Well, we had Alexander Hamilton, who created a national bank. We had the government spend money on building lighthouses. And the prosperity of the United States, despite the mass killing of Native Americans, despite the racism and the slavery, the prosperity of the United States largely came from a rejection of the ideas that you and Ayn Rand and, Milton Friedman and Alan Greenspan put forward. These ideas are fundamentally un-American, and they've been imposed on our country, and we're seeing the disastrous results of these policies being implemented in the United States right now. Prisons for profit. Who thought of that, right? Private prisons. That's a nightmare. Corporations have an incentive for there to be more crime, for people to be locked in jail for victimless crimes like smoking marijuana. That's a disaster. Well, that comes from the pages of Milton Friedman. It's always better when a private company does it, right? War for profit, right? Military manufacturers, the military-industrial complex. I mean, this is a disaster. We're at the United States. We are so free market in this country that municipalities around the country are unpaving the roads. They're unpaving the roads because the local governments are so in debt to banks that they cannot afford to maintain paved roads. They have a machine they call a reclaimer, where they're ripping up the asphalt and pulverizing it, right? This is a disaster, right? The Constitution of the United States says that only the federal government can print money. But yet, we've done what libertarians want. We privatized it. We handed it over to a private corporation that for many years was run by an Ayn Rand objectivist named Alan Greenspan. And our government is in debt to bankers, right? Some of your listeners may not want to read Marx. They may think Marx is a crazy extremist. Read the Bible, read the Quran, read the Torah. Every major religion in human history has forbidden the practice of lending money at interest. Why? Because it leads to a creditor class that is greater and has more wealth and money than everybody else. And the result of that is governments getting in debt to them, is all of society being centered around them. Furthermore, it leads to the diminishment of physical economy, right? When you lend money at interest, you are creating wealth without actually creating and building anything. And I think what we need right now, as we see such a disaster in this country, roads crumbling, water not being properly purified, all the things that the state should be doing are not being done. I think what we need is a government of action that will fight for working families, that will defend the interests of average people against the billionaires and the bankers who are only concerned about their profits. That's what we absolutely need. Roosevelt, he had, the Works Progress Administration, built amazing things around this country, laid the basis for the economic boom that came after the Second World War because he constructed things. And he was largely inspired in doing it. He studied what Stalin had done in the Soviet Union with the 5-year economic plans, and he learned from it. Is Roosevelt just as guilty as I am of ignoring Stalin's atrocities because he studied it and learned from it and then was able to build, the Great Hoover Dam, build Key West Highway and give jobs to millions of Americans to save the economy from the irrationality of greed? Of course not. We can learn from China's achievements. We can learn from...
Hey friends, how you doing today? I'm letting you know, the Center for Political Innovation, we are about to do, on July 12th, the biggest event that we have ever done. It will be our national gathering in Chicago on July 12th. And it's going to be really, really special. We are talking with a number of important anti-imperialist voices, a lot of different communities. There's going to be musical performances, dance performances, there's going to be great speeches, and it's going to be a whole day gathering dedicated to anti-imperialism. I am committed, and CPI has always been committed to building an in real life network of people. And we carry out real operations. We were at the inauguration of Trump with our Trump and Kim banner saying only peace can make America great again. We were on the streets of Chicago at the Democratic National Convention with a book exposing what Kamala Harris and who she really is and what she's really about, and it was really, really important. We have 1,000 copies of our book about the Houthis that are being distributed with the poster of the convention on the back to people who would never go looking for this. We are putting door hanger flyers on doors of people, again, that would never go looking for this. We're not performing and trying to make ourselves feel good. We're actually trying to build a network of people that can be anti-imperialists in America. And it's not easy to do. It's very difficult in these times to build a real in-life organization. People have their issues. We live in a very strange time, but we have to do it. And we are committed to continuing this project. This video is basically me telling you we need your support. In order to pull off our convention that includes our 7-day program for our members around the country to come to Chicago, includes our huge convention on July 12th, where we're gonna fill up the Midwest Convention Center, in order to have an effective national planning meeting and gathering in Chicago the day after on July 13th. In order to do what we need to do, we need to fill up that auditorium and we need money. And there's really no way around that. We need you to donate to the Center for Political Innovation. We have set up a GoFundMe, and a lot of people have already contributed. We already raised a couple $1,000, but it's not enough. In order to really pull off our July activities and really have a win for anti-imperialism, we need your support. We need you to go to the GoFundMe right now and donate $5 or $20. We need you to go to the donate button on the CPI website and send us $100 or $50, whatever you can do. If we're gonna do what we need to do in July and build the organization and have the mega anti-imperialist rally that needs to happen on July 12th and solidify the network that we're building to continue to carry out the great operations that we do, we need you to help us out. Every cent that we raise goes into building this group. I'm lucky I have a paycheck with everything that's going on. I'm surviving, and I have consistently put a huge amount of the money that I have, my own resources, my own funds, into CPI because I believe in it, because it needs to happen, because this organization is necessary. I'm looking at what I've got and my own resources and my own bills and all of that, and I'm looking at what's already been paid for, and it's not enough. I mean, it's just not enough. I can't just pay for everything myself. We have membership dues and other things, but we need a special gift. We need a special gift to make July happen. We need you to give us a special contribution so that we can make sure the July events go smoothly, that the housing for the people coming in out of town is covered, that the speakers that are being flown in, their airfare is properly covered. We need you to make a special one-time gift to make this July gathering, this anti-imperialist summit that we are organizing. We need you to help us make it happen and help us make it a success. Small gift, big gift, whatever you can do. We need you to help us with it. But you know what? I'll just say this. If it's a matter of send us a gift or come, we'd rather you come. We'd rather you be there. It's much more important that you be there on July 12th. If you can't afford to give us a gift, but you can afford to come to town, if there's one event that you come to this year, make it July 12th. CPI, Center for Political Innovation, we're doing something that nobody else is doing, and we're doing it right. We're not doing it in a way that we're trying to win the internet. We're not doing it in a way that we're trying to make ourselves feel special or act like we're cool. We're building what needs to be built. We are building the real connections. And if you can understand why what we're doing is so important, if you can understand why anti-imperialism is the future, but we have to break out of the narrow niche circles and internet culture and get to the masses of people with real outreach, if you can understand that, please give us a gift. We're trying to build an actual movement to win new people to anti-imperialism and continue to carry out operations to change the conversation in America so that we have a country where there's a mass movement demanding justice for working families and an end to these wars, that we're saying no to World War III, we're saying no to the emerging low-wage police state. That's what we urgently need. So if you can help us in any way, send us a gift. If you can be there on July 12th, be there. This is the biggest endeavor CPI has ever done, and it's going to lead to even bigger things. We don't back down. We don't go away. If we were going to back down, we would have done it a long time ago. And if we were one of their plants or one of these fake anti-imperialists, they would be making it a lot easier for us. We have been facing a lot of challenges, but we continue to achieve great victories. So we need your support. Please send us a contribution. Please be there on July 12th at the Midwest Convention Center in the Chicago area. It's right near the O'Hare Airport. It's going to be awesome. We need you there. Thank you.
Really made any arguments about the autonomy of the worker or the abolition of the commodity form. Every word out of your mouth to defend China has been defending authoritarianism, which makes me think you're not really a socialist. I read you this passage from Karl Marx on the third address in May 1871. But the working class cannot simply lay hold of the ready-made state machinery and wield it for its own purposes. The centralized state power, with its ubiquitous organs of standing army, police, bureaucracy, clergy, and judicature, organs wrought after the plan of a systemic and hierarchical division of labor, originates from the days of absolute monarchy, serving nascent middle-class society as a mighty weapon in its struggle against feudalism. Or in essence, the worker seizing the state is not nearly enough. It's not even close to being nearly enough. All you're doing is replicating the previous system of government, except with different people in charge. So we need a more substantive change, which China has not engaged in to any extent whatsoever.
All right. Well, when the Iraq War was getting going, as I mentioned before, CNN played this testimony from a member of the Kuwaiti royal family saying that Iraqi soldiers were taking babies from incubators. And thousands of people didn't buy it. And they marched and protested against the Gulf War that took place. According to you, they must be all Holocaust deniers because they didn't believe mainstream media saying something against a regime that you don't like. That's despicable. I don't want to engage about this any further. We clearly disagree. It turned out to be a lie. It turned out to be a lie. People didn't believe mainstream media. They had questions about it. Oh my God, when mainstream media, says that a country is evil, we just have to buy it, right?
Disbelieving a single,
or else you're a Nazi, right?
Disbelieving a single data point is the same as being in favor with an authoritarian regime and then bringing up a number of
lie when it's time to build.
Wait! You actually can't wait. Hold on. So just in case there are any people of like your IQ or lower who are listening right now, I just need to clarify when we're talking about what you just gave as an example, as opposed to my example of the Uyghur genocide. The issue is the Uyghur genocide is happening. There's proof it's happening. It's not just one report of questionable authenticity. There is a plurality of evidence concretely indicating that it is something that's happening. Is all the data coming out from Western media about it accurate?
If it's happening the way you say it's happening, that's wrong, and I denounce it.
If it is, ooh, okay, all right.
But I'm saying that we don't have all the facts. There are a lot of fantastical claims made in mainstream media that people have questions about. And I am worried
it's just
about
unbelievable. I'm hearing
China.
this from like a leftist.
I'm seeing how consistently the U.S. media lies, how the New York Times mistranslated workers in their video about China's health care. I mean, there is consistent deception in U.S. media when it comes to all things regarding China. So I have questions about it. Have me arrested. Have me shot.
Okay. I mean, I don't need to have you shout. This isn't China, so that's not how we respond to political dissidents. But yeah, that's insane. Like this is like
what you're
genocide
doing. When
denial.
you call tankies fascists, everyone knows you're dog whistling to anarchists and Antifa to be violent. You are calling for violence. What? You would have had Nelson Mandela beaten up by Antifa.
What?
You would have had Albert Einstein punched in the face. You equate people that defend socialist countries and question the lies about them in media with Nazis. That's what you're doing here. You're doing that to me.
This is like when I argue with fascists and they're like, you want to kill all white people.
That spit on civil rights marchers because they were part of the Communist Party.
Well,
that's what you're doing.
So
the
my
Civil
criticism
Rights Congress,
at you,
a tanky organization, William L. Patterson, Henry Winston, great heroic organizers who fought for civil rights.
My criticism of you is that you've engaged in genocide denialism.
Stalin. You equate them with Nazis. You want violence against
No. Just you. No, my dude. They're not all as bad as you. Just you. You're the one doing the genocide denialism. Nelson Mandela didn't do that.
Great American poet. He signed an ad defending the Moscow trials and defending the purges in 1938.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Is that the right thing to do? Maybe not. That doesn't make him a Nazi.
I didn't say he's a Nazi. Did he engage in genocide denial? Why are you conflating all these different things?
I'm pointing out that you are painting people with a broad brush. You're painting all differentiation with the U.S. media on international foreign policy.
No, I'm saying
accusations
you
against China or Russia or other countries. You're equating all of that with the most despicable far-right human beings. And
Can
that's
you
not
stop
right.
defending fascist governments against claims of genocide then?
About this. I'm not going to change your mind.
Sure, okay. And I'm not going to repeat my accusations so we can actually move on from this point. I'm just going.
I think we're hitting that hour mark. Do we want to do our closing statements?
All right. Yeah, you can give your closing statement first. How about that?
Actually, I think you went first in the opening. Do you want to go first?
Oh yeah, sure. Okay. Yeah, so I don't mean to make this like a criticism of people's personalities or anything like that. There is a persistent effort on your part to paint me as some kind of radical anti-communist. Funny, because you are the one who has failed to defend any aspect of actual worker ownership or commodity form abolition over the course of this discussion. You have painted me as somebody who is in favor of war between America and China, which is patently false. You have painted me as a McCarthyite for wanting China to be more socialist. And you have painted me as somebody who just blithely accuses everyone of being a Nazi, which isn't true. You are the one who got to the genocide denial all on your own. I did not lead you there. You walked there on your own. So I didn't even expect it. I didn't think like it was that bad, but I guess it is. I guess we are at that point. So my main issue is like, yeah, I think people like you are a literal fucking toxin, not only to socialism, but to the workers of this country. I don't think you give a fuck about them, their well-being, their autonomy, their freedom, their alienation from the means of production. I think you give a fuck about some little personality cult you're trying to build while working in tandem with other non-communist states that just happen to dislike America. And I would like to remind that you and everyone else who is listening right now that hating America, while based, is not an ideology. And that if you want to be a real socialist, you're going to have to substantiate yourself a little bit more than that. Funny that you're the person who assigns, I suppose, the tanky label to himself, yet I am the one who seems to have a greater understanding of the actual like definition of socialism and how it should be applied.
Joe Stalin was a mighty man was he. He led the Soviet people on the road to victory. All through the revolution he fought at Lenin's side. They made the combination till the day that Lenin died. He said, come all you people, we'll work with brain and hand. And then one day the Nazis came into the Soviet land. They plundered to the Volga to Stalingrad, and then Joe Stalin said, come on me boys, he kicked them out again. Joe Stalin was a southerner, in Georgia he was born, where the oranges grow thick and fast in fields of waving corn. And Joe, he was a farmer, his fingers they were green, and he planned out the biggest crop the world has ever seen. One day he looked upon his map and frowned and shook his head. There's too much brown, we need more green, these were the words he said. We'll have to change the weather, boys, he said, and then he smiled. So let's begin by planting trees along 3,000 miles. Joe Stalin rolled his sleeves up and he said, come on, let's start. The Volga River and the Don, they are too far apart. I think we'd better join them, so come on, help me, pal. We'll build a mighty waterway, the Volga-Don Canal. One day he looked into the north and saw the rivers three, all emptying their waters into the polar sea. No, that's not right, Joe Stalin said, those rivers, they are ours. We'll turn them round and make them work to give electric power. There was a range of mountains that was standing in the way, so Stalin put his hand out and he smoothed them all away. For Joe, he was determined to make the land all green, and that was the biggest project that the world had ever seen. Joe Stalin was a mighty man, he made a mighty plan. He harnessed nature to the plow to work for good of man. He's hammered out the future, the forgeman he has been, and made the worker state the best the world has ever seen. He has made the worker state the best the world has ever seen. Woo! Thank you, thank you.
From the Soviet Union's achievements, we can learn from these countries. There's no need to morally condemn those who would want to learn from economic successes. Socialism has had economic achievements, as you've admitted. Why can't we do it here? I do not, and I will end by making this point. I do not advocate the adoption of the Chinese system in the United States. I do not advocate the adoption of the Korean system or the Vietnamese or the Russian system in the United States. That would be stupid. America has its own culture, its own traditions, its own history. And when socialism comes to the United States, it will be an American socialism. It'll be, the Marxists who fought against slavery while the British Empire was trying to preserve it. It'll be the tradition of the suffragists that fought for women's rights, women's right to vote, something that you're on record opposing. It'll be the tradition of the labor movement that built industrial unions. It'll be the progressive side of American history that has rejected racism, that has rejected bigotry. It'll be that progressive side of American history taking power and remaking the country and unleashing the potential of every human being. Yes, I think socialism in the United States will have a market sector. The government shouldn't be running hotels. The government shouldn't be running restaurants. There's no need for the government to be running little tech startups. But the banking system, our natural resources, the major industries, these things should be organized to serve public good and not profits. And I have not heard a single thing throughout this debate that is in any way a logical argument about why the economy should not be organized to serve the people and not profits.
Well, I'll certainly agree with you one thing, that you haven't really heard much. So let's go through some of these points, do a closing statement, and I really do appreciate the conversation. It's great to get these ideas out front and center. We all know that the existing system is predatory. The existing system cannot last. The existing system survives by sucking the economic life juice out of the next generation to bribe the rich and the poor in the here and now. It is a terrible, horrible, predatory system. I'm sure that Caleb and myself are both disgusted with the current system. I know that we are, but he wants more government. I want less government. So with regards to the downplaying, yeah, you did. I mean, he did. I'm sorry, I'm talking to him directly. Yeah, he did very much, because he called them human rights violations. 130 fucking million people killed is not human rights violations. That's genocide on a scale unprecedented in human history. And so I'm sure that Caleb would never refer to the Holocaust as a human rights violation. So yes, of course, he did downplay it consistently and repeatedly. With regards to, it's so boring to have to rebut this kind of stuff, but I guess I'm older, so I've done it so many times before, when he talks about, there's private prisons, and that's really, really bad, and there's war, and corporations make money from war. These aren't free market institutions. If it's paid for by the state, and people aren't allowed to compete, it's not part of the free market. It's kind of a basic Econ 101 thing there, so I don't really know. That's the kind of thing that here's the hint. If there's a knife at the woman's throat, it's not sex. Or at least it's not good sex, right? If there's a knife at the woman's throat, it's rape, not sex. If there's a gun in the room, if there's a gun in the economic interaction, it's not the free market. And so with private prisons, well, yeah, I mean, I think it's terrible that people for nonviolent drug offenses go to jail. I think it's absolutely horrible. This is the kind of thing that happens when you have governments. And so the idea that private prisons, wherein it's paid for by the state, the police are run by the state, the courts are run by the state, and the prisons are funded by state taxation, that suddenly this is part of the free market, it's delusory beyond words, and it takes a genuine ideologue to miss that really obvious point. It's the same thing with war. The idea that war is somehow the province of the free market, when war can only be engaged in by the state, and war is just about the worst form of slavery that exists in this world through the draft, and war is funded by coercive taxation and debt to the next generation. The idea that somehow magically war is now part of the free market when it's an entirely state-driven and state-supported enterprise. Wow, you really got to miss the point, all that kind of stuff. As far as the Federal Reserve goes, oh, absolutely. It's absolutely monstrous that the government gives a corporation the monopoly on money printing and money creation. You go and try and create your own dollars, man. The guy did that with the Liberty dollar. He ended up in jail. So whenever the government is forbidding competition, not part of the free market. See, remember, if there's a knife to the woman's throat, it's rape, not sex. And if there's a gun in the room, it's the state, not the free market. It's really not that hard to remember. I hope that, I don't think Caleb will, because he's sitting in this squalid pit of ideology. But I hope you out there will remember, if there's a gun in the room, it's not part of the free market. Now, with regards to slavery, yeah, absolutely horrifying. Horrifying, horrible institution. But you had a much greater chance of surviving as a slave than you had of surviving communism. You know, communism in the Soviet Union was the single largest cause of death. Democide, murder by your own government, was by far the biggest, largest source of death for Russians. I'm sure the same thing was true in China. So it beat out cancer, it beat out motor accidents. Being killed by your own government was the largest single cause of death. And just because there was some economic growth, there were some economic things that occurred under communism, in no way proves the case that only communism could provide that kind of economic growth. There was economic growth under slavery, but when slavery was ended, and
because what do we have? We have an international system of capital, an international system of corporate oligarchy. They don't have any particular nation that they are focusing on, that they need to keep stable. You know, if you look at the British Empire, you know, they had big corporations, whether it was tea or whatever, and they were focused on Britain, and they had at least a stake in maintaining some label of stability in England. Because, you know, this was their country, this was their home country. They had to maintain some kind of stability there. International capital, what do? Okay, you know, I'm a U.S. company. Where are you going to put your money? Wherever I can not pay taxes. How about the Cayman Islands or this, anywhere, right? They have no stake in maintaining stability in the United States or any other country whatsoever. They could care less. We fall apart, doesn't matter to them. The world is their oyster, wherever they can go. And so what ends up happening is this. They start looking at us the same way they're looking at the people in the global south. We're just some other people to be conquered, some other people to make money off of. And what happens is, intuitively, the people in this country start feeling the same way the people in the global south feel, the same way, and start getting the same results. We start getting puppet governments. That's all we get. Joe Biden, you know what I say when people ask me, well, Trump or Biden or whoever, I say this, and people might have heard me say this before. What are they? You know, you watch an old mystery movie, and people have probably seen this before. And at the beginning of the movie, you see a hand in front of the camera. And then you see the other hand take up a black glove. And one by one, they slip the fingers on the glove. And you know they're going to strangle somebody, they're going to shoot, they're going to do something with that hand. And what is that glove? It's just something to hide the fingerprints. So that you won't see, you won't be able to come back and point to the perpetrator because there was something between their hand and the crime. Right? That's all Joe Biden is. We can scream genocide Joe or whatever, next it'll be genocide Trump, genocide Biden, it doesn't matter. They're all just a black glove. Same thing I say with Ukraine, what is it? It's a black glove. The empire puts on a glove, Ukraine, so they can then plausibly argue, we're not at war with Russia, we're not at war with whoever. Israel, it's a black glove. We're not at war in the Middle East, we're not trying to subjugate the Muslim, no, Israel is there. That glove is between us and the crime scene. And so people are starting to wake up in America. People are starting to wake up in the West and realize that there's no point in me getting mad at Joe Biden. No. He's irrelevant. He's Trump. He's Obama. He did not pick his cabinet. He came in there and he was sat down in there and he's told what to do. Joe Biden's irrelevant. The system is in crisis. And what's happening is now people who for years have been saying there's a problem with this system and it needs to change are starting to be heard. The time is right for people to hear it. In fact, people are starting to ask the questions that before people like a lot of us, there are people in here of various ideologies, but they're the one thing most of us have in common. And I'll even say this. I may disagree with the libertarians a lot of way ideologically, but I'll give them this. They've been saying, hey man, there's something wrong with the system. This system's in crisis. I will certainly disagree with the way they want to change it. But I think one of the reasons that you're seeing alliances...
Does socialism come into existence because of ideas in someone's mind, or does socialism come into existence because of material conditions in society? And the utopian socialists said, hey, we have this vision for what an ideal world should look like. Let's go put it into practice. Let's go get our little tract of land and try to build our ideal heaven on earth society. But materialist and scientific socialism says that socialism emerges from the contradictions in capitalism. The contradiction between the worker and the capitalist, the contradiction between the developing world and the first world. That is what lays the basis for socialism. And that's the difference between scientific socialism and utopian or idealist socialism. That's the primary difference. Now, what you raised about scientific literacy, I actually wanted to read this. Albert Einstein was a big supporter of socialism. The most famous scientist in all of world history. This is what he wrote in an essay published in 1949 called Why Socialism? He said, I am convinced there is only one way to eliminate the grave evils, namely through the establishment of a socialist economy, accompanied by an educational system which will be oriented towards social goals. In such an economy, the means of production are planned by society itself and are utilized in a planned fashion. A planned economy, which adjusts production to the needs of the community, would distribute the work to be done among all those who are able to work and would guarantee a livelihood to every man, woman, and child. That's Albert Einstein, the most famous scientist in the world, right? So I think that's pretty cool. But as far as what you were asking about climate change, I feel like, climate change is a reality, right? You can't deny climate change. But among today's capitalists, there are two viewpoints, right? You got the fracking companies. You got the small capitalists. And they're afraid that environmental regulations are going to cut into their profits. And so their attitude is, climate change isn't real, it's fake, it's something they made up to ruin my profits, a communist conspiracy. That's the lower levels, right? But then you have the higher levels of American capital and the higher levels of international corporations. They say, yes, climate change is a reality. And that means all these countries that are trying to raise themselves up out of poverty, they just can't do it, right? It'll be bad for the earth, guys. And you'll see this, right? And Obama, the speech he gave in Africa, where he told people in Africa that basically they should stay in poverty for the sake of the environment. That seems to be their attitude. But what's coming out of China and the socialist world right now, and that'll get to what you raised, their attitude toward the problem of climate change is the opposite. They say it doesn't mean that we should end development and end historical progress. That climate change proves the necessity of advancing technology beyond fossil fuels and making new breakthroughs that have never been made before. That climate change necessitates an alternative to fossil fuels. It necessitates fusion energy. It necessitates the space program, right? That the answer to climate change is to continue advancing faster than ever before. It's not a pessimistic view of the climate crisis. It is an optimistic view. It's an understanding that just like humans overcame the Black Death that they talked about in Europe, just like humans overcame, the scarcity that existed at the time of hunter-gatherer civilization, that this proves that with socialism and economic planning, we must advance, and that's the difference. And that's very similar to the BRICS. There's an alternative in global trade that's emerging right now. The way neoliberalism and Western trade works is the USA goes to an impoverished country and says, okay, we'll give you a loan to develop your country, but in order to do it, you need to privatize all your state-owned industries, right? And you need to stop subsidizing domestic corporations. So we'll give you this loan, and then you have to privatize, and pretty soon American companies come in there, and they put all the local manufacturers out of business, and the country's economy is basically looted, and they become a captive client state in exchange for getting a development loan that helps them keep the electricity on. What China does is the opposite. It goes to developing countries, and it says, okay, you could really use a power plant here, and it builds a huge hydroelectric power plant. I've seen some of these hydroelectric power plants built by China and Brazil. They go to a developing country and they say, wow, if you had a high-speed train connecting this part of the country to this part of the country, that would improve your economy. And this is not selfless. It's not charity. It's not. This is in China's interest, because the wealthier that country becomes, the more that China has to trade with, right? So that China makes more money, and this country makes more money, and it's win-win cooperation. It's an alternative model in global trade. Whereas what the United States does is it's zero sum. It comes in there and puts these countries out of business. What I think is very interesting is that during the period of industrial capitalism, as imperialism was starting to emerge, you saw some of the advocates of industrial capitalism advocating a similar model. Alexander Hamilton, Henry Clay, they had similar theories. They argued that the state should protect industrial capital, and they were arguing the United States should sponsor infrastructure projects in developing countries, and they had some theories that are similar to what China's putting out now, but it's not the same. But China's vision of global trade is countries getting wealthier together, right? Win-win cooperation. It's an alternative to the US model of global trade. And you'll notice that the response of the World Bank and the IMF is almost to admit that China is right in its criticism. They're throwing up their hands and saying, you know what, we were too neoliberal during the 1990s. We were too free market. We went too far. Oops, we screwed up. That's kind of their response. They don't even try to counter the narrative because everyone saw what happened in Latin America during the 1990s. I went to Ecuador in the 1990s, 1999. I was 12 years old. I got off the plane. I had never seen that level of poverty. I mean, just crowds of starving people out in front of the airport. Desperate poverty. What had happened? Well, the USA and the IMF and the World Bank had forced Ecuador to give up its domestic currency and start using the dollar. They had privatized the land, and thousands of people from the countryside of Ecuador were being forced off their land and into the cities, and it was a dramatic, horrific thing. When I was in Venezuela, people talked to me about how during the 1990s, Venezuela would need a loan from these Western banks, and so to get their loan, they would say, okay, well, you need to lay off sanitation workers, right? You're spending too much money on sanitation workers. And so it would get to be that in certain parts of the capital city, the garbage wouldn't be collected for weeks, right? The electricity, they would say you're spending too much money on your electrical system and your power plants. So it got to the point that the electrical system was just going off because the government didn't have the money. The Bolivarian movement in Venezuela traces its origins to an uprising that happened in response to a very dramatic increase in the cost of public transportation, the Caracazo. Neoliberalism was a nightmare in Latin America. It was also a nightmare in the former Soviet Union. The fall of the Soviet Union, the shock therapy economic reforms that were imposed by Jeffrey Sachs, by George Soros on Eastern Europe were dramatic. I mean, the rate of suicide went through the roof, the rate of drug addiction went through the roof, all the factories were closing their doors, the agricultural system shut down, and they started having to import all their food from the United States and from Western Europe. Free market neoliberalism imposed on the world by the IMF and the World Bank was an economic disaster. They don't even try to pretend it wasn't, but it wasn't being done to raise these countries out of poverty. It wasn't like an experiment. It was being done to secure a monopoly for Western corporations. That's why it was being carried out. And it very effectively did that until in Russia you had the rise of Vladimir Putin, who created Gazprom and Rosneft and turned these two giant energy corporations into the basis of kind of a state-centered economy that could counter the West. And that was a very dramatic shift that happened when Putin got into office. But until then, I mean, we saw Eastern Europe being gutted, and much of Eastern Europe is still suffering under this. When George Bush invaded Iraq, he talked about the new Europe, right? He said that France and Germany, all the countries that didn't agree with him, they were the old Europe. They're the old Europe. But there's this new Europe. There's Lithuania and Estonia and Latvia. And if you look at the new Europe countries, still, these countries have never recovered from the fall of the Soviet Union. They were gutted and economically destroyed by Western banks. And China's model of global trade is different. And, people hear this and they let me repeat, I'm not saying that China is being selfless. This isn't the Soviet Union, sending aid to Africa. This is China working in its interest, but seeing its own economic interest in being this country raising up out of poverty. And what China is doing in terms of fossil fuels right now is amazing. China imports most of its oil. That's a weakness they have. That's why they're trying to control the South China Sea and make sure those oil tankers can continue to go through the South China Sea. They realize it's a weakness. So what China is doing in terms of forcing both domestic Chinese companies and international companies to build electric cars or new energy vehicles is really dramatic. They're changing the global car market like overnight. It's really, really dramatic. So that's really important what you raised. Section 3, I wanted to talk about the international Marxist movement. So in 1866, Karl Marx formed the International Working Men's Association, or the first international, 1866, right? The Communist Manifesto ends with "Workers of the world unite." He says that the working class has no loyalty to any nation, so he's going to build an international communist organization. And he builds it, and Karl Marx is in London, and they estimate at least 1 to 2 million people were somehow affiliated with it. But it wasn't just followers of Karl Marx. It was basically anyone who believed in any kind of form of socialism. A big section of it were anarchists, and Karl Marx spent a lot of his time at the First International fighting with anarchists. And in 1872, they had the Hague Conference of the First International, in which Karl Marx and followers of Proudhon and Bakunin had their fight, and it eventually led to the split, and by 1877 there really was no First International anymore. The Marxists and the anarchists couldn't get along. The Marxists really couldn't continue having an international. The anarchists continued trying to have an international, but it didn't really work out. The primary difference between them was the effort to seize state power or not. Karl Marx said the effort of the working class was to take control of the government. The anarchists said that taking control of government is oppressive, and that instead they should just form worker cooperatives and independent autonomous unions and things that were not coordinated, because trying to seize government power was a diversion from the workers' struggle, and it would lead to an oppressive state that would be just as bad. And so it was the fight, that was the demise of the First International. 1889, you have the foundation of the Second International. And it's funny because there were 2 Second Internationals that were formed. There was the Marxist one and the non-Marxist one. They eventually merged together. And the flagship party of the Second International was the Social Democratic Party of Germany. And you know, a lot of the names that you associate with Marxism in that time, in the 1890s and 1910, Karl Kautsky, Ebhardt, Edward Bernstein, were affiliated with Marxism in Germany. And Marxism was basically centered in Germany. The German Marxist movement was considered the center of it. And so, in 1904, you have a very prominent leader of the Second International and of the German Marxist movement named Edward Bernstein. And Edward Bernstein comes along, and he's not a minor figure, Edward Bernstein, mind you. Edward Bernstein had like family connections to Karl Marx. He had translated some of the volumes of Capital and published them and edited them after Marx's death. He was a very prominent person. And he came out with his theory of revisionism, right? Because at the time, capitalism is transitioning toward imperialism, its third stage. And so because of that, he's saying, why are we not having revolutions? Why are the working class of Europe not rising up? What's going on? Why is the standard of living increasing when Marx theorized that it would continue to go down? What's going on? So Edward Bernstein came out with this theory he called revisionism. He said that Karl Marx's idea that there would be a revolution and that the workers would seize control, that's wrong. He says, socialism is merely the sum of popular reforms. His slogan was, the movement is everything, the goal is nothing, right? And he basically argues that, look, he says, in Germany we have universal male suffrage. No one was even thinking about letting women vote, but they have universal male suffrage. And there's more workers than there are capitalists. So eventually the workers will just outvote the capitalists. We'll have socialism. You know, we have 12-hour factory days. And basically capitalism in the Western world is just kind of naturally turning into socialism. That was Edward Bernstein's theory of revisionism. Now, the term revisionist is kind of a slur. It's like if you don't like someone's theory, you say they're a revisionist. But Edward Bernstein said, I am a revisionist. We need to revise Marxism. And a big part of Edward Bernstein's theory of revisionism was not only this belief that capitalism in the West was just kind of naturally turning into socialism, but that imperialism and the colonization and military interventions in the developing world was good, because the West is already moving towards socialism. So if they take over a country in Africa or they take over a country in Asia, well, that'll help them to get even closer to socialism as well. So the Western capitalist system is just kind of naturally turning into socialism. It's expanding all over the world. Edward Bernstein pushed these views, but the majority of the Marxist movement disagreed with it. Rosa Luxemburg very famously wrote her pamphlet, Reform or Revolution. Karl Kautsky, who was the big theoretician of German social democracy, they rejected the theory of revisionism. But that kind of thinking, revisionism, began, and that kind of laid the basis for a lot of the thinking of what you could call modern social democracy. You know, this belief that the movement is everything, the goal is nothing, that capitalism and socialism are not distinct stages, there's not an event horizon or a revolution. Socialism just kind of naturally evolves out of capitalism, and the West is bringing its more advanced system to the world. That was kind of the basis, and that's how a lot of social democrats in the world today think. Interestingly, though, Kautsky and the Second International rejected revisionism. In 1912, as World War I was on the horizon, you had a gathering, the Basel Congress of the Second International, and all these parties said that they would never support an imperialist war. And they wrote a beautiful manifesto in 1912, World War I is approaching on the horizon. They write, "It would be insanity for the governments not to realize that the very idea of the monstrosity of a world war would inevitably call forth the indignation and the revolt of the working class. The proletarians consider it a crime to fire at each other for the profits of the capitalists, and the ambitions of dynasties or the glory of secret diplomatic treaties." So they're swearing they would never support any war. 1914 comes along, and all of these parties, with a few exceptions, basically supported World War I. And so by 1916, the Second International had collapsed because they had all been at war with each other. The German Social Democratic Party voted for war credits and supported the war, and the British Labour Party and British Socialists also supported it, and French Socialists, and this was the collapse of the Second International. And Vladimir Lenin, who was in Russia, who had the Bolshevik movement, he declared that the Second International was a stinking corpse, and they were filled with outrage. And Rosa Luxemburg, Eugene Debs here in the United States, there was many people in the socialist movement that were furious about the socialist parties that had sworn they would never support World War I, changing their position and supporting the First World War. Lenin blamed it on labor aristocracy. And he said, look, the fact was the German Social Democratic Party, even though it talked a good game and all of that, at the end of the day, it was dominated by wealthy, well, not wealthy, but well-paid industrial workers who identified with German imperialism. And Lenin said that the revolution was going to come from the developing world, from countries where people were being kept deeply poor, not from the first world at that point, because of this stratification. And he called on serious revolutionaries to not organize the labor aristocracy, but to go what he called lower and deeper among the more impoverished and oppressed workers. So World War I was raging. 1917, you have the Bolsheviks come to power in Russia. And then, in 1918, you have the November Revolution in Germany. Right? World War I has ended. There's an armistice already. So the German Kaiser told the Navy to go and commit a suicide mission. Right? To just basically go die. You know, just all die before the war is over. Have a glorious, glorious death. And the German Navy, they thought, okay, the war's already over. We've already surrendered on the land. They refused to do it. And they shot their officers. And you had an uprising all throughout Germany where workers rose up and workers' councils were formed. And from November of 1918 until January, it was a council of people's deputies. It was a Soviet, basically, a workers' council that ran Germany. And it was led by members of the Social Democratic Party and of the Independent Social Democratic Party, which was a party that had split, that had opposed the war. So you have a revolutionary government coming in. The Kaiser steps down. And so the question is Germany going to write a socialist constitution and join the Soviet Union and become a socialist country? Or is Germany going to write a capitalist constitution and just allow the socialists to run in elections? And Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht, they formed an organization called Spartacusbund, or Spartacus League. And that was a group of people who wanted to build a Soviet republic in Germany. And they declared in Bavaria, the Bavarian Soviet Republic. But the majority of the social democratic leaders instead wrote a capitalist constitution. And in February, they wrote the Weimar Constitution. They created the Weimar Republic, right? And they created a capitalist constitution. But it was socialists who came to power in a workers' revolution at the end of World War I that created a German capitalist government. And at that moment, that discredited Marxism to Europe in a lot of ways. They had their moment, they had their revolution, and they still managed to wrench defeat out of the jaws of victory. It was amazing. People couldn't believe it. Now, some people say, well, okay, the war had just ended, the population was weary. Perhaps if they had tried to write a socialist constitution, the war would have continued, and France and Britain and the United States would have all invaded. But how realistic is that with Russia already being on the side? You know, it was a moment of opportunism where Marxists and socialists seized power in a revolution and created capitalism. And that was the moment in which you had the Bolsheviks in Russia calling for the creation of the Third International, or the Communist International. It was a new international they created. And we should talk a little bit about Bolshevism, right? Lenin's party in Russia, you had the main Marxist party in Russia, which was the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party. But Bolshevism was a different kind of political movement. In 1903, Lenin called for the creation of what he called a party of new type. And it was at a meeting in exile in London. He said they, instead of forming just a regular Marxist party, they should form a party of a new type that would have what he called democratic centralism, meaning that every member was obligated to carry out every decision. And the party of new type wouldn't be for the majority of people. It would be only for those who were willing to give the whole of their lives to the revolutionary movement. And the party of new type would engage in agitation to the broad masses of people and propaganda to the advanced, right? Whenever there was a disagreement or a strike or a protest, they would agitate and try to create a bigger confrontation. And then they would pick out the smartest people who were capable of becoming communists and propagate Marxism to them and teach them Marxism. And it comes from a whole tradition that they had in Russia, like secret societies and revolutionary organizations. You can talk about the Decembrists, you can talk about the Old Believers, right? And at that point, 60% of Russia's population was illiterate. And in 1917, it worked, right? The Tsar was brought down, and later in October, the Bolsheviks came to power. The Party of New Type was a very effective model of organizing in Russia in 1917, and it ultimately came to power. And so, around the world, the Marxists who supported the Russian Revolution formed the Third International. And it was convened in 1919. The Second Congress, Lenin laid out his 21 points for membership in the Third International. There were 21 principles you had to believe in order to be a party in the Second International. There were various parties in the United States that tried to join, but they didn't believe in the 21 points. You have the Communist Party of the United States coming into being as a party that accepts the 21 points. South Africa, their Communist Party, originally had racism in its manifesto and white supremacy. Well, they said you can't join, that's not part of the 21 points. They had to form a new party that was anti-racist. The Communist International forms, they have their international gatherings in Moscow, and they're attempting to form what they call the United Front. And the idea is that after the Russian Revolution, all these second international social democratic parties are in an anti-communist frenzy. They're telling people, oh my gosh, the communists are the worst thing ever. This is why people don't believe in socialism, is because of those evil Reds. They're banning communists from labor unions. They're doing everything they can to just outlaw communists. So Lenin is saying to form the United Front. Let's have a day of protest for an 8-hour workday, for just basic things, and try to get the social democrats and the anarchists to join with us. Unity of action, disagreement on principles. Maybe we don't agree ideologically, but let's try to have united fronts around basic demands, freeing political prisoners, 8-hour work days, forming unions. So Lenin's urging communists to form united fronts. Lenin dies in 1924. You have the emergence of Trotskyism as a political movement. And the Trotskyists are saying the Soviet Union exists simply as a temporary holdout in a global revolution. They call for permanent revolution. And most of the people in the Soviet Union don't want to have a permanent revolution. They want to start raising the living standards. They've been having civil war, they've been blockaded, they're starving, they're hungry, right? The Communist International thinks that it's best to support the KMT and the nationalist movement in China, Dr. Sun Yat-sen. Trotsky says, oh, no, only the working class, only communists can make the revolution, so he's opposed to that. So the Communist International repudiates Trotskyism, kicks out Leon Trotsky, rejects the theory of permanent revolution. That's 1928. And then you have Bukharin, who comes into existence. And Bukharin is saying that, okay, right, obviously there's not going to be a communist revolution around the world anytime soon. So we'll sign treaties with the West, and we'll try to keep Russia as capitalist as possible, right, and try to get foreign investment to come in. So he's the right opposition. Trotsky is called the left opposition. Bukharin is the right opposition. Both of them are defeated. Stalin comes in. They have the 6th World Congress of the Communist International. And at the 6th World Congress, they declare class against class. And they declare that the history since the Russian Revolution has been divided into 3 periods. There's the first period, which is the aftermath of the Russian Revolution. There's the second period, about the 1920s, the Roaring Twenties, capitalist stabilization. But in 1928, they're already seeing the Great Depression on the horizon, and they declare, now we've entered the 3rd period. And in the 3rd period, they say the main enemy is not capitalism, it's social democrats, because they prevented the revolution. And that social democrats are socialist in word, but fascist in deed. They're social fascists. So you have the communist parties of the world fighting against social democrats on the basis of that they are social fascists, that they're the main reason you don't have a revolution. And the Great Depression hits, and you have communists, leading huge demonstrations of the unemployed. International Unemployment Day, March 6th, 1931. In every major country in Western Europe and in the Soviet Union, thousands of people are marching, demanding the right to jobs and housing. You have the communists, leading things like the Bonus March in Washington, D.C., demanding veterans' benefits be paid. You have these unemployed councils, organizations, almost like workers' councils or Soviets of the unemployed being formed. And you have massive communist parties, really booming and coming to existence all across Europe. But then, what happens in response? Germany, you have Hitler comes in. He's a fascist, and he's killing communists and putting them in concentration camps. You have a rise of fascist movements all over Europe that are saying, okay, to preserve capitalism, we need to have an authoritarian police state that kills communists and exterminates the threat of Marxism. So then you have the 7th World Congress of the Communist International, in which they say, okay, now it's time for communists to lead the People's Front, or the Popular Front against fascism. And because we're communists and we have Marxism, we're going to lead the workers of every country against fascism. And so the communists are aligning with social democrats in anti-fascist united fronts. In the United States, that came in the form of supporting Roosevelt and the formation of popular fronts. And then World War II breaks out. The socialist countries of the world are aligned with the Soviet Union and with the United States and Britain against Hitler. And in 1942, they dissolved the Communist International. And the Trotskyists, who have at that point formed their 4th International, they declare that this is a betrayal. This shows that Stalin has betrayed the revolution. But Mao Zedong in China, he comments on the dissolving of the Communist International. This is what he said. The Communist International, which is far removed from the concrete struggle in each country, was adapted to the relatively simple conditions of the past when changes took place rather slowly. But it is a no longer suitable instrument. He said, for some time it has been felt that centralized organization of an international character was not very appropriate for rapidly organizing. Leading cadres of the communist parties of various countries have already grown and attained political maturity. Since the 7th World Congress of the Communist International in 1935, the Communist International has not intervened in the internal affairs of the Chinese Communist Party, meaning that the Communist International had really kind of stopped being a thing anymore. The communist parties around the world had grown, had expanded, and they weren't, Moscow wasn't trying to coordinate their activity at that point. So after the Second World War, you have all these countries across Eastern Europe that are becoming socialist countries. They call them people's democracies, but eventually that moves towards socialism. And you have the birth of China, People's Republic in 1949. So in 1948, Yugoslavia denounces the Soviet Union. And Yugoslavia announces that the Soviet Union is internally meddling in their affairs, and it's unacceptable. And all of a sudden, all the Western capitalist countries love Yugoslavia. That was the first divide. 1956, you have the 20th Party Congress of the USSR. Stalin has died, a new Party Congress in the Soviet Union. Khrushchev comes in and gives the infamous secret speech in which he accuses Stalin of every awful, dirty thing under the sun. And what's interesting about it is Khrushchev's secret speech, a lot of what he's saying is that Stalin is this anti-imperialist, revolutionary, but don't worry, I love the Western capitalists. A lot of the speech focuses on trying to say that Stalin was weak during the Second World War and that he was a coward. Right? He claims that Stalin, when he heard Hitler had invaded, he just sobbed and hid under his desk and all of that. And of course, Stalin was a professional bank robber who walked into banks with a gun. I really don't think he was hiding under his desk and crying. But the secret speech was really Khrushchev groveling before the Western imperialists and saying, don't worry, I'm not a bad guy like Stalin. I'm not a revolutionary. Khrushchev announces that people around the world shouldn't fight Western imperialism because the USA has the atomic bomb and the danger of atomic war is too great. So he says, peaceful coexistence between capitalism and socialism. People in the developing world who are fighting for their national liberation, well, they have to call it off. World war is too dangerous. They call it détente, right, between the United States and the Soviet Union. Well, China disagrees with that. China says that, no, this is a violation, and they accuse the USSR of being revisionist, right? That Edward Bernstein word. They say that they're revisionist. They're selling out the revolution. China presents itself as the center of world revolution. 1966, you have China launching the Cultural Revolution, which is an attempt to drive what they call capitalist voters out of the party. And Cuba, North Korea, there's various countries around the world that are neutral, between China and the Soviet Union. The only country that blatantly sides with China is Albania, right? But Cuba is neutral. It's friendly with China and the Soviet Union. North Korea is neutral. A lot of countries are neutral. Albania is solidly with China. So then in 1969, you have the fall of a very prominent leader in the Chinese Communist Party named Lin Biao. And Lin Biao, it's not clear what happened. I guess the official story is that he was on a plane trying to flee to the Soviet Union after he tried to kill Mao or something. It's not clear what happened. After the fall of Lin Biao, you see a dramatic shift in Chinese foreign policy. It starts out in Angola, where China is aligning with the CIA to fight against the pro-Soviet Communist Party of Angola. You have the rise of the Gang of Four in China, which are four party leaders, including Mao's wife. They published what they call the theory of three worlds, which is the idea that the Soviet Union and the United States are the first world, Europe is the second world, and there's the third world, and China is going to lead the third world against both of those countries. Later they announced the Soviet Union is the main danger to the people of the world, and they're urging communists around the world to fight against the Soviet Union. You have the Vietnam War. After the Vietnam War, you have the Kampuchea War, very famous, right? And the Kampuchea War is an instance where Vietnam has, the United States has withdrawn from Vietnam. Vietnam is a Soviet-aligned country. Then you have Pol Pot, the leader of Kampuchea, who is calling himself a Maoist and is aligned with China. And so Pol Pot and Vietnam have a war. The United States is covertly sending weapons and guns to Pol Pot. Pol Pot is claiming that Vietnam is a colony of the Soviet social imperialists. China and the USA are supporting Pol Pot. The Soviet Union is supporting Vietnam, and you have thousands of communists killing other communists in an ugly, destructive mess that's really fomented by Brzezinski. And it's fomented by the West. The US intelligence agencies figured, okay, we couldn't defeat the communists with our own method of mass bombing and killing, so what we can do is we can manipulate and get communists killing other communists. 1978, you have the formation of Euro-communism, where the Italian Communist Party, the French Communist Party, the Communist Party of Spain had a convention and denounced the Soviet Union. And you have Brzezinski in the United States, the National Security Advisor Carter, praising them and saying, well, we like the Euro-communists. The United States likes the Euro-communists. It doesn't like the Soviet communists, doesn't like the Chinese communists. We like the Euro-communists. So this is the international communist movement. And let me add that there's also the Fourth Internationals, right? We don't want to forget that. At this point, I believe there are 6 different Trotskyist Fourth Internationals that are keeping the flame of Trotskyism going. You still have the International Meeting of Communist and Workers' Parties that takes place, I believe, every few years. You have the World Festival of Youth and Students, which is a gathering of communist and socialist and anti-imperialist youth organizations. I've been to one. I've been to 2 of them, actually. I know some of the people, the Students and Youth for a New America, went to the recent one. You have the World Federation of Trade Unions, which is an alliance of communist trade unions. You have the Women's International Democratic Federation, which is an international alliance of communist women's organizations. And let's not forget you have Maoists, right? People who think that the Soviet Union became capitalist and are holding on to that line of the Gang of Four and Mao. You have followers of Enver Hoxha who think that that Albania was the one true socialist country. Often they'll have names like the Communist Party, Marxist-Leninist, as opposed to the Communist Party. And that's where the communist movement is at. But I want to end this section by pointing out, the Cuban Revolution was led by Fidel Castro. Was Fidel Castro a member of the Communist Party? No. His brother, Raul, was a member of the Communist Party, but the Communist Party told him not to participate in his brother's revolution, and he did it anyway. The July 26 movement that created the Cuban Revolution was not part of the international communist movement. Let me add that. Hugo Chavez, was he a member of the Communist Party? No, he was not. The Bolivarian movement was an independent socialist movement. The Communist Party eventually supported it, but he was not part of it. Michel Aflaq, the creator of Ba'athist Arab socialism, was not part of the Syrian Communist Party. In fact, it was his independent movement that broke with the Communist Party that brought socialism to Syria and Iraq and elsewhere. Mao Zedong, interestingly, had been an anarchist prior to joining the Communist Party and becoming a founding member. He had an organization called the New People's Study Society that he led, and they followed the teachings of Peter Kropotkin. And they weren't really interested in Marxism because China was a majority peasant country. And so Marxism was about factory workers fighting the bosses. That didn't really apply to China. But Kropotkin's theory about the peasantry fighting to seize its land appealed to Mao, who was organizing in China. Now, when the Bolshevik Revolution happened, he ended up joining the Communist Party at its founding Congress. But Mao originally had been his own separate grouping that was inspired by Peter Kropotkin's anarchism. And even Bolshevism, the Leninist movement, was not part of the mainstream of global Marxism. They were a dissident party that had their party of new type theory and their different organization and different ideas about imperialism. You talked about Kautsky's theory of ultra-imperialism. That was the main view within the Second International. Lenin's theory of imperialism was a separate theory. The Bolsheviks were also kind of independent of the global Marxist movement. So that raises the question, and I'll end this section by raising the question, what is the significance of the international Marxist movement? And what can we learn from it, and what can we not learn from it?
He was one of those dogged old men who live in the past, telling stories you don't want to know about how it was then. the hunger, the hardship, the hopes and the struggles of so long ago. And we must have looked bored, for like sparks from the cinders, his eyes glowed with anger, his words seemed to burn. He said, I will be heard, for my life is not over. I have something to say, yet you have something to learn. He said, you who have nothing at all to believe in, you whose motto is money comes first, who are you to tell us that our lives have been wasted and all that we fought for has turned into dust? I was only a lad when we read that in Russia the workers, the Soviets, had taken all power, and the man they called Lenin who led them was our inspiration. His triumph was our finest hour, and I'll always remember how fear shook the wealthy like thieves who have just been caught out in their crime. But we who had known only war and the workhouse rejoiced that a new world was born in that time. You can't know what it meant, and the pride that we felt to know working people, people like us, could shake off the shackles, could topple the palaces, remake the world without ruler or boss. It was this kept us going, this dream of a new world, through all those dark years of defeat and despair, when we who were proud to proclaim ourselves communists fought for a world free from hunger and fear. It was down with the means test, no cuts in our wages. We want £3 a week and a 7-hour day. And there wasn't a thing that we got, but we fought for it. Don't you know bosses give nothing away? And the strikes and the marches and battles to beat off the bailiffs and coppers when hope was still young. Hot heads and hot hearts as we tested our power. The workers triumphant, that was our song. For a time he was silent and lost in his memories. Then but more softly his words came again. Perhaps we fought for too much, perhaps the cost was too much. There are things I know now that I couldn't know then. We believed revolution was just round the corner, and we were the vanguard to bring it about. And the other left parties we classed as class traitors, bourgeois social fascists, of that we'd no doubt. And then the times changed, we campaigned for the Popular Front. The old line might never have been, but we led the workers in combating fascism, Mosley in London and Franco in Spain. We believed we were history's chosen, and Soviet Russia our future, our heart and our soul. And the 5-year plan was a vision of plenty to us who lived half of our lives on the dole. We knew of the trials and purges, of course, and were shocked when we heard those old comrades confess. But yes, we defended the first worker state in the face of the slander and lies of the press. And you who have nothing at all to believe in, you whose motto is money comes first, who are you to tell us that our lives have been wasted and all that we fought for has turned into dust? You may think we were duped, well, we paid for our dreams. Broken lives, broken marriages, jobs lost and jails, some lost heart in the left, some betrayed us for medals. There are always some turncoats whose souls are for sale, but the best of us never surrendered our vision, and we kept the faith through the bleakest defeat. Do you think that was easy? Surrounded by hatred, the sneer of indifference, the hurt of deceit, and our lives were made rich by the cause that we fought for, the friendship, the fellowship, sharing one aim, to transform society, end exploitation, and that day will come yet, though not in my time. Again he was silent, and what could we tell him? That the world now was different, that he'd had his day, that an old man's dreams were not our concern, but still there was something he wanted to say. Now when I look back, I see what we fought against: homelessness, hunger, injustice and war. But what did we fight for? What dream did we strive for? I used to know once, now I'm no longer sure. But you who have nothing at all to believe in, you whose motto is money comes first, who are you to tell us that our lives have been wasted and all that we fought for has turned into dust? He was one of those lonely old men who live in the past, telling stories you don't want to know. hardship, the hopes and the struggles of so long ago.
The Statue of Liberty was gifted to the United States from France in 1886, but now some in France are saying they want it back. Raphael Gluckman, a member of the European Parliament, says that the United States, under the Trump administration, no longer represents the values for which France originally gifted it. He says that they should return it. He's also emphasized that the academics and researchers who are losing their jobs as a result of Trump's budget cuts could be hired by France, and that France would be happy to take them in and give them employment and fund their research. Now, many Americans are not thrilled about France saying they want this back, as the statue is very much an American icon, a symbol of American values. While it may have been originated and created in France, gifted to the United States, it's become part of American culture. We decided to speak with some of the tourists here in New York City and find out how they feel about France saying that they want the statue back because they don't approve of the administration of Donald Trump. A member of Parliament in France says we ought to send the statue back. What do you think?
No. They gave it to us. We should have it. America.
I can understand, like, with the geopolitical landscape that's changed. I can understand that there might be frustration because, obviously America, at the current political standpoint, doesn't seem like the values align with what the French are saying.
France says we should send the statue back because we no longer represent the values that they gave it to us for. What do you think?
I think we should keep it. It's ours. It's been here for like 1,000 years, man. Yeah, France can. They got the Eiffel Tower, right? What they need two statues for?
What do you think about a member of the French Parliament saying we should send the statue back?
Well, he can come and pick it up if he thinks he won it.
Yeah, well, he says that we no longer incarnate the values that France gave it to us for. He doesn't like Trump, so he says he wants the statue back. Are you insulted as an American?
I am, but also it's a free country, right? That's what we build on. So he's free to come and try and pick it up and take it. I know I'm not going to help him, but he can try.
He wants us to send the statue back. What do you think?
I think the Americans are enjoying it. It was a gift and it's dear to us. We'd like to keep it.
I think it belongs here in the United States.
It's ours. You can't have it back. It was a gift, right?
I agree. It was a gift, 150 years ago, and hopefully we get back to a point where the relations are comparable to what they were back then.
Little known fact, the Statue of Liberty is not of a person. It's actually of a goddess character that was invented in the early years of the United States, Columbia, the goddess of freedom. District of Columbia, Washington, D.C., is named for Columbia. And before we had our national anthem, the Star Spangled Banner, we actually had an anthem called Columbia, the Gem of the Ocean. And I guess back in the day, countries used to have mythical, iconic figures that represented them. They talk about John Bull as the symbol of Britain. We know about Uncle Sam, right? And I guess back in the day, Columbia, gem of the ocean, Columbia, the goddess of liberty, that was an icon. And it's kind of pagan too, right? It's a female deity representing freedom. Well, he says that he doesn't like Trump. He feels like we don't incarnate the values they gave us the statue for. What do you think? He doesn't like Trump.
Well, yeah.
And he says that we no longer incarnate the values of the statue. He wants it back. What do you think? Are you insulted as an American?
Yeah.
He wants us to send the statue back. What do you think?
Why?
Well, he says he doesn't like Trump, and he feels like we don't incarnate the values they gave it to us for, so he wants it back.
I'm the wrong person. I'm a Trump fan.
Okay.
Yeah. I think
insulted?
No, but I think it needs to stay right where it's at.
Yeah, what do you think about him saying that?
I can't speak on that. I don't know him.
Okay. And how do you feel about the statue?
I haven't been in there yet, but just from out here, I like it.
You feel like it's part of what it means to be an American?
Yeah, there's definitely history there.
What do you think?
It's ours, and we're keeping it.
Yeah, we're keeping it.
What do you think?
Yeah, we're definitely gonna keep that.
Okay. Very good. Yeah, well, he doesn't like Trump, and he says we no longer incarnate the values that they gave us the statue for, so we have to give it back. What do you think?
His wife's really a man, so we get to keep it.
Okay. Do you feel it's kind of insulting for them to tell us we have to send our statue back just because they don't like our president?
No refunds over here, man. This is ours. Like, what? Yeah, disrespectful as heck, man.
I've never given anyone a gift and asked for it back, to be completely honest with you, so.
Oh, what kind of person takes the presents back? It was a present from French, right? So he can't have it back.
Yeah, do you feel it's kind of insulting for the French to say we should send like a symbol of America back just because they don't like our president?
Again, it's an overreaction. I don't think that's cooler heads should simmer down and just appreciate the relationship that's been together for over 100 years. So,
Heck, man, I can't even. Can I cuss on here? No, for real? Oh, fuck France, bruh. Like what? Why are you trying to take our tower back? Like no. Well, yeah, that's really it.
All right. Thanks. Are you insulted as an American?
I don't know about insulted. I don't think that that's necessarily true of all Americans. I don't know that Trump represents every American that lives here. So.
What do you think?
No, I'm not insulted either, and I mean that's their opinion, and that's the relationship that essentially the two of them have at this point. And what
it's unfortunate.
What my wife said is, I don't think it reflects, everybody's station where they are at this point.
And they're in this for real, and they've seen it. And I looked out on that crowd, and I thought, again, these are people who understand how serious it is, and this is how important all of this can be. And, obviously our call for a blanket amnesty for January 6th is not limited to just them. We call for Leonard Peltier to be released. We call for Mumia Abu-Jamal to be released. We call for all political prisoners to be released, all black liberation fighters, blanket amnesty. If you want to heal a society, if you really want society to heal from the pain of the trauma of these kinds of things, where we know the FBI and COINTELPRO did all kinds of illegal things and none of them went to jail, you got to have a blanket amnesty. And it's just that simple. Same for J6, same for all the political prisoners in the United States. And also, I remember it was just recently David Gilbert, who was one of the Weather Underground people, was released from jail. And I don't think people really realize the circumstances in which he was released, because it's very interesting. Our governor in New York is a guy named Andrew Cuomo. And Andrew Cuomo was forced to resign from office. There was a scandal, and one thing led to another, and many people say there was a bigger scandal that he didn't want to come out, so he was forced to resign. And the New York State Troopers Association was not supporting him. And so just before Andrew Cuomo was set to leave office, he decided to issue a pardon, a commutation of sentence, for someone who was charged and had spent years behind bars for killing a state trooper. It was basically Andrew Cuomo saying, you guys are not going to support me. This important association of state employees are going to call for me to resign. Well, I'm going to free David Gilbert. I'm going to free one of the weathermen. There you go, guys. That was basically what he was doing. Well, I mean, good, good. And there are divisions in the ruling class. Weird things happen, And, we don't endorse what David Gilbert did, but we recognize that, that there should be a blanket amnesty, and that sometimes you have to utilize these divisions in the ruling class. And that's what gets me back to this, because it's pretty clear there are people in the ruling class that want this to continue. But more than that, I started out this talk by reading the quote from the legendary investor Jim Rogers. And there are people in the United States, in the capitalist class, that are tied into this new emerging economy. And that creates an opening for us. And we would be fools if we did not figure out a way to fit ourselves into the crack to break this whole thing down. We would be fools if we didn't do that. We just stood on the sidelines and tried to be pure. Oh, we're so pure. We're so ultra-revolutionary. Look how pure we are. We would be fools. And there could be a moment where if we were to advocate this continuing, or to continue advocating peace with Russia and China, or to continue advocating economic development, where we could have a real impact. It's really weird that Trump podcast claimed I'm an influence on Tulsi Gabbard. That's really weird. We did not see that coming from anywhere. That was very bizarre. I think Liam is the first person to send that to me. And I saw that and I'm like, where is this coming from? It was Trevor Loudon, who's one of these anti-communist stalkers. And he was on the podcast of Roger Stone. And he says, yes, it was Caleb Maupin and the Center for Political Innovation. And they are a big influence on Tulsi Gabbard. And they represent Russia and North Korea. And I mean, it was weird as hell. And I thought, where in the world did that come from? But you know what? If we're helping Tulsi Gabbard to push an anti-imperialist line, if she's listening right now, Tulsi, do not acknowledge me. Please, do not. If you do not even think about giving us credit, do not even think about getting photographed with me. We don't want to hurt you in that way. But if you're listening and you're learning, if you're studying scientific Marxism, good for you. And I hope you keep doing it. And I hope that one day after President Tulsi Gabbard is elected president, the CPI delegation is on Air Force One going to People's Korea to reestablish diplomatic relations. So I just want to end by saying that Che Guevara is often quoted as saying revolutionaries are motivated by great love. And Country Joe and the fish here, they were also motivated by great feelings of love. Much contrary to what their detractors have written, if you actually read about who these men were, if you actually read about what their strengths were, you'll know that these were men who were motivated by great feelings of love. They loved their people, they loved their communities, they loved the countries and the neighborhoods they came from, and they had a deep spiritual bond with their people. And if you want to be serious about changing politics in America, we must develop a similar deep spiritual bond with the American people. We've got to love the American people the same way these guys loved their countries. We've got to have that deep connection with the people that they had. And that means we got to not act like a bunch of crazy woke leftists. We got to act rationally. And we got to find a way to give voice to feelings that are already there and do the work that needs to be done. Because as Peter Coffin often says, this shouldn't be a commodified identity. It shouldn't be a brand. It shouldn't be a fan base. It should be a science for changing the world. And on that note, I think I've said everything I need to say for tonight. So thank you very much.
So, all right. So why don't I just start answering the Rumble rants? Leo Messi says, Shiloh Hendricks scenario and the rise in racist sentiments. Oh, and while I have space, she's supposed to be at Victory Day. Trump should send men if he knows what's good for him or good for us. I don't know about Shiloh Hendricks. I don't know what that is. I'm going to have to Google Shiloh Hendricks. What is Shiloh Hendricks? Shiloh Hendricks. What is that? Woman who called kid N-word. What the hell? What? I don't even want to know what this is. I don't want to know about this. This sounds so overwhelmingly stupid. I don't even want to know what this story is. I feel dumber just hearing this. After being recorded last week, apparently admitting that she had hurled a racist slur at a 5-year-old black child in a park, a white woman in Minnesota. Oh, God. Who cares? Who cares? I'm sorry. I mean, it's awful, right? If a child had to endure a racial slur being said at them by an adult, that's awful. Moving on. It's horrible. No child should be called a racial slur. End of story. I'm not interested. And I'm so tired of this kind of crap. I'm really tired of this kind of crap, right? If this woman, if she said something racist to a child, then she should apologize. She should apologize. I'm sorry that any child had to endure some adult saying a racist thing to them. The woman is just the latest person to receive a groundswell of financial support in the MAGA-friendly crowd. Who cares? Like, what? What is this? Trying to raise $1 million to deal with the great turmoil in her life following the incident. Okay, so somebody filmed her. She got I don't care. This is stupid. This is so goddamn stupid. All right? No child should ever be called a racial slur. An adult who called a child a racial slur should apologize and say, I'm sorry I did that. I was in the heat of the moment and I did something that was deeply wrong to this child. And I'm looking at this. I'm just hearing about the case right now. I think someone texted me about it earlier and I didn't fully read the link. I think I saw something. I don't care, right? I don't want to belittle, the experience of minority children and discrimination, and I'm not going to do that. But this case, there's just so much of this where, I don't care. I really just don't care, right? And that's a trap, right? She didn't apologize. She doubled down. Well, that sucks. All right. That sucks. I'm not impressed, but let me tell you something. I will tell you this. And I know this for a fact, and I will tell you this, right? And I mean, I am purely going off what I'm being shown by people. I'll tell you this. Nobody ever apologizes on social media. Getting canceled does not make anyone ever apologize for anything. Okay? If you want someone to apologize and realize the error of their ways, don't cancel them on social media. Because I can guarantee you the second that her name was going all over the web and people were angry at her all over the country, that's a one shot and guarantee she was never going to apologize. J.K. Rowling, she liked a tweet by somebody. She made a minor statement about the trans thing. And the internet blew up at her. And there was this whole thing. And now all J.K. Rowling talks about practically is the trans thing and how she's on one side of it. Nobody ever apologizes because you canceled them on the internet. Ever. Right? Kanye West, he said something about Jews or whatever, and then the internet went wild against him. And now Kanye West talks about the Jews all the time and he said way worse things since then. Nobody ever apologizes because you canceled them. Nobody. Right? So yeah, this woman did something bad, I guess. I mean, I don't know the details of the situation, but it sounds like she made an ethnic or racial slur to a child, which she shouldn't have done. That's awful. And now she's been canceled for it. And now she's raising money and she's got a whole social media personality about this. And this is bullshit. This is stupid, right? And this is the kind of bullshit. This is the kind of bullshit, that prevents us from getting anything done, right? And I just don't care. Right. And I mean, how many times has a parent or a child done something nasty on a playground, done something offensive on a playground? Of course, now that, that she's been made, internet famous, of course, she's doubling down. And of course, every racist in the world is running to her. And of course, all kinds of people that this is stupid. Right. And I mean, look, they're trying at this point, if you can't see it, they're trying to foment a years of lead in America. That's what they're trying to do, right? And I wrote a whole book warning about this. They're trying to foment political violence. And they're trying to create a years of lead in America. That's why they're glorifying this guy who apparently stabbed somebody at a track meet. There was a disagreement about somebody being in the wrong tent at a track meet, and someone pulled out a knife and stabbed them. That's why they're glorifying Luigi Mangione. And this is all stupid. And this is all a trap. And we have to push back against it, right? Why don't all these people that were getting politically active because one woman in Minnesota said something nasty were protesting and demanding that we stop bombing Yemen, we would probably stop bombing Yemen. If all the people that are rallying to the defense of this woman who allegedly said something racist were saying we need jobs and schools in this country and demanding that our government build high-speed railway instead of bombing Ukraine, or instead of sending weapons to Ukraine, we would have that. Like this kind of crap. What good comes out of this? Let me just ask you. All right. So hypothetically speaking, right? This woman said something offensive, did something she shouldn't have done. I'm assuming. I don't know the whole story, to tell you the truth. I would assume if that many people are giving her money, there must be another side of the story, but I don't know. Who knows, right? But let's say, okay, so say this woman did something really, really nasty, rude, offensive. And what happens what changes as a result? So we all get really, really mad about it on social media, and we destroy her reputation and we get her fired from her job. And then what changes?
Nothing. Or let's say, hypothetically speaking, this woman has been wrongly targeted. The situation is being distorted by social media and all of that. And so we all raise money and we give her money. Then what changes? Nothing. I'm so tired of crap like this that has nothing to do with imperialism. Nothing. This has nothing to do with imperialism. This has nothing to do with, this is just, and it's a trap. And stop getting trapped. Stop getting trapped. Stop getting trapped by this kind of bullshit. This kind of bullshit is a trap. It's a trap. But if you want to be internet famous, right? If your only concern is how many likes and shares you get, jump all over it and praise Luigi Mangione while you're at it. Make videos supporting Luigi Mangione and, take a position on this track meet stabbing and, just get caught up in this kind of bullshit, right? This is the kind of bullshit that social media loves to pump, and it doesn't help our country in any way. It doesn't help build a real movement in any way. It's just stupid crap, okay? It's stupid crap. Right? And again, if this woman did this thing, awful. She shouldn't have done it. She should come to understand. It would be great if we could, as a society, figure out a way that she would understand that's not the right thing to do. Regret doing it. That would be great. That is not what social media and these kind of situations ever results in. Ever. It never results in that kind of thing happening. So I'm just hearing about the case. And I'm telling you, I can see immediately that this is stupid crap. And I don't want to hear anything more about the case. I don't want people to talk. It's crap, right? And it makes me mad that people can't see this. Can't you see you're being manipulated? Can't you see that this is crap? Because it's crap. It's complete crap. Okay? It's complete crap. And I'm the fact that our media is being flooded with cases like this, that should tell you something. Right? We need to build a real movement of working people. We need to start, demanding jobs in schools and healthcare rather than a global financial system that leads us into wars. That's what we need, not this kind of stupid crap. And, people's emotions get all wrapped up in this and all that. Why? Why are your emotions wrapped up in this? Maybe you've had a bad experience. Maybe someone mistreated your child, or you were mistreated as a child like that. I'm sorry that happened to you. And maybe you have been accused falsely or been, I understand. And that's why it's a good trap. It's a good trap because it's very good at roping you in with your own pain and your own trauma. You're angry at somebody who's mistreated you. You're angry at someone who's accused you. You're angry at someone who said something to your child, or you're angry. I understand. And that's why it's a damn good trap. It's a damn good trap. It's a great trap. It is a great trap, right? But I'm urging you to don't get roped into this stupid goddamn trap. I'm so tired of this. I am so tired of this. I really am tired of it. And this isn't going to help our country in any way. And it's just so many of these traps. Just don't get trapped. Just don't. Focus. We need to build an anti-imperialist movement. We need to build an anti-imperialist movement. And this is dumb.
Unless you're white. All right. Go for it.
I don't know what you said about my relatives, but whatever. I know you're probably going to give this video a name like I destroyed some tanky, but I just want to review for your audience what they've heard from you so far. They've heard from you that authoritarianism is the definition of fascism, that China is merely authoritarian when it controls the economy on behalf of the working class. I've ripped that to shreds. We've heard from you that tankies are transphobes and homophobes, and I've shown you that tankies are some of the biggest and defenders of LGBT rights in U.S. history and basically launched the movement to free LGBT people. We've heard you bait me over my job and call me anti-American over and over and over again, but then insist that that doesn't matter because you're anti-American also, appealing to basically McCarthyist and jingoist sentiments. And over again, we've seen you talk like a Fox News employee. You accuse me of denying a genocide. I asked questions about a current event that is going on at a time that U.S. media is actively mobilizing us to hate China and has said things inconsistently. I'm not denying things because I don't have enough knowledge to deny things. I have questions about what U.S. media is saying about China. You act like this is some atrocious crime, and that sets a very, very dangerous precedent. By doing that, the next time there's Remember the Maine and we're sent to, go to war with Spain, or the Gulf of Tonkin resolution, you're not allowed to question it, because if you do, then you are just like a tankie. You've said that you don't equate tankies like Langston Hughes, like Nelson Mandela, like Helen Keller with Nazis, but yet you equate me with Nazis when I do the same thing that they did in their time, which is question the mainstream U.S. media's narrative and accusations against socialist countries. So people can look over the tape, they can look and see what they saw, but I really think what you're doing is quite dangerous, right? I'm not China's lawyer. I love my country, and when you equate China and you equate China with authoritarianism, I think you're doing yourself a little bit of a disservice, because right now many people across the United States are suffering. They are not having jobs. They are unemployed. There's opioid addiction. There's a prison industrial complex. And what they want, they don't want some hippy-dippy worker co-op in the woods. They want a government of action that will take power and fight for them, that will rebuild this country, that will stand hand in hand, arm in arm with countries around the world, not preach hate, not try to whip us up into a new war, but instead build international friendship and cooperation, which will rebuild the crumbling infrastructure, which will lift up communities that have been downtrodden. They want state power. They want authoritarianism on behalf of the people. Popular power, workers' power to stop the crisis that we're in. And saying that socialism is just, a employee stock ownership program or something like that is not going to appeal to them. The lie I've heard my whole life is that everywhere socialism has ever been tried, it's been nothing but a failure. It's done nothing. It's never achieved anything. That's a lie, Vosh. That is a lie. Socialism has had huge achievements and successes, and pointing them out does not make me the equivalent of the far right, and suggesting that is very, very dangerous to our movement. The worst thing about anti-tankyism, and this will be the last thing I say, is that it doesn't work. When people say to you, hey, you're a socialist just like Stalin. Stalin and the Soviet Union did nothing but horror. If you go, oh, no, I'm a good socialist. I'm not like one of those. Oh, no, I'm a good socialist. I hate all the countries. If you do that, you just look weak. You look pathetic, right? There will never be a socialism that the New York Times editorial page will approve of. I saw in Venezuela how the Venezuelan government bent over backwards to accommodate the opposition, to give them a voice, to let them participate, to let them have rallies, let them run in elections. U.S. media still says Venezuela is a brutal dictatorship with no dissent allowed. There will never be a socialism that U.S. media will not demonize and make extreme allegations against. That doesn't mean we should blindly believe everything these governments said. I believe in questioning. I believe in questioning and looking into facts, which you are trying to intimidate people out of doing when it comes to China and other countries.
I'm not intimidating anyone, my dude. I just have a YouTube channel. I know you probably dream of being like the CCP chairman or whatever, but
bye-bye.
The same in sorrow as in joy, with one heart I follow my Lord. For none on earth can turn me back, not even death can stop me. No, none on earth can turn me back, not even death can stop me. To barren valleys piled with bones, I will take the living message. To Saddam's fallen wretched streets, I will bear the word with love. I bind my heart, my life to yours, that I bind my heart, my life to yours, that it may be an offering.
Hey friends, how you doing today? I'm letting you know, the Center for Political Innovation, we are about to do, on July 12th, the biggest event that we have ever done. It will be our national gathering in Chicago on July 12th. And it's going to be really, really special. We are talking with a number of important anti-imperialist voices, a lot of different communities. There's going to be musical performances, dance performances, there's going to be great speeches, and it's going to be a whole day gathering dedicated to anti-imperialism. I am committed, and CPI has always been committed to building an in real life network of people. And we carry out real operations. We were at the inauguration of Trump with our Trump and Kim banner saying only peace can make America great again. We were on the streets of Chicago at the Democratic National Convention with a book exposing what Kamala Harris and who she really is and what she's really about, and it was really, really important. We have 1,000 copies of our book about the Houthis that are being distributed with the poster of the convention on the back to people who would never go looking for this. We are putting door hanger flyers on doors of people, again, that would never go looking for this. We're not performing and trying to make ourselves feel good. We're actually trying to build a network of people that can be anti-imperialists in America. And it's not easy to do. It's very difficult in these times to build a real in-life organization. People have their issues. We live in a very strange time, but we have to do it. And we are committed to continuing this project. This video is basically me telling you we need your support. In order to pull off our convention that includes our 7-day program for our members around the country to come to Chicago, includes our huge convention on July 12th, where we're gonna fill up the Midwest Convention Center, in order to have an effective national planning meeting and gathering in Chicago the day after on July 13th. In order to do what we need to do, we need to fill up that auditorium and we need money. And there's really no way around that. We need you to donate to the Center for Political Innovation. We have set up a GoFundMe, and a lot of people have already contributed. We already raised a couple $1,000, but it's not enough. In order to really pull off our July activities and really have a win for anti-imperialism, we need your support. We need you to go to the GoFundMe right now and donate $5 or $20. We need you to go to the donate button on the CPI website and send us $100 or $50, whatever you can do. If we're gonna do what we need to do in July and build the organization and have the mega anti-imperialist rally that needs to happen on July 12th and solidify the network that we're building to continue to carry out the great operations that we do, we need you to help us out. Every cent that we raise goes into building this group. I'm lucky I have a paycheck with everything that's going on. I'm surviving, and I have consistently put a huge amount of the money that I have, my own resources, my own funds, into CPI because I believe in it, because it needs to happen, because this organization is necessary. I'm looking at what I've got and my own resources and my own bills and all of that, and I'm looking at what's already been paid for, and it's not enough. I mean, it's just not enough. I can't just pay for everything myself. We have membership dues and other things, but we need a special gift. We need a special gift to make July happen. We need you to give us a special contribution so that we can make sure the July events go smoothly, that the housing for the people coming in out of town is covered, that the speakers that are being flown in, their airfare is properly covered. We need you to make a special one-time gift to make this July gathering, this anti-imperialist summit that we are organizing. We need you to help us make it happen and help us make it a success. Small gift, big gift, whatever you can do. We need you to help us with it. But you know what? I'll just say this. If it's a matter of send us a gift or come, we'd rather you come. We'd rather you be there. It's much more important that you be there on July 12th. If you can't afford to give us a gift, but you can afford to come to town, if there's one event that you come to this year, make it July 12th. CPI, Center for Political Innovation, we're doing something that nobody else is doing, and we're doing it right. We're not doing it in a way that we're trying to win the internet. We're not doing it in a way that we're trying to make ourselves feel special or act like we're cool. We're building what needs to be built. We are building the real connections. And if you can understand why what we're doing is so important, if you can understand why anti-imperialism is the future, but we have to break out of the narrow niche circles and internet culture and get to the masses of people with real outreach, if you can understand that, please give us a gift. We're trying to build an actual movement to win new people to anti-imperialism and continue to carry out operations to change the conversation in America, so that we have a country where there's a mass movement demanding justice for working families and an end to these wars, that we're saying no to World War III, we're saying no to the emerging low-wage police state. That's what we urgently need. So if you can help us in any way, send us a gift. If you can be there on July 12th, be there. This is the biggest endeavor CPI has ever done, and it's going to lead to even bigger things. We don't back down. We don't go away. If we were going to back down, we would have done it a long time ago. And if we were one of their plants or one of these fake anti-imperialists, they would be making it a lot easier for us. We have been facing a lot of challenges, but we continue to achieve great victories. So we need your support. Please send us a contribution. Please be there on July 12th at the Midwest Convention Center in the Chicago area. It's right near the O'Hare Airport. It's going to be awesome. We need you there. Thank you.
To the masses! To the masses!